Well, good morning everybody, and a very warm welcome back to Donington Park for the second day of the 750 Most Club Championship Finals weekend. Somewhat belatedly, I think we were originally supposed to be here at Donington Park in the spring. Obviously, coronavirus put paid to that, and then we were going to have a championship finals meeting here last month, but then second lockdown happened, so finally we're here on December the 12th and 13th. We've got 4 championships decided today. We've got the Demon Tweak Show Comma Low Cost Championship just going out onto the grid now. We've got the 5 Club Racing MX5s and the Toyota MR2 Championship, plus a long distance race, of course, for the Ski Club Enduro Championship 100-minute race coming up after the lunch break. But we've got the cars already coming out onto the grid for the Demon Tweak Show Comma Low Cost Championship penultimate round. Josh Barrett alongside myself and Sowman here in the commentary box. We'll hear from him in just a moment, and we're bringing to you an audio commentary today via Facebook and YouTube and the 750 Most Club website, 750mc.co.uk. Also on the website you'll be able to find links to the race programme and the live timing. But we've got the low costs out onto the grid now, so I'll quickly run you through the grid for that. On the front row it's going to be 2 and 87, that's Murray Shepherd and Craig Land, the 2 main championship contenders on the front row. Second row is 42 and 5, 42 Andrew Tate and 5 George Grice. Third row 55 and 29, Simon Court and Jeff Peake. Fourth row 96 and 82, that's Jonathan Higgins and Paul Clark. Row 5, 71 and 88, that's Daniel Court and Jack Chapman. The sixth row 15 and 41, Rob Sisson, the local man, and Keith Malpas. Row 7, 47 and 12, Tim Penstone-Smith and last year's champion Tom Gadd. And row 8 is number 77, Mark Rue. At the back, we've already got the green flag at the back. No green flag lap for this, but we'll say a very quick good morning to Josh.
Good morning, Ian.
So we do have the 2 main championship contenders on the front row of the grid. Murray Shepherd, who has done most of the winning so far this season. He's had 5 wins. Craig Land just had the 1 win so far, but he's been reasonably consistent up until the last meeting at Alton Park. Then the second row we have Andrew Tate and George Grice. The third of the championship contenders, mathematically at least, Jeff Peake, is on the outside of the third row of the grid. It's going to be a 15-minute race, as they all are today, apart from the 100-minute Club Enduro Encounter, which comes up a little bit later on in the day. But we already have the 5-second board being shown to the drivers. So we've got the green, black and white car of Murray Shepherd on pole position. It's the grey and orange car of Craig Land next to him. The red lights go on, they go out now, and the best of the starts from the front row, man, comes from Craig Land. Not a great start from Murray Shepherd, a better start from the second row of the grid, in fact, by Andrew Tate. So Murray Shepherd might find his way down to third position by the time they get into Redgate Corner for the first time. It's Land, though, that is going to swing through and into the lead, I think, with Tate having followed through to second, and Murray Shepherd down to third, Josh.
Okay, so that wasn't a great start to the race for Murray Shepherd, who did get pole position. Him and Craig Land were a good amount quicker than the rest, and Shepherd's back to second as they go through Hollywood then. So he's got back into P2 behind Craig Land, the 2 championship rivals, which are separated by just 2 points on corrected scores. So whoever really does the best between these 2 today will be the champion. And they come out of the old hairpin. They're already getting away from the rest of these 2. They as a third place car. Jeff Peake has a big old slide. It's obviously damp, and as it was yesterday here at Donington Park, and the top 2 look to be the class of the field in these conditions, Ian.
Yeah, they certainly do. Jeff Peake there in third. Andrew Tate has slipped back to fourth position after a good start to the race for him. But Land and Shepherd, the 2 championship contenders, are out front. They're turning their way through Coppice Corner now. Looks like a slight mistake there by the race leader, Craig Land, as they come out of Coppice and onto the exhibition straight for the first time. Possibly a change going on for fourth and fifth. We'll try and pick that one up in a moment. Of course, in dry conditions, which we don't have today, these make for really good slipstreaming races around the Donington Park National Circuit. I'm not quite sure we're going to see the same kind of race today, as through the chicane for the first time comes the race leader then, number 87, Craig Land, at the end of lap 1. Number 2, Murray Shepherd in second position. In third place is number 29, Jeff Peake. Fourth is 42, Andrew Tate. In fifth place, it's the number 5 car, which is George Grice, who started from the outside of the second row of the grid. And Simon Court is there in the number 55 car in sixth position. But Craig Land's lead is just under a second.
Yeah, so that's the gap that Murray Shepherd have been working at. and he was, 3 tenths quicker in qualifying this morning, which would suggest he might be a bit quicker. When it was wet at Brands Hatch, it was these two drivers that were winners in the two races, so obviously good in the slippery wet conditions. One of the cars just spun at Hollywood and is on the grass, so luckily got out the way of the following pack. Not sure who that was.
Might struggle to get back out of that because it looks like a quagmire down at that part of the circuit where he has spun onto. It looks very wet and muddy there. Try and pick out who that is.
From the middle of the pack.
It's the 88 car. It's Jack Chapman, isn't it? He was right in the middle at 7th, and his wheels are spinning as he's trying to get some traction, but it is basically a mud bath that he's found himself in. So I would be surprised if Jack Chapman can get back into the race, unfortunately. Luckily, he's not hit anything, so he'll be all right. And hopefully we'll see him out for race 2. Of course, the grid for the second race is set by the second fastest qualifying times rather than the race 1 result. So that is at least to his advantage. Right, Murray Shepherd looks to be a bit closer this time to Craig Land as they head down the Exhibition Straight and towards the chicane, the Robert chicane, for the second time. Murray, who's not just been racing in low cost this season, he's done some historic racing as well, is right in behind Craig Land, the side-by-side for third position, a bit further back. One of the cars going far too deep and loses a position, goes down to 5th. Pick up who that was. I think that was Andrew Tate, because yes, it's Jeff Peake 3rd. The George Grice car now, number 5, is in 4th position. Andrew Tate's dropped down to 5th, and Simon Court is there in 6th position. But that battle for 3rd back to 6th is now some 5 seconds behind the race leaders.
Yeah, those 4 cars were very close, 4 of them, weren't they, going into the chicane, but a couple of them went wide, which has spread them out somewhat. But for the lead, they are nose to tail. Craig Land and Murray Shepherd going now down the Craner curve. 1 minute 39.8 for Shepherd, the faster lap between the two of them. But how can he find a way through? He's on the curbs, turning into the old hairpin. How much grip did that give him? Actually, not too bad. And he's got a good run off the corner, trying to get alongside Craig Land now as they start to climb the hill up towards McLean's. The lap time is so far a couple of seconds off what they did in qualifying, but Murray Shepherd's quick enough to take the lead as they climb the hill up into McLean's. Despite using that curve going into the old hairpin, he found the grip in to get the momentum going along, dragging these cars up the hill.
Yeah, and it's important that he did that because the points are such that Murray Shepherd can't really afford just to sit behind Craig Land in both races, even though he's won far more races than Craig Land this season. He really does need to be finishing ahead of Craig in certainly at least one of the races that we have over the course of this weekend. Jack Chapman has got out of the mud, but he's going to need a good hose down, I think, and not to mention the car after that. Leaders heading back down into Roberts. It is still Murray Shepherd that leads Craig Land, having pulled off that move going into McLean's, and they're going to come through. There's going to be about 3 or 4 car lengths in it as they come up and over the line to complete lap number 3 of this 15-minute race. We've had just about a third of it in terms of time, just less than 10 minutes left to go, so probably going to be a 9-lap race, this one. In 3rd place is 29 Jeff Peake, and he now has George Grice a bit closer to him that time. George took about a 10th out of him, and then we've got Andrew Tate 5th, Simon Court 6th and 7th. It's the number 71 car, which is Daniel Court. In 8th place is the 96 car, which is Jonathan Higgins. So he has made up a place that time because the 82 car the 82 car has gone backwards a little bit. That's Paul Clark.
He's not come through yet, has he? So there he is. He's in the gravel at the old hairpin. He lost it, I'd suggest, on the exit of the Craners.
Yeah.
He's ended up in the gravel at the old hairpin, so that car will need snatching. So pretty tricky out there. Lap time's a bit slower than they were in qualifying, so maybe a little bit wetter than it was 9 o'clock this morning. Not a bad thing, perhaps, for Craig Land now to be behind Murray Shepherd, because he can follow his lines, can't he? Work out where Shepherd is finding that bit of extra pace, and he's staying with him at the moment, I think, on the 4th lap. Yes, he's right in the toe, and I guess he could sit there till the last lap and perhaps use the toe down to the chicane.
But he's taken a tighter line through the second apex of Coppice that time. I thought he was going to try and snatch a move on the inside, but he didn't do it. You've got Shepherd now moving to the right-hand side of the circuit, and all the way to the right goes Craig Land, trying to go down the inside as they go into the chicane, and Craig Land has done it. Can he hold on? He gets a bit sideways, and he comes out of the corner in front. So Craig Land at the chicane at the end of lap 4. The driver from Hilo goes back into the lead of the race with probably 5 laps left to go. And a change further back because Jeff Peake has had a moment at the chicane, I think, and that means now that George Grice has gone up into the top 3.
George Grice with novice cross on the back. He has done quite well this season. He's had a 5th place as his best result, but now he's on for a podium, a debut podium for him if he can hang on there. Now the fastest lap of the race has gone to Craig Land. That could be an important extra point by the end of the weekend, couldn't it? By the end of the day for the championship. 1 minute 39.209 that is for Land. But now it's Murray Shepherd who is back in the tow. He was quick previously, wasn't he, out of the old hairpin? He is again. He's going to try and replicate that move on the run up towards Schwant's Curve and McLean's, and he's done it again. So back into the lead has gone Murray Shepherd. So it's got a bit more of a feel to a low-cost race now here with these top 2 trading positions.
Yeah, perhaps somebody expects a few more cars involved, but it's a good scrap for the lead, and it was makings for a good scrap for third as well.
Is that Jeff Peake who's had another moment, perhaps down at the old hairpin?
Yeah, I think I was just about to say, obviously, he'd had that moment at the chicane, which left George Grice on his own in third. I think that is Jeff, who was a championship contender coming into this weekend, that has dropped back now. Again, you've got Murray Shepherd going to the way to the right-hand side of the circuit. Now he goes all the way to the left-hand side of the circuit as the cars come down to the Robert chicane, trying to break the tow, but Craig Land is putting his car on the inside. I don't think he's close enough to make it work this time, though, as they come through to complete lap 5 then. It's going to be Murray Shepherd that holds the lead, I think. Yes, he does. They both run out and use the curb at the exit of the Robert chicane. They come across the line now to end lap 5 then. They're more than 10 seconds hit clear of the rest of the field. George Grice, as I say, in third position, but they're heading up towards Redgate Corner now, and they're soon going to have some traffic to deal with as well, Josh, because they're closing on. I think certainly that looks like Mark Rue and Jack Chapman, of course, who had that moment.
Yeah, Chapman going quite a bit quicker than Rue, so I think it'll be Rue they catch first, won't it? He's lapping, 20 seconds slower than the leaders. They don't want to catch him in a yellow flag zone or something like that, do they? Well, I think that's all clear now down at the old hairpin. So good work by our marshals here at Donington Park. But thanks everybody for supporting this event. This time, trying to take a tighter line into the old hairpin is Craig Land. Is that advisable? Because we know Shepherd's been quicker through there before. But, and now Craig Land sideways as he comes up the hill. But he's got a good run here. The back marker gets out the way of the 2 leaders. Craig Land can't quite make it work. But of course, it's a big tow, isn't it? All the way up the hill there. That's some of it that's helping. And the outgoing champion, Tom Gadd, is for the pit lane, isn't he?
Yeah, so it looks like Tom is out of the race. It's not really been much of a season to remember for him. He's 6th in the points coming into this weekend, but it's not really been anything like the success of last year.
Is the leaders side by side onto the back straight? I think they are. So Craig Land taking the title line. This is how he got the lead a couple of laps ago. And he may well do it again. There are 5 minutes to go, so a third of the race remains, and Craig Land has to pop back into the tow. Then he comes back out of it again, trying to get alongside Murray Shepherd, but this time Shepherd is going to hang on, isn't he? Perhaps Land almost had too much momentum out of the old hairpin and therefore was unable to make use of the tow. So Murray Shepherd leads for 2 laps on the trot this time across the line, and he has got the fastest lap back, 1 minute 39.074, which would give him the extra point if he keeps that over the next 3 or 4 laps.
Murray, of course, driving the ex-championship winning car. Ian Ali used to drive that one. He's 27 years of age, worked in film production. He was 3rd in the championship last year. Craig really has been a bit of a surprise package this season, had just the 1 win, driving the ex-Steve Wells car. And it was previously owned by Oliver Batten as well, the car that Craig is driving this season. And he just is a little bit sideways through the old hairpin on this, the 7th lap of the race. 2 to go, we think, at the end of this one, probably. And now they are about to lap Jack Chapman as well. They've just left Schwant's Curve, heading up towards McLean's. They've cleared that back marker now and are now heading into McLean. So no change in the order there. It is still Murray Shepherd ahead of Craig Land as they climb up towards Coppice, and Land is less than a car length behind as they are arriving at the right-hander, double apex right-hander at the top of the hill. And can he do anything about Murray there? No, he can't. Although, again, he takes that tighter line for the second part of the corner. It's not really doing him any good, though. In actual fact, he's a few lengths further back than he was going into the corner. Now, Murray Shepherd was kicking up the spray there as he got right over to the right-hand side of the circuit as they came down the exhibition straight. But really, I think a mistake there at Coppice means that Land is not close enough to challenge.
He's not, but Shepherd sideways through the chicane. Has that held him up at all? Not really, has it? Managed to carry the momentum through, despite having the car sideways. You said earlier that he's done some historic racing, so I'm not too concerned about the car sliding about underneath him. So they cross the line, half a second between them. That's 7 laps done. And is it maybe 2 to go? be pretty tight, isn't it? Whether it's 2 or 3 to go in this race. And in third place, that's George Grice, who's having his best race of the season. Fourth and fifth are together. That's Andrew Tate and Simon Court. Jeff Peake, he's recovered to sixth. Daniel Court is seventh. Jonathan Higgins is eighth. Rob Sisson ninth. And Tim Penstone-Smith completes the top 10.
Yeah, almost certainly this race, this championship race, is going to go down to the wire later on this afternoon. But it should be a grandstand finish with these two having put on a real good show this time. It's still George Grice third, Andrew Tate fourth, Simon Court fifth, Jeff Peake recovering to sixth, Daniel Court seventh, Jonathan Higgins is eighth, Rob Sisson ninth, Tim Penstone-Smith 10th, as you were saying.
And that battle of seventh is side by side into Redgate, so there's a couple more cars that have managed to get themselves together during the course of this race. A much smaller grid than perhaps we would get in the summer months for low cost. It's really the only grid, though, that is significantly down on a regular meeting. Murray Shepherd out over the curb through Coppice. Not sure that was ideal for him. He's run really wide. But actually, it was okay. I thought he was getting a bit too sideways, but he's finding the grip right on the exit of Coppice, and the car behind him, that'd be Jack Chapman, spun.
Yep.
So they'll be pleased that wasn't the case when he was in front of them. And he's quite close, isn't he, Craig Land, this time into the chicane? He's very close, actually. So the two leaders are nose to tail as they've got, one lap to go?
Last lap board going out. So it is the final lap of the race, and that's actually just about right, isn't it? Because there's only 1:38 to go as they go across the line. Best lap of the race so far is a 1:39.031. That time, actually, for Murray Shepherd. So he does have the point there for the fastest lap as things stand, unless Craig Land can do anything about him. That on this final lap, the race about 4 lengths behind, about 6 lengths behind now, as he had to really work at the wheel because he got a bit sideways.
Yes, that could be a costly mistake on this last lap of the race. They're already heading onto the Crane of Curves as the rest of the field come through at the end of their 8th lap. George Grice 4 seconds ahead of Andrew Tate and Simon Court, who are now close to one another. So the leaders into the old hairpin. On this last lap, it is Murray Shepherd with a larger gap over Craig Land. But that means Land can use a tow all the way up the hill, all the way towards McLean's, and that is dragging him closer and closer once more to the leader, Ian.
Yeah, and side by side, a bit further back, there is the battle for 7th between Daniel Court and Jonathan Higgins, who are going to go on to their final lap, 2 abreast into Redgate Corner. But we are waiting for the leaders. They're heading up towards Coppice for the final time. And we will see if there's any change there. They are absolutely together, about 2 spots. There's a back marker ahead, I think, but might come into the play by the time they get to the chicane, actually, so we'll keep an eye on that one. They are running down the exhibition straight now. Craig Land trying to pop out of the slipstreams on the right-hand side of the circuit, so that's the inside line for the first apex of Robertson. I think Craig Land might have done it. Yes, he has, but does he go too deep into the corner? They're both a bit sideways. Land just about hangs on that wheel to wheel as they come up to the line. Shepherd's car's back in front, though, and it's going to be Murray Shepherd that draws first blood today here at Donington Park in the deciding round of the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. He wins the race by 1600ths of a second from his championship rival Craig Land. A fantastic finale. Land got ahead going into the chicane on the final lap, but he couldn't keep it all together, and Murray Shepherd got back through on the exit of the corner. It's a long gap back to third, and third place is going to go the way of number 5, George Grice. In fourth place is going to be number 55, that's Simon Court. So he got ahead of Andrew Tate on the final lap as well, with a personal best lap for Court and a slower lap for Tate. Fastest lap, by the way, that was held by Murray Shepherd in the end, with that 1:39.031, the penultimate lap of the race. Jeff Peake, number 29, comes across the line in 6th place, and that fight for 7th still to come across the line. But that's going to be 26 points for Murray Shepherd there, 22 for Craig Land, and I think it's going to be 14 points for Jeff Peake. So by my reckoning, championship still very much alive, and it's Shepherd now that leads Land by 6 points going into the final round of the championship. 7th, by the way, was number 71 Daniel Court. Jonathan Higgins, number 96, was 8th. 15, Rob Sisson, local driver from Castle Donington, was in 9th place. I don't suppose he was going to miss his local race, even in December. And Tim Penstone-Smith, I think, is the final car to come through. And here he is, out of the chicane now, and he is going to take the checker flag in 10th position in Scrappy Jack, car number 47. But Craig Shepherd it was that took the win in the first race of the day for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. We've got Racing coming thick and fast here today at Donington Park, because next up we will have the race for the 5 Club MX5s, and we will give you the grid for that in a moment. We've also got racing today, of course, for the Toyota MR2 Championship. Both of those categories also to be decided, as is the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, which we will have coming up later on today. But I can see now that Murray Shepherd is pulling into the pit lane, and down there, ready to talk to him, is Josh Barrett.
Yep, thanks, Ian. Murray's down there. Well done, Murray. A really close race between you and Craig.
Yeah, I mean, it was super close. I'm really impressed with his pace. He's picked it up since Alton Park, and there's really nothing between us at all. So all came down to it. We stuck with each other the whole way. I think he had me on one half of the track and I had him on the other, and it just came down to the last lap. Last corner, I saw him coming up the inside, coming up to the chicane. And I just thought I'll let him go there, because I know he's gonna be late on the brakes, super slippery there. So luckily, just held my nerve, kept my patience, and tucked in and got him on the exit and carried the speed down the straight. So it all worked out in the end, but very, very close, a bit too close, I think.
And I think you got the fastest lap by about 100th of a second, so that's another point which could be important later.
Absolutely, every point matters. So happy to have got that. Yeah. Cool.
What are the conditions like at the moment?
There is grip out there. Around the edge, basically. Seems to be a lot of grip. Just stay away from where everyone else drives, and it seems to be okay.
Well done, and good luck later.
Thanks, Josh. Cheers.
Back up to you, Ian.
Thanks very much indeed, Josh Barrett, down there with our race 1 of the day, race 8 of the weekend winner, Murray Shepherd, and we will have the championship decider for the Demon Tweaks Comma Low Cost Championship later on. Is between Murray Shepherd and Craig Land, and as I say, Murray Shepherd with the advantage by 6 points now, and Jeff Peake with his 6th place finish in that race. He's out of championship contention, I'm afraid. But we move on next to the 5 Club MX5 Cup, and a big grid of cars, 29 cars qualified for this race. Another one which has the championship up for grabs. If you've looked at the digital programme, as I say, you can get that by going to the website 750mc.co.uk. You can get the full race programme online. I think James Winstanley rather optimistically suggested there were 16 drivers in with a chance of taking the championship. There is quite a few, but we don't reckon it's 16, Josh and I, based on the maths that we've done. But nevertheless, we do have a championship decider in prospect here for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. In qualifying, Steve Foden was fastest, but he has a 2-place grid penalty. That's after an incident at Mallory Park, which was the last meeting of the championship, which seems an awful long while ago, because it was back in October. And also Ben Hansey, who is one of the championship contenders, he did have a lap time disallowed for exceeding track limits during the course of that session as well. But the grid, once all of that has been taken into account, is going to line up as follows. On pole position, it's going to be number 41, the Leicestershire driver, so on home territory, Tom Smith, and next to him is number 1, the reigning champion Ben Hansey. The second row, 77 and 71, that's Steve Foden, the man who qualified fastest but had that penalty from Mallory Park, and 71, Ben Short. And there's not many drivers that have won more MX5 races than him. Row 3, 114 is George King, or 144 I should say is George King, and 230 Tom Holland. Row 4 is 154 Marcus Bailey, and treble 7, that's Courtney Milnes. The fifth row, 72 and 35, 72 Matthew Short, and 35 Jason Greatrex. Row 6, 9 Ian Tomlinson, and 34 Callum Greatrex. Row 7, 47 Stephen Craggs, and 22 Adrian Johnson. The 8th row, 23 and 167, that's Stephen Rees and Chris Chesnell. The 9th row, 61 and 113, Jake Dormer and Alex Rivette. Row 10, 26 and 27, 26 Ryan Lovelock, and 27 Dan Blake, who we saw out sharing the car with John Monroe in Road Sports yesterday. Row 11, 96 and 12, 96 Sam Moody, and 12 the graduate from the BMW 116 Trophy, Edward Rappager. The 12th row, 111 I should say, and 36, 111 Tim Gray, and 36 Dale Whiteman. The 13th row, 64 and 46. 64, Philip Doothwaite, and 46, Nico Pavot. The 14th row, 98 and 50. 98, Alex Lewington, and 50, William Pickard. And on the 15th and final row of the grid is Chris Rees. Now, as far as the championship is concerned, it's a 13-round championship. There are 2 drop scores that the drivers can take account of, and with drop scores taken into account coming into this weekend, it's Ben Hansey on 866 points, Steve Foden at 865, and Tom Smith on 861, and those are the first 3 cars on the grid. Jason Greatrex is the next one we need to worry about, because the others that are actually ahead of him in the points aren't in contention for the championship. That's Jason Greatrex on 851. Could still be a mathematical contender, but you'd rather think, Josh, that it's going to be one of the first 3 that we mentioned that will leave Donington Park today with the championship.
Yes, and Greatrex has only qualified 10th, and that puts him in even more difficult position to challenge, not unless something were to happen, of course, to the top 3 during the course of the day. And Steve Foden's rather outnumbered at the front there by BS Motorsport cars, isn't he? In 1st, 2nd, 4th and 6th on the grid. So there's plenty of the Ben short run cars towards the front of the field, and 2 of those drivers, you said, Tom Smith and Ben Hansey, the 2 drivers on the front row, teammates, both in real championship contention.
Red lights go on then for a 15-minute race. They go out now, and it's a good start by Ben Hansey. Not such a good start from Tom Smith from the out from the pole position. Ben Shorts has got away pretty well, but I fear here that the pole position driver Tom Smith might be in 4th place by the time they get to Redgate Corner. Who is going to turn in first? It is going to, well, I say that. It's going to be Hansey that leads. Tom Smith, his second, was a bit sideways there. I think there's 2 cars at least, 3 cars off into the gravel, 4 cars off into the gravel, 5 cars off into the gravel at Redgate on the first lap. We'll try and work out who those are. At least 2 of those don't think they're getting out of it.
I think the one is Courtney Milnes, possibly, who's closest to the CCTV camera we have to us. That's 2 races in a row now where the pole car has really struggled to get away, so it makes you wonder if there isn't a huge amount of grip in that position. But the rest of the field have continued with them 2 cars in the gravel at Redgate, and taking very differing lines are the leaders.
Safety car boards and flags are out, and those will spread around the circuit.
Not yet, where the leaders now just getting a safety car board, aren't they? So
yeah, I think so. So they'll see that, and there is some jostling for position, which will now stop.
It was Courtney Milnes, and Matthew Short is the second of those cars off at Redgate. So another BS Motorsport car, but this one not doing so well in the gravel.
So there's 2 cars there to be snatched out of the way, which obviously will take twice as long to do, because we've just got the one snatch vehicle up at Redgate Corner. But what I have noticed at another race meeting I've been to on part of the season is the snatch vehicle works really efficiently at getting the cars out of the way. So I don't think it will take too long to clear this, and then the race can continue. It is a 15-minute timed race rather than a set number of laps. So you get many races these days that are a set number of laps, and so we will lose a little bit of time, but we should still get a good few racing laps in, I would suggest.
So those 2 cars that are off were 8th and 9th on the grid, which you might be able to put that together, what might have happened at Redgate. It got very congested, didn't it?
It did.
With like the pole sitter not getting away as well as he would have liked to.
And there were several cars in the aftermath as well that went through the gravel but did get out the other side.
Callum Greatrex, who avoided all that behind them, started 12th. He's up to 5th.
Yeah.
So he's made a good start there.
Ian Tomlinson's made up 4 places as well. He's up to 7th position. I'll give you a rundown on the top few places that have come through then. It's Ben Hansey, number 1, leading, 41, Tom Smith, 2nd, 77, Steve Foden, 3rd. So all of the 3 championship contenders are still there. Ben Short, number 71, is in 4th place. 5th, number 34, as you were saying, Josh, Callum Greatrex. 6th, 154, Marcus Bailey. 7th, number 9, Ian Tomlinson. Stephen Craig has made up 5 places. He's in 8th place, number 47. Tom Holland, car 230, has dropped back down to 9th. And number 22 is up to 10th place, and that is Adrian Johnson, ahead of the other 16 survivors, with just those 2 cars then that have got off into the gravel. Courtney Milnes' car has now been released, I see, and that is going to continue on its way, albeit a lap down by the looks of it.
That's the quicker way of doing it, really, isn't it? Getting rid of the car, is letting the driver continue, because otherwise you have to get the car all the way to the other side of the gravel trap, and that'll take another 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, it would. So we'll see if the same treatment is received by Matthew Short as well. I mean, I don't think there'll be any particular damage on those cars of any great note.
There's a little bit of trim that was hanging off the cars, but nothing too dramatic. You didn't mention Jason Greatrex in the top 10, and that's because he perhaps got caught up in that incident. It was right in front of him on the grid. He's dropped down to 17th. One driver that you mentioned making his debut in MX5s from the 116 trophy that also runs the 750 Motor Club, Edward Ratterager. He started 22nd. He's up to 12th, so he's doing well in his first sprint race. At 144 though, George King, he dropped down 20 positions. He started 5th and is 25th at the end of lap 1. So you rather surmise that he might have got caught up in that as well. Matthew Shaw has again been released out onto the circuit. So both cars now clear. The snatch vehicle heading back to a position of safety. So we might even get going this time. We will see if the safety car lights go out. They're still flashing at the moment. I've got my a wasp on the commentary box window now, which is in a difficult position for swatting, but I will try and get that at some point before much longer. Safety car lights are still on, and it may be that we need one more lap. Oh no, they're off. It's taken the cars very slowly down the back straight so we could go racing. Yeah, just so the snatch vehicle, by the time they get through the corner, through the chicane, will be clear. So the green flag is being made ready on the start line. We have 10 minutes and 20 seconds still to go, so we've not really lost too much time. Well done by everyone there to get the race back underway, and it's being led by number 1, Ben Hansey, from number 41, Tom Smith in second place. In third place, 77, Steve Foden, and number 1, Ben Short, is in fourth position. This time, of course, though, they're all in single file, Josh. Indeed, very close. With Marcus Bailey and Ian Tomlinson, they may have been making contact when they crossed the line to restart. Not really advisable in these conditions. Right, Callum Greatrex, that's the rear bumper that went. So it was Jason Greatrex who lost his rear bumper in that incident at the start. So it all triggered off around him. Top 4 have already got away on this restart. Hansey, Smith, Foden and Short. So they've got a big gap back to Callum Greatrex, who didn't make a particularly strong restart there. 10 minutes of the race remain. Steve Foden's quick here, out of the old hairpin. He did set the fastest lap in qualifying, but as you said, had that penalty. So he's looking to move forward. He's trying to get ahead of Tom Smith, who did start on pole. Smith defended well there. That's allowed Ben Hansey to break away, about a second, something like that? Yeah. Which means he can now drive his own line. He doesn't have to worry about those who are chasing him. And Smith, Foden and Short battle amongst themselves up towards Coppice, but holding on for now is the driver that started on pole. Indeed, and he's got this decent advantage then as they head through Coppice and out onto the exhibition straight for really the first time at Angle on lap 3 of the race. He moves across to the right-hand side of the circuit, but he's not really got to defend. Steve Foden, though, might make a move here on Tom Smith for second place, and indeed he has done. He's gone down the inside into the chicane. Oh, but doesn't even turn into the corner at all. He goes down the escape road, and that nice move that was done is all for nothing, because he's back down to 4th position. Only 4th. He's not lost any more place than that, which I thought he might do, but he's now several seconds off Ben Short in 3rd. Yeah, it's a remarkably large gap, wasn't it, between the rest of them? So Steve Foden's championship chances sliver away in that moment where perhaps he looked up and went straight on. So it's Hansey, Smith, Short, 3 EBS Motorsport cars then. So is Ben Short just going to let his 2 customers battle it amongst themselves in front of him? Then Foden, we'll see what kind of pace he's got now in P4. And the best of the rest is Marcus Bailey. He's got himself ahead of Callum Greatrex. Stephen Craggs is 7th, 8th is Thomas Holland. They've both passed Ian Tomlinson since the restart, and then Adrian Johnson completes the top 10. Everybody is still running then who started the race. We must have lost one because there would have been 29 cars in qualifying, down to 28. Those 2 cars, of course, the safety car, are back out on track, but a lap down, as you said, Ian. Yep. It's so fairly well spread out up front, but for 5th position backwards, it's a bit more interesting, isn't it? You've got Marcus Bailey, Callum Greatrex, Steve Craggs, and Tom Holland all in the battle there. And is that Holland there that's making a bit of a move as they climb up the hill towards Coppice? I think it might be. We'll pick up on that in a minute. But Steve Foden was 6 seconds behind the car in front at the beginning of the lap. Would it be less than that now, I'd suggest? Well, I think it might be. It's just a question of how much less. Of course, the car in front is Ben Short, who hasn't had the impression on this race that I thought he might do, I must admit. Anyway, up and over the line goes number 1, Ben Hansey. 2nd is number 41, Tom Smith. I suppose that Ben is just having that team player role today, isn't he? With the 2
Customers ahead of him.
Steve Foden is a second a lap quicker than everybody else. We saw this in the Clio race yesterday, didn't we, where somebody made a mistake and then were much faster than anyone else. So what can Steve Foden do? He's 3.5 seconds behind Ben Short, and on that last lap, compared to Short, he was 2.6 seconds quicker.
Tom Holland was indeed on the move. He's up to 6th place now in the number 230 car, so he got ahead of Callum Greatrex and Stephen Craigs on that lap. Greatrex going back 2 places to 8th.
Yeah, Greatrex made the good start, avoiding the carnage, but he hasn't quite got the pace, has he, of those he managed to pass at the start. So he's dropped back down to 8th. He did start in 12th. Fastest lap, Steve Foden, 1:39.22, which is similar to what they were doing in qualifying earlier on this morning.
Foden continuing his pursuit then of the cars ahead of him. It's a lead of it's more than 2.3 seconds now, I reckon, for Ben Hansey. Tom Smith not able to go with him. Ben Short just sitting in behind and ready to defend, I guess, as and when Steve Foden can catch him, which if he keeps going at the pace that he did on the previous lap, will be a couple of laps away. But so I'm not sure he has mowed the ground on this lap that he did on the previous one. If anything, he might have gone backwards.
He's pushing very hard, isn't he? He was all over the curb on the exit of Coppice Corner there. So down into the chicane come the leaders. You mentioned about George King, who qualified 5th, dropped to the back. Well, he's already moved into 18th, so he's gained 4 places on the previous lap. I think about that on the lap before. There's a car off at Coppice now, going through the gravel. So try and pick up who that is. Was from that second group of cars. Could that be Adrian Johnson, possibly? We'll check that if he doesn't come through.
Steve Foden that time did a 1:39.439, which is about 0.2 faster than Ben Short, who did his personal best lap of the race. So the gap down a little bit, but only by a couple of tenths to 3.3 seconds now. So Foden not able to sort of consolidate the gains he was making. Less than 5 minutes of the race left to go.
It was Adrian Johnson who's off there at Coppice, and he hasn't got out of the gravel. He's up against the tyre wall, quite a long way off the road, really. So he's out of 10th position, so that means moving into the top 10 comes the 23 car, which is Stephen Rees, so he's in 10th and quite a bit ahead of the rest.
Yeah, so Adrian Johnson dropping down the timing screens after that off at Coppice.
Well, Ben Short's right on the tail of Tom Smith, isn't he? Whether he's going to try and make a move on the second place car is another thing.
You can't imagine that he would do, really. But it's nice to see that Ben Hansey is such a big edge from his point of view. Reigning champion, of course, looking to defend his title. Been a regular in MX5s for a number of years and really came good for the first time last season. So it's always good to see someone who's always been there or thereabouts having some success and looking to repeat that again this season, but by no means guaranteed. Still a little way to go in this championship, although he has had 5 second place finishes so far this season, yet to have a win. Today might be the day that he grabs his first win now for second and third. Bit of almost bump drafting going on down the Wheatcroft Straight.
Ben Short was making hand signals as well to his teammate, just saying, look forward, carry on. I think he's trying to give him an extra mile per hour or two because he can see in his mirrors catching at a decent rate once again is Steve Foden.
He's going to run out of time. There was 0.8 of a second faster that time through. There's only 3 minutes, so probably maybe 2 laps only to go.
Although, do we compare it to Tom Smith's lap times, which is 1.4 seconds, because that is really the speed that Ben Short is going. He's caught up to Tom Smith, but isn't going any quicker than, won't be able to go any quicker than him.
That Foden was sideways again through the craters that time, but visibly he does look a little bit closer. 2.5 seconds the gap, third to fourth at the start lap. It looked like it was less than that as they dropped down through the craters. Behind, things have consolidated a little bit, so it's still fifth number 154 Marcus Bailey, 6.230 Tom Holland, 7th 47 Stephen Craigs, 8.34 Callum Greatrex, 9th Ian Tomlinson, who was a championship contender and race winner last season, and in 10th place the number 23 car of Stephen Rees.
Now, a factor for the leaders in this last lap or so will be that, Marcus, won't it? Because there's a few cars that they will have to pass, which they're going, 15 seconds a lap faster than. And if you catch them in the wrong place, that could get a bit awkward, couldn't it, for our championship contenders? So the first car to lap, is that possibly Matthew Short's car? That's
another best motorsport car.
It could be him, or could it be Dale Whiteman? Actually, I think it might be another of them too. So hopefully work out what's going on.
It's certainly a BS motorsport car, and it is Matthew Short.
Right, so he's actually probably going quicker than that 15 seconds
Yeah.
Off, isn't he? He's more like 10. And then those who are next up will actually be going slower than him. So leaders across the line, 2.7 seconds between Hansey and Smith, because Tom Smith's done a better lap than he's done previously, which means Steve Foden isn't catching as quickly as he was.
No, indeed, I think that their lap times were almost identical, Smith and Foden that time through. Hansey a couple of tenths slower. The last lap board has gone. I'm not sure if it's been shown or not.
Looking at when they come across the line, there was 1 minute and 50 seconds to go, so they can't squeeze another lap in. Should the officials allow that?
Okay, I think the last lap board is being shown though, so I think we are on to the final lap.
Not sure if anyone's seen it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they have, but never mind. Where are the leaders? They are heading up to McLean's again. Ben Hansey leading, then you've got the two BS Motorsport cars, and Steve Foden still not clear of the Matthew Short reasonably quick back marker. He's going to try and get up the inside now. He does so with no real difficulty.
So Matthew Short did qualify up in ninth position, didn't he? So a top 10 runner. So in some rounds he might have been battling with these cars all on position, but of course he had that issue at the start.
Checkered flag being made ready. So they are heading through Coppice Corner and about to come down the exhibition straight for what will be the final time in this first of two races today for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. But back markers now very much getting involved, but I don't think really causing too many people too many problems. We've got Ben Hansey going through the final corner, and the checkered flag is about to go out to him, and he takes the checkered flag. Ben Hansey gets his first win of the season, and it's going to be second place for Tom Smith, third place for Ben Short. Let's just have a look at what that does for the championship. The fastest lap point went to Steve Foden, so Ben Hansey will get 100 points from that. Steve Foden will get 95, and Tom Smith will get 97 by my reckoning. And so, still not decided in anyone's favour yet, the championship, but it will go down to the wire in the later race. The gap between them is, 1 point if I look at the right column, it's 5 points between Hansey and Foden, and another 3 points back is Smith in third place. To run down the rest of the finishes then, so it's 1 Ben Hansey the winner, 41 Tom Smith in second, 71 Ben Short third, fourth number 77 Steve Foden, fifth 154 Marcus Bailey, sixth number 230 Tom Holland, seventh number 47 Stephen Craggs, eighth number 34 Callum Greatrex, ninth number 9 in Tomlinson, 10th 144 George King, who climbed back from 25th, I think he was down to, from 5th on the grid. 11th, 27 Dan Blake, 12th number 167 Clive Chisnell, 13th number 35 Jason Greatrex, who also had to drive back through the field. 14th number 23 Stephen Rees, and 15th number 12 Edward Ratbridger. And final cars just coming through. But yes, by my reckoning, it is after dropped scores, it's 6 points clear. Hansey over Foden, I think I said 5 before, but it's the deal is not quite done yet in terms of the championship. That will be resolved a little bit later on today. I can see the top 3 cars now. Already at the end of their slowing down lap, it's going to be Ben Hansey after his first win of the season to go with his 7 podium finishes. That is the person that will have a word with Josh Barrett, who is already down there. Josh, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, Ben Hansey, our winner. Well done, Ben. Your first win of the year. That's quite an important time.
Yeah, kind of got my head down. Safety car was a bit late putting the lights out, and I think it caught a couple of guys unaware, so gave me some space to just crack on. And then I think Steve had a bit of an incident, so that kind of made things a little bit more comfortable from the championship point of view. So, yeah, really good race.
We think the gap is something like 5 points now, but of course it's reverse grid later, I think, so that might make things a little bit more complicated. Yeah,
reverse grid always shakes things up a bit. It's a nice thing about the 5 Club format. It means even if you're out in front, you've got to get some overtaking done over the weekends.
What are the conditions like? Still pretty slippery, I guess?
They're pretty slippery. We was out in the turbo car for the Club Enduro qualifying, and the lack of horsepower in this thing makes it a little easier to fight with. So, having been in that for 10 minutes before we got in here, nice and comfortable with the conditions.
So it's a help, is it, driving the other car as well today?
So far, yes.
Well done, good luck later. Thank you. Well done to Ben Hansey, our winner. Back up you in.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Josh. And we're going to stay with the Japanese roadsters for the next race as well. It is the final race before the lunch break, the Toyo Tires Toyota MR2 Championship. Fantastic looking grid of 30 cars lining up behind me in the assembly area. Again, 2 races for these today, and I think we could have the championship resolved in this race actually, because the man that is leading the championship is on pole position and was comfortably on pole position actually, and that's Aaron Cook. In fact, his lap time was 3.5 seconds faster than anybody else. A driver that's started his racing career on short ovals will be comfortable, I would think, with these conditions today, and certainly that was evidenced in practice this morning. Let's give you the grid, because it's a big old grid to run through. Pole position is going to be number 96 then, Aaron Cook, and alongside him, number 25, Paul Hinson. The second row will be 41, Ali Topley, and 27, Sean Traylor. The third row, 22, Nick Williamson, and 26, Paul Cook. The fourth row, 86, Lee Brown, and 39, Adam Lewis. The fifth row, 18, Sam Harper, and 84, Neil Stratton. The sixth row, 8, Tim Heron, and 2, Ben Rowe. The seventh row, 7, Wayne Lewis, and 15, Gavin Aldworth. The eighth row, 52 and 55, 52, Nick Emily, and 55, Dave Hemingway. The ninth row, 24 and 33, Daniel Sylvester and Mick Nichols. The 10th row, 28 and 13, Phil Collins and Rhys Dorman. The 11th row, 79 and 17, Jonathan Grimes and Maxine Nichols. The 12th row, 65 and 16, Viet Aldridge and Daniel Farmer. The 13th row, 20 and 99, Patrick Stoner and Oliver Aldworth. Row 14, 42 and 49, 42 Michael Japp and 49 David Rowe, who had one of his lap times disallowed, and 15th row 3 and 12 Paul Gibson and Gary Patterson to round out the field. The Toyota MR2 Championship runs in 3 different classes for the Mark 1, Mark 2 and Mark 3 variants, and not too many of the Mark 1s on the grid, but one of them reasonably well up, and that is number 84, Neil Stratton, who was in a Roadster earlier in the season, but has had to go back to his Mark 1. The Mark 2s, well, they're the most numerically dominant cars on the grid and dominant in terms of their performance as well. They are the most powerful cars out there, but they're also the heaviest as well. But Paul Cook, number 96, the fastest of those. And the fastest of the Class C cars, the Mark 3 Roadsters, the most modern cars on the grid. That's Sean Traynor. And he, of course, is a 4-time champion in the Toyota MR2 Championship, switching this year to race in the Roadsters rather than MR2s for the first time. He's had a pretty good season, 2 wins and 5 other podium finishes, but he's been outscored in terms of the wins this season by Aaron Cook, who had 4, and that includes doing the double at Alton Park in the previous meeting back in October. And Sean Traylor there could only manage a couple of third positions. And that means in the championship coming into this weekend, after we take drop scores into account, it's Cook with a 10-point lead over Traylor, 145 to 135. They're the only 2 drivers in contention for the overall championship. Cook, again, really already having wrapped up Class B, Sean Traylor Class C, and Dave Hemingway Class A. So I think it's all about the overall championship that we're really fighting for now. So it's going to be Aaron Cook on pole position in the Rogue Motorsport number 96 car, coming to the end of his second full season of racing in the championship. He was 3rd in the points last year behind Sean Traynor and Ali Topley. Alongside him on the grid is Paul Hinson, who's returned to the MR2 Championship this year, former champion, of course, several years ago. And it was, 2012 that he won the title, wasn't it? But he's been racing the Compact Cup since then, and he is the twice winner of the Burkitt Relay race as well, alongside David Drinkwater and Adam Roode, the 3 of them together, the 3 amigos. Ali Topley is on the inside of the second row of the grid, the runner-up in the championship last year, but only 6th this year, only been up on the podium on a couple of occasions. And then you've got Sean Traylor in his sort of Martini-inspired liveried Roadster. And so he's second in the points with a total of 7 podiums, but just the 2 wins to Aaron Cook's 4. And then on the 5th row, the 3rd row, I should say, in 5th position, you've got Nick Williamson, who's also been a winner this season in his blue and turquoise number 22 Mark II. driver that switched over from the M3 Cup, and 26 Paul Cook, who has been a race winner several times. I think he won 4 races on the bounce here at Donington in 2008 and 19. Only back on 6. He did have a spin during the course of qualifying this morning.
Looks like we might be missing Tim. Tim Herron is actually in the pit lane, isn't he? So Tim Herron not there on row 6 of the grid. But otherwise, I think the rest are. So 29 MR2s on the grid, ready for the penultimate round of the season.
Yeah, so we have the 5 second, no, that's the 30-second board being shown, I think. But we're soon about to get underway for a 15-minute race around the Donington Park National Circuit. Very big grid, great to see it for this final round of the championship. The red lights go on, they go out, and again, it's not a great start from a pole position, but it's a brilliant start though from Nick Williamson, but it means that he has to get on the grass on the way down to Redgate Corner, but from 5th on the grid, Nick Williamson takes the lead. That's a remarkable start from him. Who is going to be second, though? It looks like it is going to be Topley, I think, in second place. Aaron Cook, who was briefly down to third, he's got his nose back in front of Topley and into second place. And Sean Traynor is going down the inside of Topley to take third position as well. But it's Nick Williamson that leads.
Yes, that was a pretty good start, wasn't it, from him? As you said, had to take some unconventional lines to find the gaps, but I don't think he's going to lead for much longer, is he? Because Aaron Cook is all over the back of him. Aaron Cook was remarkably quicker than anybody else in qualifying this morning, as he was at Oulton Park in similar conditions last round a couple of months ago, and he's got the lead, hasn't he, on the exit of the old hairpin. Through he goes, but one car's gone way off into the gravel trap at the old hairpin, and I think it might struggle to get out of there. But the leader's up at McLean's, and Aaron Cook is back where he wants to be.
Yeah, absolutely, with Sean Traynor, his championship rival, in third place. And he's got another couple of, or 3 cars close up behind him, including Paul Cook in the mix there, I can see. As the leader, Aaron Cook, then turns his way through Coppice for the first time. Nick Williamson second. Sean Traynor is third. A few different variants on the line being taken through Coppice by the drivers from 4th backwards. But no doubt about Aaron Cook being out in the lead of the race, looking to wrap up this year's championship. And he can do it if he wins this race, I reckon. So he turns now into the chicane. And Nick Williamson a little bit sideways and skittish as he follows him through. That might lose him a bit of time and give Sean Traynor an opportunity, but Traynor not really close enough to capitalise. But at the end of lap 1, considering he wasn't in the lead at the going into the first corner, it's a big advantage for Aaron Cook of 2.5 seconds. Nick Williamson is second, Sean Traynor third, Paul Hinson 4th, Paul Cook 5th, Ali Topley back to 6th. He was second briefly, and 7th is the number 86 car of Lee Brown. In 8th place is number 39. That is the Adam Lewis car.
I think it was Neil Stratton that went through the gravel at Redgate at the start, so he's dropped down to 23rd from his good qualifying with his Class A car. And it may have been Wayne Lewis that was off there at the old hairpin. So a couple of drivers finding the gravel, or as one driver described it, found the stones yesterday in that race. So leaders down at the old hairpin. Leader is already on his way towards McLean's. Aaron Cook flying along in these conditions, really starring. And be interested to find out what his future holds, because his performances in the wet this season, Ian, have been really remarkable.
Yeah, no, did well at Oulton Park as well. Meanwhile, I think everyone's trying to be second at the moment, aren't they? Nick Williamson is the current incumbent, but Sean Traynor is less than a car length behind him now, and then there's another 3 or 4 cars also trying to get involved. Cook already on the exhibition straight. Nick Williamson had Sean Traynor alongside him. On the outside now, Traynor switches back to the inside. I think he's going to get the move done there. Sean Traynor does indeed go through. Nick Williams are really having to fight control of that car seemingly at every corner. But Traynor now has gone through to second place, but he's got a huge gap to make up to Aaron Cook. Let's see if he can do it. I mean, he is a multiple champion MR2, so if anyone can, he can, you would think. But Cook has just gone across the line now, and I'll tell you when he does. Now, Sean Traynor goes across the line, and that gap is 5.5 seconds.
Paul Hinson trying to go third, another former champion in the categories on the inside line of Nick Williamson, who doesn't allow him to take that line. So Williamson hangs on to third, and Hinson therefore slow through Redgate, which may give Paul Cook a chance to challenge. He was a winner yesterday in the BMW race, so similar conditions, perhaps a bit wetter than yesterday. and a very different car though. Hinton is still side by side with Williamson, so we actually found the speed on the exit of the corner and he has gone through. So Paul Hinton has got himself up into third position then, ahead of the quick starting Aaron Cook, ahead of the quick starting Nick Williamson even I should say. So he's starting to drop back now to where his qualifying pace suggested he would run. But it's Aaron Cook pulling away up front, second is Trainer, third is Hinton now. In fourth, I think Williamson's lost that place too. So Paul Cook's fourth, and is that Ali Topley also going ahead of Nick Williamson, which would put him actually in a worse position than where he qualified.
Yeah, it is. I think that has happened. Williamson down to sixth position then, as the cars are heading up to Coppice. Sean Trainer is already there, and he's just ahead of Paul Hinton now. Paul Cook in fourth place, and Ali Topley is in fifth position as they make their way onto the exhibition straight and down to the chicane for the third time in this race. 11.5 minutes still to go. Aaron Cook is already out of the final corner and across the line, and I think his leader's only going to have gone up this time. A bit further back, Nick Williamson tries to get and does get fifth place back from Ali Topley, but they're both now being caught by Lee Brown as well, who's making it a three-car fight for fifth position. Gap from first second did get out by another 2.3 seconds. It's 7.8 now. Cook doing the best lap of the race, 1:39.372, which is about 3 seconds slower than he went in qualifying.
Yeah, so the good thing for him is everybody else is going much slower than they did in qualifying too, so perhaps getting a bit wetter now. It was raining a bit heavier after the previous race than it was before after the locals race, I would suggest. Still not raining very heavily, but I guess with these cold temperatures, any rain that falls isn't going to go anywhere, is it really? Right. So leaders down at the battle for second, down at the old hairpin. Being headed by Sean Trainer, 1.4 seconds clear at the end of the previous lap to Paul Hinton, but Paul Hinton's being passed on the lap towards McLean's, I would suggest, by Paul Cook. Looks like Cook's gone into third. Williamson and Topley continue to battle for sixth, and Lee Brown, be pleased, won't he, there in seventh, going with what has been the fast six for most of the season when it's been dry. So Lee Brown doing well to go with them. In the wet conditions, it seems to be just a fast one, doesn't it? Just Aaron Cook that's clearly the best driver in these conditions.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen anything of Lee Brown this season before this weekend, have we?
He's 11th in the championship, I think.
Oh, yeah, beg your pardon. I was looking a bit further down, but not trouble top six yet.
There's a car off at Coppice. Who is that?
David Rowe was... right, Lee Brown has been off. We were just talking about him, and the other car involved is Ali Topley, isn't it? So they've obviously had a tangle. And now Topley, as he tries to get out, is getting deeper and deeper buried into the gravel. He's not going to get out of there.
The problem is the car's quite close to the edge of the road. Well, it doesn't look quite bad from the second angle as I thought it was, but it's still fairly close to the edge of the circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Meanwhile, the top six have gone through now, so Cook leading by 9.8 seconds from Sean Trainer. Paul Cook third, Paul Hinton fourth, Nick Williamson fifth. Adam Lewis then moves up to sixth position with the issues for Lee Brown and for Ali Topley. Seventh is the number 18 car of Sam Harper. Eighth is number 2 Ben Rowe, who was the runner-up in the championship last year and has been a front runner in this championship for years now.
On the previous lap, Paul Cook was going quite a bit quicker than Sean Trainer, best part of a second, and he's only a second behind him now. So Paul Cook, who didn't qualify so well, down in sixth, he's up to third with half the race to go, going after Sean Trainer. Yes, that gap coming down. It's less than a second now, and Paul Hinton is trying to go with him. So we could have 3 drivers all together here as they turn their way through McLean's and down to what I presume is still a yellow flag spot at Coppice. Yes, it is. That's where the leader is.
Yeah, it must be. Aaron Cook just about to pass the fellow Rogue Motorsport car of Ali Topley. Yes, it's only a few yards from the edge of the road. Rear wheels are buried deep into the gravel trap now. I think there is a safety car board about to be shown as well. So we have the safety car coming out with 6 3/4 minutes of the race to go, so just less than half race distance. The snatch vehicle is based up at Coppice Corner, I think, so it should be able to get onto the scene relatively quickly and hopefully pull Ali Topley's car out of the way. But of course, this does mean that Aaron Cook's big lead of about 10 seconds it would have been will almost completely vanished, Josh.
Yes. He can, though, live on the fact that his lap times have been over a second quicker than anybody. Actually, only Paul Cook is within 2 seconds, isn't he, of Aaron Cook's lap times. So he should have the pace to get away. He just doesn't want to make a mistake, which is easier today than perhaps it would be otherwise to make a mistake.
So 5 laps completed then. Aaron Cook, the leader, to the best lap of 1:39.372. The next best time, I think, is Paul Cook, isn't it? 1:40.422. I don't think anyone else has done anything better than 41, mid 41. Those are the 2 quickest drivers out there, and it has been Cook and Cook on occasions up front this season.
They've got very close to one another at times, haven't they? Thinking back to the beginning of the season in July at Snetterton, I think the 2 of them had a bit of an incident there. But yeah, as you said, about 4 wins for Aaron Cook, when the only other driver to win more than once has been Sean Traynor. They were both times at Silverstone. And then the last 2 meetings really have been dominated by Aaron Cook. He won the first race at Snetterton on the 300 circuit, second in the other, then won both races in the wet at Oulton. So it looks like we're going to have the final 4 rounds of the season all in the wet. I think both the races up at Oulton, they were in the wet.
Yeah, it was a bit of a damp day there. Although that was over 2 months ago now. Meanwhile, update on the recovery of Ali Topley's car. The snatch vehicle is pulling it away, and it's almost now out of the gravel trap, but onto, I was going to say dry land, but the grass is very wet and muddy all around this circuit. But I imagine there must be a gap that they're aiming to pull that car into. So hopefully that will be out of the way before too much longer. It's already well off the road, so it's not going to cause an issue. So we should, I would hope, be able to go green flag racing again at the end of this lap.
Because Donington Park has actually been in use quite a lot over the last couple of weeks since lockdown was lifted, wasn't it? We've had the M3R meeting here last week, and there's been quite a bit of testing as well.
Yeah, there was the rally here as well, of course, on Sunday.
It's been well used, hasn't it?
It certainly has. All of this taking place behind closed doors at the moment, with no spectators allowed. Under Tier 3 regulations, which is where we find ourselves in Leicestershire at the moment.
And the problem could be where the snatch tractor can get back to a place of safety without the need of a second safety car lap.
Yeah, so the safety car lights are still on. So I think we're going to have to do one more lap behind the safety car. Driving standards flag for car 12. Which is Gary Patterson, who started right at the back and is up to 22nd place. And also 25, I think, which is Paul Henson, who's in 4th position. So we're going to get one more lap behind the safety car, and then I suspect we'll get one racing lap at the end of it.
Yes, so I suspect the next safety car lap might be a little bit quicker than the one they've just done is.
Quite a lot of damage on the side of Sean Trainor's car that we can see.
I did notice that before the start of the race.
Okay, so that's not necessarily new today.
Well, I didn't see what it was like just now. I did notice before the race there was a little bit of percentage on it.
A few dents and scrapes on that car. I didn't know if it had happened on the opening lap maybe, but possibly not.
See, we've got the 2 Nicholses together, dad ahead of daughter. They're 20th and 21st on the road. Maxine in her new car. To her, she was out at the Burkitt prior to lockdown 2.
Yeah, she was involved in an incident at Alton Park, unfortunately, which wrote that car, a previous car off that she'd campaigned for many seasons.
Neil Stratton's got back to 16th after going through the gravel on lap 1, and that's back into the Class A lead. So that's a good drive from him. Because Dave Hemingway hasn't really had much competition this year, has he? Neil Stratton going back to his Mark 1 for this weekend, going well indeed.
Next season's championship will begin at Cadwell Park on the 17th of April, and it will be back here at Donington Park on the National Circuit in May. Then we go to Brands Indy, Snetterton 300, Silverstone International, Castle Combe at the end of August, Brands Indy again for a second time later in the year, and Alton Park International to round out their season on the 9th of October. So 21 season already mapped out. It looks like an excellent calendar for the Toyota MR2 Championship. So we look forward to that. I'm sure we'll have some more fantastic racing and big grids as we've seen all season.
It might be nice to go back to Cadwell Park. I haven't been there for a few years. Because I missed, we didn't have any meetings there this year, did we? And I didn't go there the previous season either.
No, well, it's still looking absolutely magnificent, I can promise you. Paul Woodford and his team are doing a great job up there. And we will look forward to it. The last lap board and the green flag lap and the green flag are about to be shown simultaneously from the podium, the starters podium there, or finishing podium, I suppose. And the safety car's about to pull in. So Alan Cook controlling the pace. And he's just got one lap to survive, really. And he should wrap up the championship. He's leading them very slowly through, slowly around now. And he will make the decision when to go. I think he's gone now. And he's got already 10 car lengths on Sean Trainer. So that's a good restart for Alan Cook. He shouldn't really feel too much pressure on him now, I wouldn't have thought. It's Paul Cook third, Paul Hinson fourth, Nick Williamson fifth, and Adam Lewis sixth.
I think the rain's coming down a lot heavier now than what it was. So conditions, as we heard yesterday, sort of change on every lap. When it's like this,
Nick Williamson made a bit of a mistake there. I think he's going to lose a position as a result of that. Adam Lewis, I think, will go through.
Here come the leaders then, down the Croners, and not good to restart from Paul Hinson either, so he's not on the back of Paul Cook. We saw Paul Cook was quick prior to the safety car, so can he do anything about Sean Trainer? Again, though, he's not really in a place to challenge as they head down to the old hairpin, and just half a lap to go. And getting away is Aaron Cook, so he's continued where he left off before it went under yellow conditions. And I think, Ian, you were saying this will be enough for him to wrap up the championship.
Yeah, by my maths, which is sometimes reliable, I think it will be with a race to spare later on this afternoon. We saw Ryan Polly do that kind of thing yesterday. Wrap up the championship in the Clares with a race to spare. They didn't take part in the final round. Waiting for the cars to head back towards us. Then they're heading down the exhibition straight towards the chicane for the final time. They'll have completed 8 laps, although 2 of those will have been behind the safety car. And Alan Cook, it should be, that will come through the chicane for the final time to take the win. And with it, by my reckoning, he'll wrap up the Toyo Tyres Toyota MRT Championship for 2020 as well. Second place is number 27, Sean Trainer. Third is number 26, Paul Cook. Fourth is 25, Paul Henson. Fifth, number 22, Nick Williamson, who led at the first corner. Sixth is 39, Adam Lewis. Seventh, number 2, Ben Rowe. Eighth, number 18, Sam Harper. Ninth, number 24, which is one of the roadsters. That's Daniel Sylvester. Rounding out the top 10 is number 86, Lee Brown, having been in the gravel trap a little bit earlier on. And then it's Jonathan Grimes, number 79, taking 11th place. 12th place to number 28, which is the car of Phil Collins. 13th to number 99, and 14th to number 15. That's the Aldworths, and Oliver finishing only just ahead of Gavin there. And rounding out the top 15 is our Class A winner, and that is Neil Stratton. So Alan Cook gets the points for the win, and he gets the points for the fastest lap as well. Sean Trainer gets the points for second place. And by my reckoning, yes, after drop scores, Alan Cook ahead by 14 points, but now he will be guaranteed, because if he didn't do the last race, he'd get 90 points back. He'd be guaranteed a minimum of 190 points, where I don't think that Sean Trainer could get more than 183. So by my reckoning, that is Alan Cook having wrapped up the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship for 2020. Many congratulations to him. And that was his 5th win of the season. He had those 2 at Alton Park. He's also had 1 at Snetterton 200 and 1 at Snetterton 300 during the course of this season. And that does bring to the end a run of 3 seasons, 2019, 2018, 2017, when Sean Trainer has won the championship. He also won it back in 2015 as well. Jim Davis winning it in 16. But Alan Cook then, a new name on the trophy for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. Sadly, not this season, we're not able to have our traditional end-of-season awards dinner in January for obvious reasons, but all the drivers will be united with their trophies at some point in the coming weeks and months. Alan Cook can see then pulling into the pit lane below me. Sean Trainer heading down to Parc Ferme, and Josh Barrett getting into position to talk to Alan.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Alan needs to get out the goal. Well done, Alan. Dominant performance in the wet. I think similar at Alton. So obviously you like these conditions.
Yeah, we love the wet. I've always gone well in the wet. Prefer to race in the rain. I mean, you can really gap people, not on the power of the car. So I'd just like to say a massive thanks to Rogue Motorsport for running this car all year. Nathan, who looked after the car all year, nothing went wrong. Brought the championship home with 1 race to go. So brilliant result. Thanks.
Yeah, well done. Will you be doing the race later, or now you've won it, are you going to sit that out?
No, we'll be back out again later. We'll go out there to have some fun. We have fun at every race, but yeah, the next one will be extra fun. Hopefully we can have a little battle with some people.
Now you've obviously shown how quick you are all year, particularly in these conditions. Do you think about doing something else next year?
We've not really thought about it yet. I mean, the MR2s are a great formula, especially with Rogue Motorsport. If you're looking to get into a motorsport, I mean, Rogue, they'll look after the car for you. This car here that I've been in today is completely maintained by Rogue. I've not touched the car all year, and yeah, just spot on.
Well done, awesome drive. Good luck later as well.
Thank you very much to Josh Barrett down there with Aaron Cook. And that takes us into lunchtime because we have had our first 3 races of the day. We are due to get back underway at around about 12:40. I just wonder if we might start a few minutes earlier than that because we've gone into lunch a little bit earlier. And that's going to be with the main race of the weekend, really, the TQR Club Enduro Championship, a 100-minute race on this occasion for the TQR Club Enduros. Then we've got the second race of the day for the categories that we've just seen. The Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship, that is still to be decided. The 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, that is still to be decided. And as we've heard, the Toyota MR2 Championship, which will round out the 750 Motor Club season, is not still to be decided because Aaron Cook has just gone and won that with a dominant performance in the wet conditions here at Donington. So do join us again for more racing after the lunch break at around about 12:40. Well, hello again, everybody. We are in the final leg of the 750 Motor Club season now, the fourth quarter, if you like, of the 750 Motor Club Championship Finals race weekend. We're going to get racing underway a bit earlier than expected. We're aiming for 10 past 12. It won't be 10 past 12, actually, by the time we start racing, I don't think, but maybe about quarter past or 20 past. We did finish for lunch a little bit earlier, which was good, and the weather not great, the light not great. It's been raining quite heavily during the lunch break. I think it probably has just eased off a little bit now. It is looking a little bit brighter, and that tallies with what the radar picture I was looking at a little while ago said. There's the band of rain has now moved across us to the east. There's another one coming, but hopefully, although it is still raining now, quite hard, it's not as hard as it was a few minutes ago, and it might just ease off a little bit further before we get the cars out onto the grid for the Tiki Walk Club Enduro Championship decider. A big grid of cars for this race, as there always is for the Tiki Walk Club Enduro, and they're lining up in the assembly area now. So what we will do first of all is, look, if we just run through the grid, we don't have the start driver details at this point. Hopefully we'll get those before much longer. But if we run through the grid first of all, then we can fill in with start drivers, hopefully as and when we get them. It's going to be a 100-minute race, this, and it's going to be commentary from myself, Ian Sowman, and Josh Barrett alongside me, both here at the circuit and on the 750 Motor Club website, on Facebook and YouTube as well. It's an audio commentary. We do have a static camera just so you can see what the weather's doing as much as anything, I guess. And that's pointing on the section of weak or straight between the chicane and the start line. Now, the grid, though, for this race is going to be as follows. On the front row, 6 and 48, that's the Baker and Swift Seat, and the Jones and Rogers Seat, so 2 Seat Leons on the front row. Second row, 178 and 69, that's the Jonathan Packer Honda Civic Type R, and the Hampson and Schultz BMW E46 M3. Row 3, number 55, Chris Kuma in the Renault Clio, and number 10, the Wallace Brothers, Matthew and Simon, in the Seat Leon Euro Cup. Row 4 has 27, Will Beach and Mark Rice in the Volkswagen Golf, and number 95, Andy Bailey in the Honda Civic Type R. Row 5 will be 25, Darren Bohr in the Porsche Cayman, and 51, Luke Candley in the Volkswagen Golf. Row 6 is 34, David Griffin in the BMW E36 M3, and the Chris Freeman and Johnny Monday Honda Civic Type R, number 14. Row number 7, 83, the Nick Starkey and Matt Maxter's BMW E36 M3, and the Crook and Lovesley Honda Civic Type R, number 777, that's 14th on the grid. Row 8, number 15, Colin Gillespie in the Porsche, and number 89, James Alford in the Golf. And a couple of offs during the course of qualifying. Row 9, number 1, that's the 2 Bens, Short and Hansey in the Turbo MX-5, and Jeremy Ingram, number 115 in the BMW E46 M3. Row 10 will be 68, Darren Curl and James Curl in the Mazda MX-5, and 118, that's Maudsley and Mead in the Golf GTI Mark V. Row 11 will be 50 and 29, Chisnell and Chandler in the Mazda MX-5, and Cunliffe and Scotty in the Honda Civic Type R. Row 12, 152 and 7, 152, that's Campbell and Webb, Ollie Webb in the Mazda MX-5, and number 7 is Taylor and Ashmore in the Holden Commodore, which will be a handful in these conditions. Row 13, 8 and 43, 8 the Mark Hopton and Tim Mullen Mazda MX-5, and 43 Steve Cheetham, last year's champion in the Porsche Boxster. Row 14, 78 and 316, 78 Kevin Tenkate in the Mazda MX-5, and 316 Ivan Meyers in the MX-5. Row 15, 59 Nick Dugan and John Monroe in the MX-5, and the Stockholm McDonald BMW M235i, number 33. 15th row, 9 and 81, 9 Russell Clark in the E46 M3, and 81, that's Tidmarsh and Richardson in the MX-5. Row 17, 481 and 62, Edward Christie in the E36 M3, and the Gay and Woodcock E36 318 IS, number 62. And row 18, 26, Hazen Sabiani in the BMW 318 Ti, and Stuart Humphrey in the Mazda MX-5 Mark III. So that's the grid. Hopefully we will have some start drivers. It looks like we do. But Josh, if you want to just put that grid into a little bit of context while I'm looking through this.
while we're going through the grid, I noticed the safety car's just on a couple of laps at speed, I think, to check out the track conditions, because as you suggested, it's rained quite a lot since our previous race. There's a bit of clear up down at the chicane as well. We had the tractor sweeping the water away there, but as the safety car, now the pace car, has stopped on the grid, I think we should be good to go shortly. We've got lots of front-wheel drive cars at the front of the grid. The first 8 cars, 7 of them are front-wheel drive, which is perhaps unsurprising in these conditions. Rear-wheel drive cars are much more difficult to drive, and the lower-powered cars are very much towards the front of the field. We've got our Class B pole sitter 5th on the grid, Class C pole sitter 3rd on the grid, Jonathan Packer, who actually won the road sports race yesterday in his Honda Civic Type R. So the lower-powered car is very much amongst it overall, which is going to make an intriguing race in conditions that are much wetter than they were in qualifying. But it is Rob Baker and Cole Swift, Sayat Leon on pole position, who are looking to wrap up this championship that's taken place over 4 rounds. We had the 100-minute race at Silverstone and the 2-hour races at Oulton Park and Snetterton before this, and they've won 2 out of the 3 races in their Class A car. They've already wrapped up that title, looking to win the overall championship. 4 points ahead of the Kells, James and Darren. They haven't qualified so well in their Match MX5, only 5th on the grid. So they have got work to do. Andy Bailey battling with them within the Class C championship, 4 points further back, and he has qualified 2nd within Class C, so good job there from him. Class B, that's a championship worth watching, because we've got 6 cars that are still in contention. Luke Handley heads it on 34 points. He has qualified 3rd in his Volkswagen Golf. We've got William Beach and Mark Grice, they're 2 points further back on 32. They have qualified in 2nd place in their Volkswagen Golf. 3rd on the grid is 3rd in the championship, Johnny Monday and Chris Freeman on 28 points, 6 behind the leader. They've qualified 4th. 4th in the championship, Colin Gillespie, who switched to a Porsche for this weekend. He's qualified 6th. He's on 25 points. And the 2 that have really got very much an outside chance is the Tom Rogers car that I'm not sure is actually here, and the Downey Porsche, but they're very much outside contenders. So 4 leading the way in the championship, separated by just 9 points. So overall championship to watch for, and classes B and C as well, Ian. So it's plenty to play for in this final round.
Right, let's run you through the start drivers as best we can. So I'll try and do it in grid order. So 6 is going to be started by Rob Baker. Then we have 48 is going to be started by Mark Jones. 69 is going to be started by Andy Schultz. 10 is going to be started by Matthew Wallace. 27 is going to be started by Mark Grice. 14 by Chris Freeman. 83 by Matt Maxted. Treble 7 by Alec Livesley. 1 by Ben Short. 68 by, I don't think we got that one. One of the Cals, I'll just check that again in a minute. 118 John Maudsley. 50 by Brian Chandler. 29 by Stephen Cunliffe. 152 Ian Campbell. 7 by Matty Taylor. 8 by, no, that was an additional one, so we've not got that one. Mark Hopton or Tim Mullen. 59 is John Munro. 33 Andy Stocko. 81 by Alex Richardson. 62 by Ben Woodcock. And 26 by Paul Subiani. So I think we've got most of those. Let's check to see if we did get the Cal car as well, and I've missed noting that down on my sheet. No, we didn't get that information for Darren Cal and James Cal, so I'll have to try and work that one out as we go.
Well, the car's in front of us. That's a closed cockpit car, and I can't see it.
Yeah, I can't see enough to work that out from here, unfortunately. But the cars now are out onto the grid. It's going to be a 100-minute race, this, and as we say, it is the championship decided. All 4 races in the championship do count. So a non-finish at this stage is crucial for both overall and class championship titles. It's going to be difficult to look beyond the Baker and Swift Area Motorsport car, though, as far as the overall championship is concerned, with 2 wins in the second place, 3 podiums out of 3 so far. Nobody else. Well, there have been others that have had 2 class wins, of course. James Cale has had a couple, and as well within that. But it's an interesting grid of cars that we have. Conditions have got a bit wetter, if anything, although I don't think it is raining too much now, Josh.
No, it's not, but I think there's going to be plenty of spray. Even the safety car, when it was going around when you were reading through the grid, was kicking up a big ball of spray. So I think that's going to be a real factor. But it does look like it stopped raining. So
Marshall's hoods are down in many cases now, I can see. So
hopefully they were able to shelter a bit while the weather was at its worst. And let's hope we can have a good, clean race, but it may be difficult in these conditions.
Yeah,
we're standing water about, possibly.
And you were saying, Josh, the conditions, did play into the hands of some of the cars that we wouldn't normally expect to see right at the front.
No, we sort of got an idea of that yesterday, didn't we, in the road sports, with the Honda Civic winning of Jonathan Packer, and he's back again, and he's qualified on the second row of the grid behind the 2 race-spec Seats and the BMW M3 alongside him.
Yeah.
And he's going solo, so Jonathan Packer could be on for a real upset in this race, couldn't he? He could not just get an overall podium, but an overall victory isn't out of the question. He was only a second off the pace in qualifying.
Absolutely, and he did go well. He did get credited with the road sports win, as you say. Yesterday didn't win on the road after a good battle with the BMW, which won on the road, but then was penalised for a pit stop speeding issue. So we've got the grid of cars all ready to go, I think, just waiting for everyone and everything to be into position.
Interesting news about that Holden, and then alongside a Mazda MX-5, the size difference is pretty visible, isn't it? The Holden, a huge car in comparison.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got the number 33 BMW, also a big car compared to those around it. A bit further back, that's the Andy Stocko, David McDonald 235i. Very smart looking car, but it's got Mazda MX-5s pretty much all around it.
You know what? We had 235i out earlier, the green flag lap to get underway earlier in the season. I wonder, I know the last one wasn't, but I wonder if we might see in this series the ones that do the VLN at the Nürburgring. There's a BMW who made lots of 235i race cars, and I thought that would fit really nicely into this category. Similar kind of car to that's a TCR car, maybe a little bit slower.
Yeah,
and it's sort of obviously an endurance race car that's been built for long distance races at the Nürburgring. I haven't really seen one in the UK yet, but I would have said this championship is the ideal place to bring them, and we've seen a couple of these road spec cars that have been built into race cars privately this season.
Yeah,
as these sort of newer cars are brought in, but newer cars can be a bit more complicated to run. We were due the Audi R8 this season, weren't we? But that was proved to be too complicated to figure out how to turn it into a race car.
Yeah, absolutely. Right at the back of the grid today, we've got Stuart Humphrey and his Mazda MX-5 Mark III from Brigstock in Northamptonshire, 52-year-old landscape architect by occupation in the X. Sam Moody car. He took part in the Race of Remembrance last year, and he's says he'd likes the look of the new Type R trophy if he's going to continue racing in the 750 Motor Club as well. So that's Stuart Humphrey, who is at the back of the grid, but it is a big and competitive field that we have, and a good racing prospect. The safety car leading them round are at McLean's at the moment. And this is an opportunity really just for the drivers to get a sense of where the grip might or might not be during the course of the early stages of this race. But obviously they're not going at anything like full racing speed because they're behind the safety car on this rolling lap. And it is going to be, as we say, 100-minute race today. So we're getting underway at about 12:23, I think it will be by the time they get back to us. So we'll be racing until just after 2 o'clock.
They haven't been really going fast enough to find out where the grip is, but where they might have been able to find is if there's any standing water and where to avoid.
Yeah.
And of course, in this race, you're going to be looking all over the circuit when you're lapping cars. You're going to be offline during the course of this race.
Yeah, so we've got the red lights on the gantry. The car's heading down to the chicane. Safety car lights are off, so that's going to pull into the pit lane. So it's Rob Baker starting the race then in car number 6. And alongside him is the 48 car of Mark Jones. As the red lights go out, the race gets underway. It's a good start from the second row of the grid by the Andy Schultz BMW, actually, and he tries to get alongside the 2 front row starting Seats as they go into Redgate Corner for the first time. It is Rob Baker that holds on. Schultz trying to go around the outside of the second of the Seats there, but he couldn't make that work, so he stays in third position for the moment. But the 48 Mark Jones Seat was chasing the Area Motorsport car of Rob Baker down the Craner curves there towards the Old Hereford. He's not quite so close now as they turn into the right-hander at the bottom of the hill, but the BMWs, that does go through on the inside to take second place. So that's Schultz up to second.
Andy Schultz, very experienced driver, a outgoing Brit car champion. Aboard a Ferrari, and he's been competing in Club Enduro this year, getting ahead of Mark Jones there, who went really well at Silverstone. He's really come on well this season in the Super Copa Seat, slightly older spec car compared to Rob Baker's, and the car that is driven by Matt Wallace. It's on the tail of Jones now, but a good start to the race here from Rob Baker, who runs the Area Motorsport squad, which could wrap up all 3 class titles in this race. So Rob Baker has got an eye on driving and on team managing this weekend, but he's had a really good first lap. He's pulled away from the pack, and the battle of a second is on. So that's Schultz versus Jones, isn't it? So Jones was looking to the inside, but he might come under pressure himself from the Matthew Wallace Seat that looks to the outside. There's some side-by-side action behind 2, because going into 5th place is a really good start from Mark Grice in the Volkswagen Gol. So Mark Grice has gone up to 5th. Jonathan Packer's gone down a bit, but there's been an incident at the start here.
Yeah, there's a car off in the gravel, and can't see which car that is.
It's an MX-5.
Yeah, it is. Can't tell which one it is at the moment.
The Crook and Livesey car lost a lot of places, but that's come through.
Yeah, just waiting to see which cars don't come through at the end of the lap. That will tell us there's a massive spider on the webcam up there at Redgate Corner. The
Ivan Mares, I reckon.
Yeah, that would make sense. It's being pulled out of the way. That happened at the first corner then. End of lap 1. It's Rob Baker leading by 2.7 seconds from Andy Schultz in second place. Mark Jones in third. Matthew Wallace is 4th in the third of the Seats. And then it's Mark Grice in 5th position in the Class B leading Honda, just ahead of the Class C leading Honda of that's a Golf, I beg your pardon. Class C leading Honda of Jonathan Packer.
Looks like Andy Schultz might be catching Rob Baker on this second lap of the race in the BMW. So rear-wheel drive car, the only one that's towards the front of the field. The next rear-wheel drive car is 10th position. Andy Schultz going strongly. I'm now not so convinced that he's catching on this lap. He hasn't lost any more time, I wouldn't suggest. 2.7 seconds was the gap. Battle for third.
Yeah, they're quite close, aren't they, as they head down into the Robert chicane.
Looks like the Volkswagen of Grice has got ahead of the Wallace Seat, the Class B car, getting amongst the Class A's.
Yeah, and the Class C car, Jonathan Packer, only just behind Matthew Wallace as well. So Class B and Class C leaders are well in contention. Still yellow flag down there at the first corner.
Somebody off on the exit of the corner now, isn't there?
Yes, off onto the grass, really at Hollywood. They're probably 20 yards off on the inside. So that must have happened on lap 2 to try and work out who that is. When the sort of screen, the cars come back round. And see who hasn't arrived, but there's a couple of marshals there trying to push the car. It's a tin top of some description.
There's 2 cars that haven't come through, and they were together on the circuit. The Alex Livesey Honda that had a problematic first lap as well, and the Stuart Cunniff Honda too, both not through. So Cunniff's come through now late, so it's obviously Livesey that's up there. He's had a couple of issues at the start, it would seem.
Looks like it, doesn't it? So that's a couple of cars that have come to grief in the first 2 laps. Yeah, it's certainly a Honda.
And a real battle, isn't it, up there at McLean's for, 3rd position? Something like that. So that's still going pretty strongly. So the 2 leaders have got away.
In fact, the first 3 cars look to have got away now, don't they, I think? Third,
What's it, a back marker?
it could be, I suppose. It could be either Mares, possibly, if he was released back out. Yeah, it looks like it probably is, actually, that's been released back out into the race. So it's Rob Baker leading at the end of lap 3 anyway. Car number 6 from number 69, Andy Schultz in second place. The gap between those 2, as we have the safety car now being raced, is 4.2 seconds. Third is the 27 car of Mark Rice now. Fourth is number 10 Weiss. So the car that's dropping back there is the Jones Sail, which has come through very muddy indeed in 12th position.
Now, safety car out. We haven't really talked about the pit window too much, but there isn't one. So therefore you can pick whenever you like who have got big fuel tanks.
We've got the Mazda MX-5 in, that's number 68. Are they going to make a very early driver change here with still 94 minutes to go? If that is the case, you'd suggest it would be James Kell that would be getting into the car for the remaining part of the race.
Yes, he's not in preparation, if that's James. It looks like it is. It looks like Speedworks overalls he's got on, but he's got a jacket over the top of it, if that is him. Which would suggest not all is well with that car, which didn't qualify particularly well. It had got up to 4th, actually, within Class C, from 5th on the grid, so he had gained a place.
Yep, of course, it's the car that's second in the championship coming into this weekend as well.
But there's no real urgency, is there, around the car?
Still got the safety car boards and flags out. The safety car itself is not yet out because it didn't pick up the leader. So it will be Rob Baker taking on the mantle of the safety car for the moment, and then the safety car itself will pick them up next time through. But yes, Josh Wright to point out there is no safety car. Here is Baker now, and hopefully the safety car will just about... No, it won't. The problem was the safety car was in an invidious position there. There wasn't really a big enough gap between the last car that was a lap down and the race leading car.
The problem here is Baker and Swift Duo could get a real advantage, can't they?
Yeah, 178 Jonathan Packer is in.
Yeah, because the race is shorter than usual, means the pit window is sort of a bigger ratio, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're all coming. There's a lot coming in now. Chris Coomer's coming in. Darren Ball is coming in. Ivor Mares is in. Luke Hampley as well. That's significant from the Class B point of view. He's in. And so too is the 115 car. That's Jamie Ingram. And a lot of those are solo drivers.
And of course, because it's wet as well, you're not doing as many miles in the race. You're not accelerating as hard. You're not using as much fuel.
Yeah. So all of that does indicate that an early stop like this to do your mandatory stop is not necessarily going to be the problem that it might be. Every stop has to be, or every mandatory stop has to be 3 minutes 30 seconds. There has to be one of those during the course of the race. Any of the fuel stop also has to be of that length of time, but other additional stops don't need to be that long. So most people will just want to do one 3 minute 30 second stop if they can possibly get away with it, and there's no other issues that they have.
That car is still stuck on the grass. It hasn't gone anywhere yet.
Yeah, and the snatch vehicle is now heading out to retrieve it. And I guess the problem was there that conditions are such that the marshals couldn't move it with manpower alone. So the snatch vehicle is just heading off the inside.
Rob Baker isn't coming into the pits. I wondered if he might have done, but perhaps that car hasn't quite got enough fuel yet to finish this race.
I thought it might do based on what we've seen in previous previous events.
You would have thought now, with the safety car holding everybody else up, this would be a good time to pit.
Yeah.
But perhaps they're trying to get a bit closer to the pack. You would think the safety car might not be out for too much longer.
No, it shouldn't be. I mean, our experience so far this weekend is that these snatches have been able to be effected really quickly. And so it might be that... I guess there's a good chance there'll be another safety car period in this race, and that might be what Rob Baker's gambling on.
Possibly, but there's no guarantee, is there? Because yesterday in road sports we didn't have any safety cars, did we? But it is wetter this time, and a longer race as well, for more to go wrong, perhaps. So Rob Baker's completed lap 5, but he sort of evaded the safety car. He didn't evade it. It wasn't like he was trying to avoid it, but the safety car couldn't get out in time to get ahead of it. So he's now much further ahead than everyone else. Everyone else about to come through to complete lap 5. Andy Schultz in second place, number 69. Third, Mark Rice, number 27. That's the Class B leading golf. Jonathan Packer came in as
does now the Chris Freeman and Johnny Monday car.
I'm not convinced what's going on at Redgate because Snatch Tractor is struggling to get to the car.
It could just be that, and now the marshals are managing to push it. Now they've got a couple of extra marshals to help them.
Right.
I think they've concluded that. I mean, the mud tracks that the Snatch vehicles in. I hope he can get back off the grass again.
Well, that's what my fear was.
Yeah, I think it's going to go across the circuit.
So perhaps with a Honda Civic to it may have been a struggle.
Yeah. But that shows you just how wet and muddy these conditions are at the moment. So the Snatch vehicle, in the end, not required. It just needed a couple more marshals onto the scene to shift that.
Here comes Rob Baker.
Yeah, he does. So he comes through to take his stop. He's doing it with exactly 90 minutes of the race left to go, 10 minutes of the race gone.
So this could be a real big advantage for them if they didn't really need it anyway, did they?
No, not at all. And they're in prime position for the championship anyway, coming into this weekend. But
so once again, Rob Baker doesn't do much driving, and Cole Swift will do a lot. That was the case at Silverstone and at Snetterton, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. But they seem happy to work it that way.
Perhaps Cole Swift gets a bigger bill.
Maybe he does. It depends on how much time he gets in the car. But
Kel Mazda's back out, isn't it?
It is. It seems to be going well. It's not in the safety car train.
Not convinced there was a driver change, not unless they've decided that James is going to do the race by himself or something like that.
I don't think,
because you didn't get a start driver either, did you?
No.
Perhaps it is a solo drive today.
Yeah, I don't think they had enough time. The lap time was a 5:33, so I don't think that was enough time to make the 3:30 pit stop as well.
But it depends how quickly, because if it was a 2-minute lap,
yeah,
that would be 3.5 minutes.
It's touch and go. Looking at the other ones out there, it might have been okay. I guess you get to a point if you're going to do that where if you weren't thinking of doing it, you might as well make the stop 3 minutes 30 seconds.
I guess we take the assumption that is the stop for now, not unless we see some safety cars let cars go, which of course will become the leaders, won't they? So Andy Shores will now become the leader, but he has been released by the safety car, so now things get even more confusing.
Yes, they're waving cars past to catch a leader that isn't there. Such is the joy of endurance racing. But still they are, in theory, behind the safety car. So now what the safety car have to do is wait for Andy Short to catch it back up again. Yes. It is complicated, this, but yeah, the car's going past the safety car now. Class B, Matt Maxted up into 5th position. Where did he start that car? He started 13th on the grid. Obviously, we have had some into the pits.
Yeah, lots of the front runners have, haven't they?
Mm.
Of course, that'd be 4th now with the leader.
Yeah, true. Second in Class B. Class C now being led by Andy Bailey after Jonathan Packer made his stop.
That's interesting that Bailey hasn't pitted because he's in the same type of car to Packer, and we've seen Bailey make early stops before, and he's a championship contender.
He is.
So not unless he's just deciding to do something different to others, because he thinks if I just copy what everybody else does, I'll get the same result.
Brian Chandler is second place car in Class C at the moment, in 8th overall in the Mazda. And then John Morsey in the Mark 5 Golf, 9th overall, 3rd in Class B. So it's going to take a little while to work out how this all pans out. The group of cars being headed by Andy Schultz is back with us. Still the safety car boards and flags out. In fact, it's not Schultz that's at the front of the queue, is it? It's number 9, which is Russell Clark, who is in 34th position, a lap down.
Rob Baker's got a lap down as well now. And what a pit stop will take in racing conditions, 2.5 laps, something like that.
Yeah, something like that, I think.
And there's a safety car up at McLean's.
Yeah, it's obviously now waiting for Andy Schultz to catch it back up again. So what it needs to do is make sure it waves through Russell Clark.
Yes.
And then it's got the leader.
Yeah, it doesn't let 2 cars go through. Yes.
Yeah, hopefully there's appropriate radio contact between race control and the safety car to let the crew know.
Colesworth's only lost a lap. So they won by a lap, didn't they, at Snetterton?
Yeah.
You think it could happen again?
Could well do. I mean, we could yet have more safety car periods. But although
I think Jonathan Packer's on the same lap as them. So the other cars that pitted, although most of them are in lower classes, are on the same lap. And lots of them are area motorsport cars, aren't they? Luke Handley, I think, is 2. Jonathan Packer, like I say, Chris Coomer, all area motorsport cars. But Darren Ball in there too, who's also pitted in the Porsche Cayman. So we shall see how things pan out when we go back to green flag racing. But there's the Jones car's got damage on the front right corner as well as being mucky, hasn't it? Yeah. So there was a bit of contact there because he had that whole group of cars behind him. Here was the safety car into the pit with nobody behind it.
Yeah, so safety car is in, and so we'll be able to get back racing again. So it's Russell Clark that's going to be the first car of the line, but the race leader is number 69. And they've passed the green flag now, so we can have overtaking again. We're going to get a challenge on for second place here because the Seat Leon of Matthew Wallace was challenging around the outside of Luke Handley, number 51 there, who is, no, it's the Grice car, isn't it? I beg your pardon, in second place, off of Mark Grice. And they now clear that back marker, but Andy Schultz has made a decent restart here. He's probably 15 car lengths ahead of Grice in second.
It's very busy there at the crane. Oh, one of them's lost it. The goal's gone sideways over the grass. So this is Mark Grice. He saved it. Yes. That could have been a much bigger incident than what it was.
And he's held the position as well, I think.
Yes, just about. So that would have been a big heart-in-mouth moment for, well, if he knew what was going on, for the owner of that car and co-driver William Beach, as Mark Grice had a very big moment down the Craner curve. I think he is now losing second place to Matthew Wallace, but it was a good save there because that could have been quite a large incident, Ian, with a number of cars around him.
Well, absolutely. In many ways, the best thing to do has been sort of gone off the circuit there because although the grass and the gravel are wet today, but at least have got him out of the way of other cars around him. But anyway, he saved it and he's in third place still. He's lost a position on the road to Matthew Wallace, but they're in different classes, so that doesn't matter too much.
Out of the cars that have pitted, Cole Swift is 20 seconds ahead of Jonathan Packer, who is 10 seconds ahead of Chris Coomer, Luke Handley, Jamie Ingram and Darren Ball all together on the road.
Yeah, so that's their 24th, 25th, etc. at the moment, but they'll climb back up the order because they're quicker and as other cars make their stops later in the race. But second place car now going across the line is number 10, Matthew Wallace, just ahead of Mark Grice in the Golf, who is only 6 tenths of a second behind Wallace, and we've got the Matt Maxted in fourth place, number 83.
Jonathan Packer has got a 30-second stop-go penalty, so the second of those pit stop was a 30-second stop-go penalty.
Okay.
And then the car off at the chicane that's coming back on. Is that BMW, I think? Let's add a moment. Oh, it's the Holden, apologies. So the Holden's gone off. So Matty Taylor, who was in 12th place, went off on the chicane that lap, but is back on again without losing actually too much time.
So that looks like it's going to be a penalty for overtaking under a yellow flag for 178 Jonathan Packer, but that is important as far as the outcome of the race is concerned.
The Class B Championship battle is interesting. Who's made the pit stop and who hasn't, isn't it? Because Championship leader Luke Handley did pit, but Mark Grice, second in the Championship, did not.
No, and there's not much to choose between those within the Championship. Handley just going past our commentary box now, in fact. And he is in 27th position at the moment.
And it's the same thing in Class C, isn't it? We think the Kells pitted where Andy Bailey did not. So different strategies being utilised already. And we've only had 18 minutes of the race. The race leader, Andy Schultz, comes out of the chicane to complete 10 laps. So a reduced gap, I'd suggest, to Matthew Wallace. It was 3 seconds. It's now 2. Personal best lap for Matthew Wallace, 1 minute 32.9, and he's taking Mark Grice with him, and the Matt Maxted BMW isn't too far away, and neither is Andy Bailey, so we could have 4 cars battling for 5 cars battling for the lead possibly before too long.
Yeah, fastest car out there at the moment is the Wallace car. It did a 1:32 on that lap. I don't think anyone else has done a quicker lap time. Currently, fastest lap of the race so far has gone to Rob Baker before the pit stop for 1:31.983. That's just come through in 24th position. So he will climb back up the order as we watch out of our commentary box window the 178 car. That's Jonathan Packer. He goes past and he got nice and close to the black flag there, so he should see that he's got to come in for his penalty.
He has just done the fastest lap of the race, though, 1 minute 31.775. So he was catching Cole Swift by over a second on that lap. So real shame he's got that penalty, because that could have been the battle for the lead of the race.
It could have been. So it's a shame that there has been that indiscretion that he needs to serve that penalty for.
He's really been the star of the weekend, hasn't he? On his pace in that car.
The Kel car is in 30th now overall. So having made that stop, which we don't know if it is the mandatory stop or not, it's ahead of a few of the other cars that have made stops.
It's 5 seconds of that slower than Andy Bailey.
Yeah.
So it's not on pace this weekend. There is Andy Bailey, the Class C leader, across the line. He's in 5th overall, yet to stop. Better lap that time by Andy Schulz, wasn't it? So he didn't get caught that time. It stays at 2 seconds. But the quickest of the cars up front is now the Class B car, the Golf of Mark Grice, who had that moment on the restart.
Yeah. 132.3 that time through, but all in the 132s. The 62 car's looking like it's been into the mud as well. That's the Ben Woodcock Class C BMW. I think he's been off.
Do you reckon that might be a story of this race? What's in the mucky car?
Yeah, I think so.
Here comes Packer for his penalty.
Yes, he does. So he obviously did see the flag, and he probably stopped, I think, probably somewhere beneath us, I would think, to serve that penalty. Yes, he's being guided in there.
So this will promote Chris Kuma to second of the stoppers, making his debut in that Renault Clio Cup car this weekend, and just as a personal best lap. He's also going quicker than Cole Swift is, but he is 33 seconds behind.
Yeah. So, just looking, there's quite a bit of green on the timing screen, which means that I think conditions must be improving a little bit. The lap times are coming down, so wipers are on though for most drivers, as much for the sprayers. Rain, I would suggest.
Here are the leaders getting closer again.
Yep.
So Andy Schulz' 2.1 second gap is now less than a second over Matthew Wallace, but still going quicker than the pair of them is Mark Grice. Mark Grice was a front runner in Civic Cup, wasn't he, a few seasons ago? But he's been sharing with William Beach in his Golf this season.
Yeah, the three of them separated him by 1.2 seconds at the end of that lap. I think that was the traffic that really came into it, because it was slower laps for all three of them. There was quite a few cars that they just had to overtake. They're heading down towards the old hairpin for the 13th time in this race.
It's all part of it, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
This longer races, multi-class races, is dealing with the traffic.
Pretty much equidistant now, the top three as well.
All about the average lap times, rather perhaps than the best lap times.
Up towards McLean's go the leaders. There's a bit more traffic, as you'd expect, on every lap to negotiate here, but the Seat of Matthew Wallace is within about 4 cars. Well, it was, but it's slow off McLean's, and the BMW pulls away, and the Golf closes in a little bit as well, actually. So it's a bit more breathing space for Schultz now, and Wallace has got Grice breathing down his neck as they make their way out of Coppice and onto the exhibition straight. So will the Golf be in a position to challenge the Seat down into chicane? I don't think so, is the answer.
Of course, because it's a Class B car, it hasn't got the straight line speed, has it?
No, it's not, and there's a back marker that they're trying to negotiate as well, and the Grice has not got the best steal out of that. That's the 26 Paul Siviani BMW that has been from. More black flags and stop-go penalties. This is for cars 9. That's a 6-second stop-go penalty, and 14 has got a 16-second stop-go penalty. So 9 is Russell Clark, and 14 is Chris Freeman.
And that's one of our Class B Championship contenders.
Yeah, and that is, I would imagine, for speeding in the pit lane, because of the specific number of seconds for their stop-go penalty. It's 1 second for each kilometre per hour over the limit. So that will be, I would imagine, what it's for, speeding in the pit lane for those two.
The Jonathan Freeman and Johnny Monday, Chris Freeman, Johnny Monday car is quite a long way down the order, even though it has stopped in 31st. So not going particularly well for them at this stage.
No, not at all. It wasn't, just before we looked at that, it wasn't going well for Mark Grice, because he did get stuck in behind that back mark and probably lost about 1.5 seconds because of that, I suggest.
Yes, he just about kept it off the grass. I thought he was going to end up over the mud, but managed to avoid that. So that was probably the better idea, wasn't it? Just to lose a second or so here, and rather than risking damaging the car.
Carl Swift's made up a place on the previous lap, up to 22nd now. As he'll slowly climb up the order.
Not lapping as quick as Rob Baker did, but he perhaps has a bit more traffic. Here come the leaders. Andy Schultz has the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 31.717, but he's bettered by Matthew Wallace, who then sets the best lap of the race, 1 minute 31.707, only 100th better, but that time's coming down, as you were saying, all the time.
Grice doing a 1:31.9, his personal best as well, so all three of them doing personal best laps of the race that time through. So, and possibly a slightly more traffic-free lap for some of them. The two leaders together on track now. They were separated by a back marker. So they're heading down towards the old hairpin on lap number 15. See if there's anything Wallace can do. He did get close heading up into McLean's a few laps ago, but then seemed to be slow off the corner in the Seat. So we'll see if that's the case once again. Past Starkey's Bridge up towards Schwantz Curve and the hairpin. There's about 4 slower cars that they're going to need to get past over the next lap, I would think. And Grice still trying to get back on terms again with the first three. I think he's still got one of the back markers to negotiate as well. But he is, of course, still leading Class B comfortably, and points are scored within the individual classes rather than on overall finishing positions. Into the pits comes Russell Clark to serve his stop their penalty.
Okay, leaders making their way to the end of the lap. Lap 15 of this race. And it's still Andy Schultz ahead with a car between him and his chaser. So the rear-wheel drive BMW does head the pack of Schultz, and he does another better lap. So the new fastest lap of the race goes to Andy Schultz, 1 minute 31.59, which is pretty similar to what he managed in qualifying this morning when it was not as wet as it is at the moment. So 1.2 seconds is the new gap to Matthew Wallace. Third is Mark Grice. Fourth is Matt Maxted. Fifth is Andy Bailey. Sixth is Ben Short. In the Mark 1 Mazda MX-5, turbocharged car. That's going better, I think, than it went at Alton when that car had its debut. Then Brian Chandler is 7th in a standard Mark III Mazda. 8th is the Volkswagen Golf, which is driven by John Maudsley. 9th is Steve Cheetham. Not going so well, the outgoing champion. He hasn't pitted either down in 9th. 10th is James Alford, who's driving a Golf now, replacing his BMW that he had issues with yesterday.
Yeah. There's Colin Gillespie, who's, I think, in his third different car this season on Club NGO, isn't he, possibly?
He started in his BMW.
Yeah. I'm sure he was in a Civic at one point as well.
Yes, at the last round. He hired a Civic out, and it seems like he's hiring a Porsche out this week.
Yeah. So
I was told earlier that he's having a M4 engine put into his 1 Series BMW to be put into the top class of Club Enduro next season.
Okay, we'll see about that. Luke Handley goes through, and he is one of the stoppers, of course. He is 4th of the stoppers, by my reckoning.
It's busy for the leader down to Redgate, going past traffic. There were 4 cars across the circuit for a moment there, but I think he negotiated all 3 of the other cars. There's one of the Mazda MX-5 in front spins across the circuit, and I think Andy Shaw had to get out of the throttle there. So, as it looked like he made a good run through the traffic, it ended up not going as well as it could have done, which may bring Matthew Wallace a bit closer again. The gap was 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, between those two, 3.3 seconds back to Mark Grice in 3rd position. Matt Maxted still 4th. He's about 5 seconds behind the leader in his Class B BMW. And Class C, Andy Bailey, class leader at the moment, is another 3 seconds behind him. So it's all actually fairly close in terms of the gaps between the top 5 or 6 cars at the moment. But the one we need to watch out for is Carl Swift. He's up to 18th place now. Got past the Paul Subiane BMW on the previous lap. And he's by far and away the best of the pit stoppers now. Second of the pit stoppers is Chris Coomer's Clio, number 55.
Just crossing the line now. He's lapping similar kind of lap times to Cole Swift, but is a fair chunk behind.
Absolutely. And then 3rd of the stoppers is Darren Ball in the Porsche, who is, well, on the last lap certainly lapped a little bit quicker. He's about 4 3/4 seconds behind Chris Coomer at the moment.
The lead gap has come down to 4 tenths between Schulz and Matthew Wallace as they turn their way into Redgate. So the South has got closer for all of that traffic. And Mark Rice has had a slow lap, and Matt Maxted has caught him and has gone past him. So has Mark Rice got a problem here? He's dropping away. He's not accelerating up the corner like he was. He had a slow last lap, 5 seconds slow. He's lost Class B lead, and all does not seem well with the Volkswagen Golf.
And that's, again, important as far as the Class B Championship is concerned, because he and William Beach were just 2 points behind Luke Handley in the Class B battle coming into this weekend. And so if there's a problem with the car, then it's very much to the advantage of Handley, who's well down the order at the moment, but he has made his stop. And he's the second of the Class B stoppers behind Chris Coomer, who's not in championship contention.
Cole Swift has now done the fastest lap, 1 minute 31.142, so that's the first really quick lap we've seen from him since he's taken that car over. Perhaps the first lap he's had a clear run, and he's going quicker than anybody else. But that car's still a second slower than what it managed in qualifying this morning, although perhaps a bit more fuel in the cars for the race, and therefore the cars are heavier.
Yeah. Still, number 14 has not got the message, which is the Chris Freeman Johnny Monday Honda Civic Type R. Chris Freeman at the wheel at the moment. Or is it Johnny Monday now? They'd stopped, didn't they? So it's Johnny Monday at the wheel at the moment. But the issue having been speeding in the pit lane.
Leaders nose to tail still, quarter a second the gap, as they turn into Redgate on lap 19.
Into the pits comes Mark Rice, which we perhaps expected. And there's mud all over the front and the side of that car as well.
So he's been off.
Yeah, so I suspect maybe that was the explanation for the slow lap on the previous lap.
But has the off caused a problem elsewhere?
Or was it caused by a problem? It's hard to know.
Another fastest lap from Cole Swift, so he's getting on with it now. 1 minute 30.956, which is 6 tenths quicker than what the leader that hasn't pitted is doing. There's lots of smoke coming from the Gulf. Was the mud in the radiator as well?
It could have been, yeah. It was all over the front of the car, so it could well have be causing cooling problems.
You wouldn't have thought it today, would you?
No.
But yes, it looks like that car is perhaps overheated. But perhaps if they can get it cooled down in the pit stop, it may come back again. Because I'm sure they want to try and get it back out because the championship is at stake.
Certainly is, and although Luke Handley well positioned at the moment, it's not to say that will continue to be the case race long. Darren Ball is only 2.8 seconds behind Chris Coomer now in the battle for second place among the stoppers. So that's a battle that's worth keeping an eye on, those two getting together.
And Darren Ball is going quicker than he went in qualifying this morning by about a second. And we've had the 152 MX-5 in. And was that for a driver change? I assume it was, which would mean that current Le Mans racer Oliver Webb will make his 750 Motor Club Racing debut.
Yep, and he's sharing that car with Ian Campbell today, so there'll be, we think, a pro driver penalty to be served as well for that car. It's always good to get the stars coming to racing it with the 750 Motor Club.
Not convinced that was a scheduled stop and not a full stop either. We'll see what the lap time is when it comes back round.
Okay.
But it seemed remarkably close to where the penalty marker was, but I don't think we see what a penalty for that car. No, we'll see what the lap time is next time.
Yeah. Who's coming through now? There's Russell Clark. He's served a penalty during the course of this race, number 9. And just going past our contributors, where now the 118 car, it's John Maudsley in the Mark 5 Golf. Long time racer in Volkswagens in particular.
Cole Swift has done another better lap, 1 minute 30.568 now. So that showing that it's not just strategy that gets them these in these positions, it's pace as well.
Yeah, up to 17th position overall as well.
The only club enduro race they've lost since they started in that car was at Donington Park earlier this year.
Change of leads there. Matthew Wallace has gone through to take the lead just on a personal best lap of the race of 1:31.371, but it was a slower lap for Andy Schultz of 1:34.276, so possibly a mistake somewhere for Andy Schultz on that lap, and he has lost the lead. He's 1.6 seconds behind now. can Wallace capitalise on this and get away now? Obviously, we lost Grice to the pit lane a couple of laps ago, so it's now Matt Maxted up to third place in the number 83 BMW E36 M3 that races in Class B. Nick Starkey will take that car over for the second part of the race, and Andy Bailey fourth overall in the Class C number 95 car.
Yeah, that MX-5's lap time was only about a minute slower than what it would have been otherwise, so it could have been a penalty. We just stopped in the pits for a little bit, but it wasn't a driver change.
No, okay. So, let's see what Matthew Wallace can do here then, if he can make a bit of a break away from Andy Schultz in the BMW. Max in third place, the Class B leader is about 16 seconds behind the second place car, and he's only 3.8 seconds ahead of Bailey, who is closing in on him steadily, but not all that quickly.
That's the battle of a second in the stoppers going up to Redgate. Chris Kuma has now been caught by Darren Ball. You said Darren Ball was catching. Ball lapping quickly now in that Porsche, 131.6. Of course, Porsche cars are known to go well in the wet with the engine over the rear wheels.
He's going to have a go. They're side by side as they head down towards the craters, but the Clio just holding on from the Porsche Cayman, but Darren Ball going to have another go, I think, down towards the old hairpin. He decides that especially as the better part of that actually goes a bit too deep in the corner there and loses a few car lengths as a result, I reckon. But he's soon back on the pace and he's going to get alongside and sweeps ahead. So possibly unsurprisingly, the Class A Porsche able to get ahead of the Class B Clio of Chris Cooper.
Okay, so how far is Darren Ball behind? Oh, about half a lap behind Cole Swift, so I don't think he's going to do any more. But a podium here would be a good result for him.
It would, and he started 9th, and he's not had the best of seasons, had he? Has he, I don't think?
So he has had 4th place,
yeah,
I think.
Did the car not catch fire in the first
race at
Silverstone, yeah.
Early on. Luke Handley's got a 30-second stop-go penalty. Class B championship leader.
Well, that is interesting. What's the update on the Grice and Beach Golf's in the pit lane, isn't it? So that's not gone back out. That's probably the main battle there. So as long as that stays in the pit lane, the 30-second penalty, I don't think necessarily going to be a big hindrance to Luke Handley. Is it going to cost him many positions? I'm not sure that it is.
Because the next car is Freeman and Monday. Did they ever take their penalty?
Yes, they've been in, I think, now.
Right. Yes, they've had 2 visits to the pit lanes. They're both going to have the same penalty, basically, but Freeman and Monday really need to be up on the podium, don't they? Rather than they're not going so well at the moment. But a lot of these area motorsport cars that pitted are all getting 30-second penalties. And now number 115 is as well, so that's Jamie Ingram, that's not an area car. But to me, that then puts a question mark over the Baker and Swift car, whether all was okay with their pit stop as well.
Well, bear in mind that if it's a 30-second penalty, it's a yellow flag infringement, either that or a safety car.
Right, so it's maybe nothing to do with the pit stop.
Potentially. Pit stop penalty, exit speed is stop and go 1 and 1 second for each kph over the limit. Wrong direction of the pit lane, disqualification of driver. Not making the mandatory stop is penalty at the end of the race, plus 1 minute, plus the balance of the pit stop duration not taken. So, and then there's a 5-minute stop-go penalty for refuelling in the incorrect manner.
So it's more likely to be an on-track thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's just coincidence that a lot of the cars are from the same team.
Indeed. And I suspect because there's been quite a gap between the initial penalties went out and that one, it's sort of different instance as well.
The Golf's gone back out, so it's been a long stop, but William Beach is back out on track. And if you're out there, you've got a chance, so hopefully all is okay with the car. And how much time have they lost compared to Luke Handley? Oh, about 3 laps, so it is quite a big gap, but there is still an hour of the race to go.
Yeah, Swift goes over the line up to 11th place now. Another place made up on that lap is past the Holden Commodore. Car number 7, Matty Taylor at the wheel of that one, which is up into 12. It's down to 13th now, actually, because the Cunniff and Scott in car 29 on Sweet Type R's also got through ahead of the Holden. Oh, and a big moment there for the BMW M235 as it came out of the chicane, number 33. In fact, that's the Anders Ducker and David McDonald car.
They were just getting ahead of John Munro, weren't they? That car's not gone particularly well this season, has it? A car that was a team that were battling for the championship last year. And here at Donington, they were 8 or so seconds off the pace of their class competitors.
Into the pits comes car 62, and there was front-end damage on that car as well as quite a lot of mud. That's Ben Woodcock, and I imagine he'll hand over to Andy Gay. The car's sort of parked at 45 degrees and in a manner that suggests
it may not be going
back out again.
No,
but we'll keep an eye on that.
Indeed.
But certainly the front bumper had dislodged itself. The 27 car William Beach is back in, so I suspect whatever problem they have had has not been solved completely. So yeah, it's a 9-minute 12-second lap, so that's about sort of 7.5 minutes that they'd lost in the pits anyway, and now they're back in. So I'm afraid that their hopes of getting ahead of Luke Handley and to take the Class B Championship look to be slipping away.
A real shame that we've not got that climax, because it looked like a good battle with different strategies being used. With an hour to go, Matthew Wallace now leads by 3.4 seconds over Andy Schulz. The pair have pulled away from our Class B leader, Matt Maxted. In third, in fourth is Andy Bailey, the Class C leader. In fifth is Ben Short in the Mazda MX-5. In sixth is Brian Chandler. In seventh is John Maudsley. Eighth is Steve Cheetham, a lap down now. Then in ninth is James Alford. And in 10th position is Colin Gillespie.
50 car goes through, and that is, as we'll say that, we've got the 55 car of Chris Kuma going through as well.
He's dropped, 4 seconds away from Darren Ball.
Yeah, he has.
Passed.
And just behind him now is the race leader, Matthew Wallace, who's now 3.8 seconds clear of Andy Schultz.
And for position, Mark Anthony Rogers is only a couple of seconds behind and catching the car that started on the front row of the grid, the Seat. So that could be one to watch.
Luke Handley's going slowly. Luke Handley, number 51, is going slowly, and that is because we've got the safety car going back out again. It's not a problem for him, but we have the safety car being released back out onto the circuit. Unsurprisingly, we've got a plethora of cars diving for the pit lane. This is the sweet spot of the pit lane, but who is it that's off?
It's a Coppice, a BMW.
Is it the Russell Clark car, possibly?
115 is overdue, apparently. Richard Jamie Ingram.
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Although that car's now disappeared. Oh, yeah, it's missing, it says now, doesn't it? Yeah, so that's the teammate car, I think, to Russell Clark, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's off. It's about 5 yards off the edge of the circuit, half in the gravel, half on what was the grass, but increasingly is just turning into mud.
Now, this is that second safety car that you wondered would happen, which could make things interesting for those who hadn't stopped before.
Yeah, the car 50, that's the Brian Chandler match. That is going on for another lap. He got his hand out of the cockpit there. Not quite sure why. I think possibly he was confused by the car ahead of him going slowly. But that shouldn't have been confusing because there's yellow flags all around the circuit and safety car boards. Brian Chandler's still pushing on, it would appear.
Because if the safety car's going to be out for a few laps, it probably makes sense to not pit till the next lap.
Yeah.
Because then you've still got one quick lap, probably. But of course, you don't know how long the safety car's going to be out for.
John Maudsley's in, Steve Cheetham's in, Alex Richardson's in. Over to Matthew Tidmarsh. So quite a busy pit lane we have now beneath us.
The top two haven't come in, though, importantly, yet. They missed the chance, Wallace and Schulz, so that might not be a bad thing yet.
Colin Gillespie's in as well, I can see.
If you've got the two Lodge Sports Racing Porsches together, different specs.
Now with probably all bar 2, 3, 4, about 6 cars have been in for at least one stop now. So probably doesn't make too much sense to give you the running order at the minute because It will make more sense in a little while.
But hopefully then we'll have a much better understanding for the rest of the race, where it could have gone on for quite a long time, not knowing what was going to happen. Because you'd think everybody will pit this time who haven't.
The Jamie Ingram car's now been hooked up by a snatch vehicle. And so hopefully it won't be too much longer before we can get the race back underway. So second safety car period of the race, it comes 55 minutes to go, so almost halfway through this 100-minute race. Safety car is just passing the scene of the incident at Coppice, and there are some other cars that need to catch up again with the safety car train, which is not that long a train at the moment, with so many cars in the pit lane.
Here comes the leader though. Matthew Wallace is pitting to hand over to brother Simon. So they've been having a good run. Got their first podium last time at Snetterton, didn't they? They finished second.
Jamie Ingram car has been released back out onto the circuit, so
we might get the safety car in remarkably quickly then.
Yeah, absolutely. So if anyone was leaving us another lap, it might turn out not to have been.
Has Andy Schulz got stuck behind the safety car for a second time? He hasn't come through yet.
Ivor Mares is racing the safety car.
Andy Schulz hasn't pitted.
He's not.
So he will take the lead of the race, but so actually, which will make things easier for the safety car to know who to pick it up, because it's only a couple of cars further back.
Yeah, so there's a couple of cars to be waved through then. The 115 Jamie Ingram car comes into pit lane now. It's raining a bit more heavier, definitely now as well.
I note that for what weather gear I need later.
Yes. It's unpleasant again. So many thanks once again to all of the marshals here at Donington Park this weekend. Today, unfortunately, has proved to be very wet indeed. I suppose the one saving grace is that it's not a terribly long day, because we'll be hopefully finished by 3:45ish.
We'll have to be.
It'll be dark by then,
whether we've got all the races in or not.
So many thanks to all of you for all of your support this weekend with this late season meeting, last of the year in the UK.
Brian Chandler hasn't pitted again, which is interesting strategy. Choice.
Yeah, so the ones that haven't stopped there are Hampson and Schultz, Chisnell and Chandler, Cunniff and Scotting, Christie, who's a solo driver, and the Hopton and Tim Mullen pairing, Mark Hopton and Tim Mullen, who are 26th.
I think the Ollie Webb car hasn't pitted too, because we believe that one stop isn't a mandatory stop. I don't think there's any others that made short stops.
No.
Some cars seem to rejoin much sooner than others.
Yeah,
like almost feeling too soon, but we'll see. Because penalties come through quite quickly previously, didn't they?
Yeah.
If there were any errors.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone has made a short stop, and if they have, then they will have to get an extra time penalty at the end of the race.
So, are we going to go back racing now? We are. Safety car coming in, so race will get back underway. We didn't wave anybody through in the end, but Andy Schulz will rejoin as the leader. He hasn't pitted yet, so they're taking a different way of doing this to everybody else. So Andy Schulz, the leader, and really will be leading over Brian Chandler, won't he?
Yeah.
But will be leading by a lap. And what's interesting here is if the Wallaces can get out anywhere near to Cole Swift, because they will be on the same lap, I reckon.
Yeah,
assuming that's in the pit lane currently gets going soon.
Also of interest, Jonathan Packer is quite close up behind Andy Schultz as well in the Rapid Civic.
I think Wallaces are losing time here, so I reckon out the stoppers it's going to be Cole Swift heading Darren Ball by about 8 seconds.
Okay, because that gap will have come down, I guess, during the safety car.
So there's a number of cars now are being given 30 seconds stop-go penalties, it says, but most of these have had them before. So have they done it again? Have they passed before the green flags again?
51, 115, 25 and 178. So
one of them is Darren Ball.
Yeah. 51 is Luke Handley again. 115 is Jamie Ingram, who was in the gravel. 25 is, on board, as you say, on the 178 car, is the Jonathan Packer. Again, a second potential infringement for that car, which is a very quick car, very quick driver, but 2 penalties and counting now, which will set that up. The marshals have probably realised they've now got not enough arms to display all of these car numbers and penalties.
Well, that's what these new LED screens at MSV have installed help with.
If anyone can read that, though,
that's the only problem, isn't it?
Let's see.
But it was bigger before because there's so many drivers getting penalties. It's had to be made smaller, which hasn't helped.
No. Yeah, they've made it a little larger now. There we go.
Perhaps they heard you.
But yeah, it's a good idea, those LED screens.
Now, one car has disappeared from that penalty list, and that's Luke Handley. So now 51 is not on the penalty list.
Yeah, so 115, 25, 178 still on there.
There's a car in the gravel at Redgate.
Oh dear, who's that?
You're going to get back out, it is.
Yeah, that's good news. So no more safety car concerns for the moment. So they're passing us now is the 10 car, that's the Wallaces. So where have they come through? Simon Wallace, it will now be at the moment, they're 8th on the road, on the same lap as Baker and Swift, but 9, 12, 50 seconds behind, something like that. Getting on 50 seconds behind, I would suggest. Half a lap, basically.
And Tony Rogers has got himself up to 2nd of the stoppers. He's passed both Darren Ball and Chris Kuma on that lap. And he's, 12 seconds, something like that, behind Cole Swift. So that is the battle. The 2 drivers that started on the front row of the grid, the 2 Seats. You'd think that's going to be the battle for the win. Here comes Cole Swift out of the chicane. He does a lap time of 1 minute 33. Then we wait about 12 seconds, and Tony Rogers should appear in the white Seat, the slightly older spec car, the Super Copa, type of car that raced on the BTC package, 10 years ago, something like that.
Yeah.
And he does a lap time of 1 minute 37. That's a much slower lap then, so where the gap goes up to 16 seconds.
Darren Ball in to serve his stop-go, 30-second stop-go penalty for yellow flag infringement.
So that drops him out of what could have been a podium position.
Yeah. It could have been.
So that promotes Chris Kuma in the Clio. That's having a good debut in the series, isn't it? He's up to what could be an overall podium, and looks like it's going to be a Class B victory if all continues in the way it started.
Jamie Incombe serving his penalty as well.
83, 44-second stop-go penalty. This is for a different reason.
So that's going to be a pit stop infringement.
Well, it's Matt Maxted and Nick Starkey, so one of the Class B contenders in the race.
If that is for speeding in the pit lane, they've speeded by quite a considerable amount.
Would that be a short stop?
It could be a short stop. Having a look. No, if it's a short stop, then it's time's added on. It's not a stop-go penalty. But it's not a stop-go penalty if it's
okay.
So I think it must be a speeding in the pit lane issue.
Jonathan Packer's passed Andy Schulz on the road. He was behind him. So I think Jonathan Packer's probably the quickest driver on the circuit. Yeah, 1 minute 32. He's nearly 2 seconds a lap faster than everybody else. Now it's got wetter. Jonathan Packer is flying along. He's got past the leader on the road. But we think he's got this second stop-go penalty to serve, don't we?
Although there's no black flag now, and his number's not on the board anymore.
So that's been argued. We shall see if he comes in. He's in 9th position. He's nearly a lap behind Cole Swift, though, because he was stuck behind the safety car.
Yeah. 35 seconds between the 2 leaders on the road. That's Andy Schulz in the BMW and Brian Chandler in the Mazda MX-5.
That time, Cole Swift and Tony Rogers did similar lap times, both in the 134s.
And Johnny Monday in the Civic is the only driver with a green time that lap, a 1:33.593. Of course, that's been a driver change in that car, but that's the only driver doing a personal best lap time that time through.
So he's 4th in Class B, and Luke Handley is 6th, because that is now the championship battle, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they were 6 points behind, so good. If they can make up some more positions, we know the Maxted car's got a penalty. And the Cunniff car's going to pit, isn't it? So that's going to put them 2nd. It depends how many positions Luke Handley will gain with all that. So it's not all over yet, I don't think.
It's not, as Jonathan Packer gets himself ahead of the John Maudsley Golf, and it's not the John Maudsley Golf anymore because that has been a driver change, hasn't it, to Stuart Mead.
That time Cole Swift did a better lap, 1 minute 31, so I think he's lapping slightly quicker than Jonathan Packer is.
Now I can see a Jonathan Packer type stop-go penalty sign being given by the marshals, so...
Right. Because he is actually second within Class C and the leading stopper, isn't he? So he may still win Class C yet. And one thing to note is Andy Bailey is third and the Kells are fourth, and they are separated by 4 points in the championship. So Bailey needs to put more cars between him and the Kells Mazda.
Okay.
That's an interesting championship battle, I think. But the overall championship looks good, I think, for Cole Swift and Rob Baker.
45 minutes of the race left to go.
It's just half distance.
Just over half distance, yeah.
So plenty has happened, and that means plenty could still happen yet.
Yeah. Luke Handley still circulating. I initially thought, and we've got one in the gravel at the old hairpin now.
Is that the Griffin M3? David Griffin?
Might be, yeah. Looks like it's just gone straight on, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Diet Coke car, which I understand is a Bathurst replica livery.
We're getting a zoomed in view on our CCTV to admire that livery. But the driver's getting out, he's okay, but it's not in a particularly good position, I wouldn't suggest.
He was 9 laps down, so the race hasn't gone very well for him up to this point.
No. Having a look around the car as he makes his way.
Makes you wonder
the barriers.
He wonders if something went wrong with the car. Having a look to see if something was broken, perhaps.
Possibly.
No, they're going to do that under local yellows because it is further off the road.
I don't think they are.
Okay.
I don't think they are.
So this is a third safety car chance for Andy Schulz to pit, is it?
We managed to get through the whole Burkitt Relay race about 7 weeks ago with no safety car at all, 6 hours of it, and this is the third in the space of less than an hour in a Club Enduro race.
Yeah, safety car board is now out, isn't it?
That yellow flag is very wet and clingy. It's clinging to the safety car board there.
So you'd have to imagine that Andy Schulz will pit this in this period.
Surely.
Yeah, I don't think the officials are comfortable with doing anything under local yellows, are they?
Certainly not with these in these conditions, and that is sort of right in the firing line, isn't it? There as well.
Yeah.
For anyone that's going off at the old hairpin potentially. So I think it's right to deal with this under yellow flags. They'll get the snatch vehicle there as soon as they can, and drives out of the car, so I suspect that will probably be brought in. 481 is into the pit lane. That is for its mandatory stop, I would think. Mm-hmm. And that's Edward Christie driving solo in his E36 M3. Jonathan Packer's in. That's probably to serve a penalty.
Yes. And Andy Schulz is in as well.
He sort of came into the penalty box and then drove straight through it, did Jonathan Packer.
Well, he's been there before, so he should know where it is.
But yeah, there wasn't so much of a stop go, let alone a 30-second one. So whether it was waved back for, I'm not quite sure.
Yes, the leader is in, so Andy Schulz is in to hand over to his teammate Matthew Hampson.
Yeah, he will get 40 odd minutes in the car, and that does mean that almost everyone now has been in for at least one stop.
I think we're still waiting for Tim Mullen and Ollie Webb to get into their Mazda MX-5s, aren't we, as well? Letting their client do the bulk of the driving.
So there's Ginkgo's car 10 past us. That's Simon Wallace now in the Seat, which led earlier on.
This is going to get them closer again, isn't it?
Should do. It should close the gaps up. Obviously, there's going to be cars on different laps in between them, but it should still be a help in terms of their pursuit of cars ahead. The snatch vehicle has now arrived at the scene of the Dave Griffin BMW that's being recovered. And it's just pulling it away, and they'll find the gap in the barriers. And so again, it shouldn't be too many laps under the safety car. And just about 40 minutes to go now. So you're listening to this live audio commentary of the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship on Facebook and on YouTube. And we do bring you the pictures of the start finish road just to give you a taste of the atmosphere, and so you can see what the weather's doing as well, which it appears that the rain is still falling, but it might have eased a bit from what it was a few minutes ago. But we do have this safety car while the Darren Griffin car is being recovered.
Brian Chandler didn't pit, did he? So he's going to lead the race on the road, which don't think anyone would have picked the Mazda MX-5 lead in this race, but that's mainly because he hasn't stopped. See if he comes in at this time. One car is.
Yeah, that's the 95 car.
Andy Bailey.
Andy Bailey, yeah.
So that's some second within Class C. This is unscheduled.
Yeah, so what's going on here then? Josh is having a look down. His team waving him in, I can see, down towards the far end of the pit lane from where we are.
And just Stuart Cunniff cars in as well to hand over to David Scotton. They were sixth overall. But, so both of these cars area Motorsport Hondas. But the unexpected stop is for Andy Bailey. And the bonnet's been lifted, hasn't it, on that car? So, championship twists continue.
There's lots of drama in the class battles today, isn't there?
Mainly in the area Motorsport Garage as well.
It does seem that way.
Andy Schulz has handed over to Matthew Hampson, so they're still on the same lap as the rest, aren't they? But they're going to be at the back of the train.
Safety car is at the old hairpin from where Dave Griffin's car has now been recovered. And so that means I would expect we'll be able to get green flag racing again at the end of this lap with, well, it's 38 and a half minutes, be about 37 minutes to go by the time the safety car gets back round towards us.
So the Cal Mazda is into second now within Class C. And therefore ahead of Andy Bailey, and now looking to be the favourites to win the Class C championship. And that will stop Area Motorsport taking a clean sweep of the Club Enduro Championships for the season, should that be the case.
Yep. So, safety car leading them quite slowly around. Anyone in the pit lane still? Yeah, there's still those cars up at the Area Motorsport Garage. Having work done to them.
I wonder how many cars are between Cole Swift and Anthony Rogers, because that's going to be the battle for the lead. Chris Coomer will be third, Simon Wallace fourth, fifth Darren Ball, sixth Nick Starkey, seventh Johnny Monday, something like that, and then perhaps Matthew Hampson behind that lot. We'll work that out when it all comes clear on the time screen. The safety car is in. We've got a Mazda MX-5 at the front of the queue, which comes into the pit lane. We know you mustn't pass before the line.
And that's the Hopston Mullen car.
Which some cars seem to be attempting to do.
Yeah, so there's a few cars side by side there as they headed down, and I wonder if that might give a few more penalty issues.
So the gap is 4 seconds between Cole Swift and Anthony Rogers. So it's also second at the moment because Brian Chandler is yet to pit.
Into the pits comes car 10, that's Simon Wallace in for a second time in that car. And they're stopping. Yeah, they're stopping the penalty area. I didn't see them getting any notification of a penalty for them. They are being timed for a stop by the looks of it, but I didn't see a notification of a penalty for them, I must admit.
152 is in as well, so that means Tim Mullen and Oliver Webb will be getting into those Mazda MX-5s now.
Okay, with 36 minutes of the race left to go.
Both very experienced drivers, so it'll be interesting to watch progress. Both drivers have raced at Le Mans.
So the only driver not to have made a stop at all is Brian Chandler.
Yes.
In the race-leading MX-5.
There's a bit of contact up at McLean as drivers try to get past the traffic. Cole Swift hasn't had much traffic to deal with, so he's at the front of the queue and getting away, and therefore you'd think extending his 4-second gap over Tony Rogers. Then Chris Coomer is third, Darren Ball is fourth, and Matthew Hampson is fifth. It was a long penalty for Simon Wallace, so they've dropped a long way back. Turning to chicane is the net leader on the road trying to win the championship, and that is Cole Swift, and he completes lap 36. In second place, Tony Rogers, and he's losing a lot of time on this lap. He's now 10 seconds back, so that's extended. Chris Coomer is still there in third place.
I don't believe it. Car 178, Jonathan Packer, stop-go penalty again.
So did he serve the stop-go penalty earlier than we've been notified?
Well, I think he's been in twice, hasn't he? But the second one he didn't actually stop.
No.
From memory. So whether this is the same penalty again or a new one, I'm not quite sure now. But we'll see. The boards are out for him on the finish line. So we were talking about him as a potential podium finisher and winner, weren't we?
He didn't have so many penalties because he's still in ninth position overall and second within his class, and the car that's leading the class is yet to pit.
Yeah, absolutely. So he could emerge still as a class winner after all of this.
Andy Bailey's still in the pit lane, so that could be his championship done.
Yeah, I rather think it might be. So he came into this weekend leading Class C with an outside chance of winning the overall championship. But it doesn't look like it's to be. Nick Starkey getting past our commentary box. That's a car that's also had to serve a penalty. As to is the car immediately behind it, which is Simon Wallace, which is now only just ahead on the road of the car that will become the race leader, Carl Swift, number 6, who's 1 minute 12 behind Brian Chandler, who's yet to make his pit stop.
And presumably still pulling away from Tony Rogers. The gap now 10 seconds, so he didn't go up so much that time, but another second. So Swift pulling away from Rogers, which will become the battle for the victory. Third is Chris Coomer, the Class B leader. In fourth place is Darren Ball, who should come through in his Porsche.
And door handle there. And there was contact, and that's Steve Cheatham that goes spinning around as they come along the start and finish straight. And that was originally door-to-door contact with the Holden Commodore, wasn't it, of Will Ashmore now aboard that. Cheatham has resumed, hasn't he, Josh?
Bit of a scary moment because he was heading for the pit wall at one point, wasn't he?
He was, and then he spun to the grass on the outside of the opposite side of the straight to the pit wall.
And Darren Ball was right behind them, the driver that's third in Class A. So he probably had to come out the throttle. So I think that was a big, deep breath intake for everybody that was on the pit wall. There's not many of them today.
No.
Most of the crews staying in the garages, unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was quite a moment that you spotted. You brought our attention to it.
Absolutely. So that was a heart in the mouth. 33 minutes to go, and shortly here comes what will become our race leader, Carl Swift, then over the line to complete his 38th lap, and he is now 1 minute 3 seconds behind Brian Chandler, who's still yet to make his stop. Clive Chisholm, it should be, that's getting into that car for the second part of the race, the Mazda.
That was all picked up on the live stream camera, so that's why we have the camera there, everybody.
Absolutely, it's coming to its own.
Not really watching that back, not really sure what was going on. They were sort of leaning on each other out of the chicane in the middle of the road for no apparent reason.
It's like they were battling for the win on the last lap of a 10 lapper, really, but bizarre.
But Steve Cheatham got away with it without wrecking his car. Right, Tony Rogers, it's just on 1 minute 30.6, and he's catching Cole Swift. The gap comes under 10 seconds. So have we still got a battle on here? Because that was a good lap there by Tony Rogers. Only, half a tenth away from the fastest lap of the whole race.
Yeah, and only, I should say, 9.5 seconds between first and second at the moment. So
BMW dragging its front bumper there. That's Jonathan Hayes, I think, the 318 Ti.
Yeah, taking over from Paul Sabiani. So that's... I think we could have an interesting conclusion on our hands here if Rogers can continue to show that pace in the final half hour of the race.
Yeah, it's the best we've seen that car go. That Was that the car that kept stopping and starting at the Burkitt?
I think it might be, yeah.
I've probably got a more recent recollection of that than you.
Yes, you've been watching that back in the last week, haven't you? Into the pits comes Tim Mullen.
So this is for his pro driver penalty, isn't it? It's really good to see Tim Mullen back out racing because 6 years ago at the Spa 24 Hours he had a huge accident which he spent a lot of time in hospital afterwards. So it's good to see Tim back out racing. I'm not actually aware that he's raced since. The former Le Mans racer, British GT race winner, FIA GT race winner too.
Jonathan Packer, by the way, is in his stop and go penalty.
Okay. So yeah, good to see Tim Mullen out there. So I suspect we'll see Ollie Webb doing similar shortly. Who's a current Le Mans racer, raced at Le Mans, which was in September this year.
Yeah, all those reference points in the calendar have gone to pot this year, haven't they? Luke Handley coming past our commentary box at the moment, just going past the Ben Hansie Mazda MX-5, I think that now is.
That's for third in class.
Ah, okay.
So,
and that's important for Handley in the championship as well, then, potentially.
Yes, it's another position.
Although with who's ahead in the championship anyway, and with Grice and Beach out of the race.
Well, remember, though, they could be battling the Monday and Freeman Civic that's second in the Class B.
Yes.
So an extra point could be good for them.
Yeah. 81 getting the black flag now. That's Matthew Tidmarsh in the Mark 3 MX-5. Having taken over from Alex Richardson, that's going to be a stop-go penalty of some kind, I think, for him.
Near on identical lap times now for Cole Swift and Tony Rogers, but the gap is under 9 seconds. It was larger than that earlier. So it looks like the Class A podium runners is Class 6, Cole Swift, 48, Tony Rogers, and 25, Darren Ball. Class B is 55, Chris Kuma, from 14, which is now Johnny Monday. And up onto third, we saw on that lap was 51, Luke Handley. Class C is yet to play out as Brian Chandler appears to not want to let Clive Chisnell get into that Mazda MX-5.
It seems that way.
He's done 41 laps now.
Brian Chandler's been a champion with the 750 Most Club before, hasn't he, in 5 Club?
It was at the first season.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah. In the MX-5s.
And he set a lap record in the BC Cars Lotus at Snetterton last time out, didn't he, before that broke down? So good to see that team back out with the 750 Motor Club this year.
I thought for a moment Russell Clark was going to join us in the pit lane for some reason, but we drove on past. You've got the two setouts together now on track.
Is this holding Cole Swift up, being behind them? Because that was a 32.
Yeah, almost identical lap times actually for the two of them.
And Tony Rogers did a 32 as well, so the gap doesn't actually come down.
No, it's almost identical lap times, those three cars.
The penalty for Jonathan Packer has allowed the Cal MX-5 past, which could become the Class C lead, depending on how Brian Chandler's pit stop goes.
Stop and go penalty for Simon Wallace now as well, number 10, so they're back in again for another penalty.
Despite the Mazda being about 5 seconds off the pace, they could yet win the class here, which would be impressive. I think Andy Bailey's back out, isn't he? But he's down in 8th position within Class C.
Yeah, 25th overall.
Oh, here's Chandler all out over the curbs and very slow off the corner, so I think he might have been off the road entirely. So he's pushing on. Oh, the car's gone wide at Redgate. That's the Golf, the James Alford car. That's back on again. So some more moments through the order. There's Jonathan Packer. He is 12 seconds behind Darren/James Kell and going 4 seconds a lap quicker, so he may still win the class yet. What's he had, 3 penalties?
I think so, yeah.
He's been through the pit lane 4 times, and only one of them was meant to be.
Yeah.
Here's Cole Swift. He's still stuck, isn't he, behind Simon Wallace? Is he going to go through here?
Looks like it, and they've got the Hampson car right with them as well, haven't they, on the road?
But the lead gap's down to 6 seconds, so they were being held up. Tony Rogers was catching. The Wallace car is also run by Area Motorsport, so whether they got on the radio and let them know what was going on, because this race is much closer than what I thought it was going to be really at any stage.
Yeah, and I guess the multiple safety cars have played into that, haven't they, really?
Indeed.
Because the 6-car stop first time round, but there's been 2 more safety cars since then, which have kept things bunched up more than otherwise might have been. Darren Ball.
Sounded like it was wheel spinning coming.
It did sound like it was wheel spinning, yeah.
He's third in Class A. The car's not running very well down to Redgate, is it?
No.
He's quite a long way ahead of Simon Wallace, but...
Wallace, we think, has got to serve a penalty game, so...
another one, right.
Yeah.
Simon Wallace did just pass Matthew Hampson for fourth in Class A on that previous lap, because Hampson is significantly slower than Andy Schulz. But how that car, the Porsche was wheel spinning, you'd wonder how much longer Darren Ball's car is going to be running for.
It's a good question.
Kell to Packer is now 5 seconds. It was 12 on the previous lap, so Packer might get the position this time by. They are a couple of laps behind Brian Chandler, though. So I think the Clive Chisnell and Brian Chandler car could yet win Class C, so that's not done yet.
Yeah, it's not, and Brian, I would imagine, will be the quicker of the 2 drivers, so it makes sense for him to have the longest stint, although he has done quite a few laps behind the safety car as well.
That was a slower lap for Tony Rogers, so the Cole Swift lead's gone back out to 7 seconds. Right, Darren Ball should be through shortly if that car's running how it should be. There's Chris Coomer, who's net third. And then Darren Ball would be the next car through. Here he comes into the chicane, so he hasn't lost huge amounts of time. So is it running again?
Well, let's listen.
It's a slow lap,
yeah.
But it wasn't wheel spinning across the line.
It wasn't.
Time.
1:38 that time.
So it might be okay then.
Yeah, I would hope so.
There's Brian Chandler continuing, still leading the race, we should say.
Yeah, 24 minutes, just under 24 minutes left to go now. Best lap of the race still to the car that's second on the road will pick up the lead as and when Brian Chandler pits. I have seen one pit stop race at Donington this year where the leader stayed out all the time and didn't make a pit stop at all.
What is the penalty for that?
The penalty is it will be not making it'll be penalty over at the end of the race, 1 minute plus the balance of the pit stop duration not taken, so it'll be a 4:30
But because
penalty.
the other cars aren't on the same lap, surely if you were, that's a quicker that penalty doesn't really give as much off as it should do.
No, but there's, I suppose there could be a lap penalty as well.
But that's what there really should be, shouldn't there?
Yeah.
But it doesn't actually say that.
No, it's not. It's a time penalty only. So it will only drop you back to the last of the cars on the lap that you are on.
Which, if you look at the penalty just like that, that would be the quickest way to run the race.
Yes.
So that may be a rule that needs amending.
I'll have to think about that one.
Well, hopefully Brian Chandler pits.
Well, I guess the assumption is that no one will fail to make a stop at all. But that's not necessarily the case. What have we got left? 22 and a half minutes.
Darren Ball's back up to pace, 1 minute 32. So
good.
Whatever that weirdness was.
So he's third in Class A at the moment. And
there's Brian Chandler again.
Yeah, just past the 481 Edward Christie BMW as he passed our commentary box that time.
So soon, Cole Swift probably will catch him, won't he? There goes Jonathan Packer in the lead of Class C. He's got ahead of Darren/James Kell now. And he's in 10th overall still.
Yeah, and he's just behind Luke Handley as well.
In 5 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, and quicker than the next 3 or 4 cars as well. Albeit with quite a lot of time to make up. Well, it's not that much time to make up on some of them. You could easily make up 2 more places.
There's a minute, isn't there, to Matthew Hampson, but he's going 8 seconds a lap faster.
Yes, beg your pardon, yes, there's a minute ahead of Handley, but yep.
Lead gap's staying pretty even, 8 seconds between Rob Baker and Anthony Rogers, so on average, there's not much to separate those two in those different spec Sayats. And then Darren Ball is third. In Class A.
And I think that's Luke Handley off into the gravel up at McLean's. Let's have a look. It looks like it is. It's the 51 car. Luke Handley has spun at McLean's. He is stranded in the gravel trap. I didn't see the start of that instant to see if there was anyone else involved or if he's lost that on his own, but it's before he's got to the turning point for the right-hander.
He did have Jonathan Packer trying to pass him, which is at the beginning of the lap.
Yeah, that's true.
Both area motorsport cars.
Indeed, and well up to... What's the axle almost in gravel there is Luke Handley, so it looks like he might not get out of that one, which from a championship point of view within Class B would be to the advantage then of Chris Freeman and Johnny Monday now, who are 7th overall and 2nd in Class B on the road at the moment.
That is another area motorsport car, so looks like they still have the
They're queuing up basically, aren't they?
But it's not one of the cars that we thought would have it. The Marshals are trying to push it.
Yes, it's not moving really, is it? I think that he's going to need mechanical intervention. I think the marshals have just said to the driver, "Yeah, you might as well get out, mate," or at least we'll come back and come back with a snatch vehicle in a minute.
Because of course, Class C, I mentioned Packers past Kell. It's not over yet because Brian Chandler is the class leader still.
Into the pits comes Matthew Titmarsh. That will be to serve his stop and go penalty. With 20 or 19 and a half minutes of the race left to go.
So that puts Matt Maxted and Nick Starkey's BMW up to third within Class B. They've passed Ben Hansey recently. But it's still going well, that car, fourth in Class B. The turbocharged Mark 1 Mazda.
Safety car board and safety car flag. Yellow flag going out again.
Now,
to our great surprise.
How many cars are there between Cole Swift and Tony Rogers?
Well, this is it, because it could get quite close, couldn't it? There was 11 seconds on the road. And Brian Chandler is coming into the pit lane, everybody. Brian Chandler is finally making his pit stop to hand over to Clive Chisnell.
Now, they've got to do this before Jonathan Packer passes them on the road, haven't they?
Well, Jonathan Packer's just gone past once.
And what was he behind? 2 laps.
I don't know, get 2 laps in behind the safety car before Brian Chandler has to get out again.
So Clive Chisnell will take that over, and finally Cole Swift takes the lead.
Yeah.
There's 5 cars, between him and Tony Rogers. So you'd think that would be enough with not very much of the race to go when we get back underway.
No, it's probably going to be 12-13 minutes. We've got to get the snatch vehicle down to the Luke Handley Golf first of all.
So where do Chris Freeman and Johnny Monday need to finish?
Shall we start putting some numbers into the spreadsheet? So overall, I think we're going to say that Carl Swift and Rob Baker are going to win that. Kellen and Livesley are going to be, where are they going to come in Class C, do we think?
It depends where the Chandler car comes out. They're third at the moment.
So let's give them 10 points.
Right.
Andy Bailey is the 8th, which
currently with 4 points.
Yeah, 4 points, I think. Luke Handley's going to get
5 points.
5 points. Luke Handley's going to get 1 for starting. Beecham Ross going to get 1 for starting. Even though he's going to get fastest lap.
Luke Handley gets put back out again.
Yeah, that's true. Let's go for 1 point at the moment. If either of those got fastest lap within the class,
possibly. I can use TSL's Class B is 5th. No, hang on. It's 27,
which is Grice, isn't it? For Grice and Beach, so they get 2 points. Freeman and Monday currently are on for 2nd place in Class B, so that'll be 12 points. Wallace and Wallace are going to be on for, let's go for 3rd in Class A. Gillespie's not in it, is he, really? Where is he? 5th in Class B, so that's 8 points, I think. And Rogers and Griffiths aren't here, are they? I don't think.
No,
so no points for them. So that would leave it as But Baker and Swift winning the overall championship. Class B would be won by Freeman on Monday, by 5 points. As things stand, I reckon. And Class C would be won by the Kells.
Where does Luke Handley need to finish? To equal Freeman on Monday, he needs to get 6 points, which would be, 7th? He's currently 8th.
Yeah.
Where have they put? They're dragging the car backwards at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah.
But it's possible that car will get back into the race.
It's possible.
But now he has fallen maybe further down than he can.
15 minutes of the race left to go. The car is almost clear of the circuit now, and Snatchback are almost clear of the circuit. So I would think it'll be one more lap behind the safety car, and then hopefully we'll have our final stint of racing.
It's got much brighter, hasn't it?
It has. We're almost in danger of the sun coming out, which is what happened yesterday at the end of the day. Not quite as bright, but certainly better than it was a little while ago.
Need to turn the brightness off on my laptop, does it?
Yeah, the reflection's becoming an issue.
Right, so Clive Chisnell is on his way. So he's going to be leading Class C still, isn't he? I think. So Jonathan Packer has not appeared. Luke Handley has got going.
Yes, so
he's still 8th in Class B. He might be a couple of laps behind anyone else, so it depends if anyone falls off the road.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one that we really need to check the points quite carefully and check the situation quite carefully behind at the end. Safety car is just heading through McLean, so Handley's ahead of that at least.
This race really has had all the elements of a long-distance race, hasn't it?
It has.
Even though only 100 minutes, some people might not call that a proper endurance race.
It's long enough for me.
It's shorter than some, but longer than... Actually, for club racing, it's a proper endurance race, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Not many places you can do races of this length in this country, particularly for multi-category cars. Here comes Handley. So he will be 1 lap behind anyone else. So really, he needs someone to have an issue.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Packer's not been released by the safety car, has he? So he is going to be the best part of a lap behind Clive Chisnell. So as long as Clive Chisnell's not terribly far off the pace, they look good for the class win. But here comes the safety car in with 14 minutes to go.
Yeah, and it's James Alford that's the first car behind it on this occasion, then Jonathan Packer. Our leaders, here they are, Swift and Baker. They've got, I think, 5 cars between themselves. You've then got Rogers going through. What's going on, Josh?
The first car had a huge slide, the Golf, but he got away with it, I think. Importantly, there, Tony Rogers is getting ahead, isn't he, of Simon Wallace? That might have been a car that would hold him up.
Yeah, no, they were side by side as they went down the straight into Redgate Corner and went back through. So there's 2.6 seconds and about 4 cars, I think, between the two of them as they make their way down the Craner Curve towards the old hairpin for the 50th time in this race with just under 13 minutes left to go.
We didn't think that strategy was going to work for Brian Chandler, did we? But it's come off.
Well, I think it was helpful that there was a safety car as well towards the end. Freeman and Monday have been in again.
So that was a penalty, and that's again important for that Class B championship.
Yeah.
They might actually hang on to second, won't they? They were a lap ahead. So, and here's Handley. So they've both had their dramas.
Yes, they certainly have. There's not many drivers in this race, teams in this race that haven't had some kind of drama or excitement or issue. It's been an eventful 88 minutes so far of this race. So the leaders are heading back down towards the Robert Chicane for the 50th time. At the front of the group is the Jonathan Packer car, which is still running in 9th position, but here come the race leaders.
Packer is 54 seconds behind Clive Chisnell, so that's a gap that we may have to watch.
Yeah, and it's a lot to make up. It's about 54 seconds in 12 minutes he's got to make up.
Tony Rogers has lost lots of time. I don't know what's happened to him, but he's 10 seconds behind Cole Swift.
Yeah, must have had a moment. There's still traffic for him to negotiate as well, wasn't there? So it may be that he's tripped over some of those slower cars in his haste to get on terms with Carl Swift, but Swift looking good out there now. 10 seconds or more to the good.
He's only 5 seconds ahead of Chris Kuma and Darren Ball, who are battling over third position.
Matthew Hampson just going through in 6th place of a position on that lap, but still only 5th in Class A. And we do now have 5 Class A cars in the top 6. After the slightly different look to the grid that we had this morning.
Clive Chisnell's first flying lap is 10 seconds slower than what Brian Chandler was doing. So keep an eye on that gap to Jonathan Packer. There may not be long to go. It may be a big gap, but it might be coming down at quite a rapid rate.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one then. Could be interesting for Class C.
So here comes Packer. The gap was 54 seconds, and it is now... that was Packer, wasn't it? Perhaps not.
No, I don't think it was.
Oh, okay.
I think it might have been Freeman Miller. Here's Packer now.
Right.
So let's have a look at what the gap was.
Try that again. It was 54. Was it 54? Of course, there's a car between them now. So 42. So 54 becomes 42.
Okay, and the leader has gone through as well. Carl Swift in the meantime. So Chandler Rogers back behind the Simon Wallace Seat, and he is now 12 seconds behind the leader. So it's lost another couple of seconds.
Change for third though. Darren Ball's got himself ahead of Chris Kuma, the Class B leader. So Kuma still leads Class B, but he's lost third overall to Darren Ball.
Yep, he has indeed. That's been a good performance there from Chris Kuma in that clear, nevertheless. Darren Ball up to third. We did have some concerns about his car in the middle part of the race, but seems to be running well now. 135.6 that time through, still with traffic to deal with as well. Matthew Wallace and Simon Wallace. Simon Wallace at the wheel of the 5th place car, number 10 at the moment, and Matthew Hampson, 6th, number 69 right now. And then the next car is the 7th place car, which is Clive Chisnell, just coming up and over the line to complete its 51st lap. 50th lap, I beg your pardon. And we'll see what the gap there is to Jonathan Packer. Luke Handley's been through again, and he is still running 8th within Class B.
Tim Mullen and Ronnie Webb are doing lap times within 3/10 of one another, so they're very similar to one another in their MX-5 Mark IIIs, but they are 3 seconds slower than what Brian Chandler did earlier in a similar car.
31st and 32nd respectively in the race. Nick Starkey going through in the number 83 car, still in 10th. That's one that's had a penalty as well during the course of the race.
Third in Class B, so a class podium.
Another stop go penalty for number 10, Simon Wallace. I think that's their... I think it's the third time I've seen them with a board out for that car. And they've been in at least once. Maybe it's the hangover from before the safety car period.
Okay, so they are 5th at the moment on the road.
Would that drop them further back? Not sure it would.
Yeah, Matthew Hampson's pace isn't where Andy Shaw's was. Here he is.
Yeah. How far behind? 35 seconds and lapping 5 seconds a lap slower. So the 10 car probably could get in, make a stop-go penalty and get back out again and stay ahead, I would think.
Yes. Clive Chisnell's not going any quicker. The lead gap is now 26 seconds. It's halved already.
That's incredible, isn't it? Well, is that 2 laps or 3 laps that that's happened in?
Yeah, just a couple, I think.
Yeah, 26 seconds there and 8 minutes to go. Yeah, that's could be on there. We could have Jonathan Packer still winning Class C. He started, of course, on the inside of the second row of the grid. The leader's going through. That's Carl Swift again to complete lap 53. Lap time there, 1:31.8.
Clive Chisnell's lost the lead already. He's done a very slow lap, and Jonathan Packer leads Class C.
Oh, okay, so that's a misfortune for Chisnell and Jonathan. He's obviously had a moment. He must have got stuck in the gravel or on the muddy grass at some point, I'm afraid.
So, Jonathan Packer, 3 penalties. And providing there's no more to come, it looks good for a Class C victory. And he's still in 8th overall as well.
Yeah, certainly is. So, 6 3/4 minutes left. It looks like it's going to be Carl Swift and Rob Baker that win Class A. Chris Coomer that wins Class B today, but we think it's going to be Chris Coomer and Johnny Monday that win the Class B Championship. And Class C today is going to go the way of Jonathan Packer by the looks of it, but the Class C Championship to Darren and James Kell.
Yeah, so outside of Class A, we haven't really had too many double winners, have we? I think the Kells won twice, and Beach and Grice won twice. Otherwise, everybody's been a single winner in those two categories, which has shown the competitiveness of them.
Yep, no, it's been a short 4-round but competitive season. Hopefully a more normal calendar next year. Actually, we also missed out on the trip to Spa-Francorchamps for 2020 as well, which is a shame.
And Brands Hatch will have its first club enduro race next year, won't it?
Yeah, it's on the Indy circuits. That's going to be busy.
Indeed.
A big grid. What will be the maximum grid around there?
It's 42.
42
for a long race.
For a long race, that's going to be packed, isn't it? And here's Simon Wallace in to serve his stop-go penalty, number 10.
Oh, there's a car up at McLean's with its bonnet up, I think.
Yes, there is.
Or an approach to a McLean's, I should say.
And it is that, I think that will be the Hampson car, Matthew Hampson car that is stranded. It's right on the edge of the circuit, just on the grass, but not by more than a foot or two. 115, Jamie Ingram's getting another penalty board by the looks of it. It's a driving standards flag this time rather than a penalty board.
Darren Ball is catching Tony Rogers. The gap's come under 5 seconds, and Rogers is now 20 behind Cole Swift.
Yeah, only 5 minutes to go, just under 5 minutes to go, so Ball could catch Rogers for second place overall here. Marshals are just looking, and I can see that the checkered flag is being prepared now, and there is that car just off there. So the checkered flag is going out now. It's going out early, and it will be, therefore, this car that takes the checkered flag to win. Rob Baker and Carl Swift. Carl Swift at the wheel of the car at the moment come through to take the win. Third win of the season for that duo. They win the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship for Aero Motorsport for 2020. And it's been a fantastic season for them. A great race here. An early stop for them. And at one point, or a couple of points, it didn't look as if it was going to quite work out. Second place goes the way of number 48. That's Mark Jones and Tony Rogers. Bringing the car home in the second part of the race, but the gap to Darren Ball in the end was just 2.2 seconds in third place. Clive Chisnell comes across the line now, and he's going to take second place within Class C. Jonathan Packer has already come through to win Class C, and Chris Coomer now comes through to win Class B as well. So Chris Coomer, number 55 it is, that wins that particular class on the road. He's not featured the championship previously, so he's not part of the main championship battle. We think it is going to be Freeman and Monday that will win the Class B championship, though. I'll just have to get confirmation that that is the case when everyone has come through and we feed all the points into the spreadsheet. And it looks very much as if Darren and James Kell, who have come across the line to take third place within Class C today, have done enough to wrap up the Class C Championship in Tagiwa Club Enduro for 2020. So the majority of the cars have now come through. So if I start to feed some points into the spreadsheet, Luke Handley is going to get a handful of points there. He did eventually finish. He's about to finish very slowly, I might add. He's going to come across the line. And Handley is going to take 8th position, so that's 5 points for him there. And so he will be a point behind Freeman and Monday, who took second place, picked up 12 points for that. So the overall championship being won then, I reckon, by Rob Baker and Carl Swift on 59 points. Second, I think, will be Darren and James Kell on 49 points, and then third, equal by my reckoning, on 40 points. I think Andy Bailey from Class C, but the Class B winners, Chris Freeman and Johnny Monday. Let's go down to the pit lane and see who Josh Barrett has got with him.
Thanks, Ian. Well done, Cole. Confusing race in some ways, lots of safety cars, but you come out on top.
Yeah, I mean,
we knew there'd probably be more than one safety car, but it's a risk you can't take, and it's a shame that Rob got like 3, 4 laps, 5 laps, but we both always agree that we play strategy and not try and split the time, and that's worked out this way that time. I wish you'd have had the 95 minutes though, that was hard work.
And they weren't a really very big gap to the others. Tony, when the safety car come in, was only a couple of seconds behind, so you had to push on.
Yeah, a bit of a balance between pushing on and staying on track, because it's lethal out there. I've never known such slippy conditions, so it might as well be snowing.
Obviously there was rain as well, did it change during the stint, how slippery it was?
What's that, sorry?
Did the conditions change through the race?
A little bit. The more rain that came down, the better it got, and then as soon as it stopped raining and started drying again, the conditions got worse. So I wish it had just rained heavy the whole way through.
This car's been great for you and Rob. I think you've won in it all but one time. That race you were second in all the time of this car, so it's been really good for you. Are you back in it next year?
Yeah, I think the plan is to come back next year and carry on doing it. Rob's got a lot of cars that he runs here, so we're here at the weekend anyway. And it's a great championship, so yeah, I think that's the plan.
Well done, Cole. I think Rob is out. Rob? Well done, Rob. But for you, it was a bit more simple. A lot of your customer cars had all kind of dramas.
Yeah, I mean, never seen so many penalties for yellows and speeding in the pits. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I stood at the end of the pit lane, and I think the speeding ones are pretty dubious, but we took them all in the end anyway. And yeah, we kept it clean, got away at the start just. Round turn 1 in first and managed to hold the Super Coper off down Craners. And yeah, when the safety car came out, as much as I didn't want to do it and pit, and we had a bit of a discussion about it, it was the right thing to do at the end of the day. It's got us a championship, an overall championship, so that's what we started out to do and what we got.
And as a team, 2020 has been quite a good year, I'd say.
Yeah, it has. Obviously, there's been a few downs for people at this round with, Andy had a clutch issue, who was in contention for Class C. And then, yeah, we don't actually know who's won Class B, because obviously Luke managed to go in the gravel. Yeah, Chris and Johnny, we've been trying to work out. The points haven't been updated since infringements from SNET, so we actually don't know on Class B. And yeah, but hectic season, hectic last round, but it's been fun all the way.
And I assume now you're already preparing for next year.
Yeah, I mean, people keep saying they're bringing the cars for winter, and we're already well into winter, aren't we? So yeah, going to be a busy few months, but good ones.
Do you think you'll carry on driving or concentrate on running the team?
I don't know. There's going to be, yeah, we'll see. Basically, obviously, this season it's not been far for full season. We got 6 rounds next year with a drop score. That's effectively 5 that count. We've had 4 this year with no drops. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Well done on all the success.
Attention paddock, low-cost competitors. Please make your way now to the assembly area. We are waiting for you.
So yes, cars being released into the assembly area. We are running quite considerably ahead of schedule now, and so the low cost still making their way from the paddock into the assembly area for their second race of the day, and it is the championship decider for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. It's between Murray Shepherd and Craig Land. Really, Craig Land could do with winning this one and hoping that Murray Shepherd's not inside certainly the top 2. Basically probably below 3rd actually, is what Craig Land needs for Murray Shepherd to not win the championship this year. But we shall see how things pan out. The grid for this race set by the second fastest times in qualifying earlier on. So let's run through the grid first of all. 87 Craig Land is on pole positions. That's good, although cars on pole haven't always made the best of starts today. Alongside 87 Craig Land is 2 Murray Shepherd, his championship rival. Second row will be 42 Andrew Tate and 5 George Grice. Third row, 29 Jeff Peake, who no longer is in championship contention, although he was at the beginning of the day, and 55 Simon Court. The fourth row, 96 Jonathan Higgins and 82 Paul Clark. The fifth row, 71 Daniel Court and 88 Jack Chapman. The sixth row, 15 and 47, that's Rob Sisson and Tim Penstone Smith. Seventh row, 41 and 12, Keith Malpas and Tom Gadd. And the eighth row on his own, number 77, Mark Rue. We've got most of those cars now out into the assembly area. Just a couple more to go, I think, and we'll be able to get the cars onto the grid. Yes, Craig Land just making his way there to take up his pole position. We're still recovering the BMW from Schwantz Curve from that Club Enduro race. And once that's clear, we'll get the low costs released down onto the circuit for their final 15-minute race of the season, the 11th and final round of the championship. A reminder that earlier on today, it was Murray Shepherd that took the win, a really good race, and it was only really decided at the final corner between Murray Shepherd and Craig Land. Land took the lead on the way into the final corner, but Shepherd got it back again on the way out to win by 164 thousandths of a second from Craig Land, and therefore have effectively a 4-point swing of the championship because he had 25 for the win, 1 for the fastest lap. That gave him 26 points, Craig Land 22. So the gap between them is now 6 points. Shepherd to Land, whereas it was 4 going into the race. George Grice took 3rd place earlier on, Simon Court 4th, Andrew Tate 5th, and Jeff Peake after a moment 6th position with just a couple of non-finishers, Tom Gadd and Paul Clark. Tom Gadd and Paul Clark, I can see both there. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cars, so a few missing.
There was announcements trying to get drivers to the assembly area because, of course, that previous race did finish slightly earlier than...
Yeah, we're about just under 30 minutes ahead.
Right.
And that may have caught the low-cost drivers napping a little bit. But yes, at that point we didn't have any low cost in the assembly area at all. But we do that, and just as well that we've got this incident to clear up as well out on the circuit, because that's just taking a few minutes to get the Schultz and Hampson BMW back towards us. So 2 more races to go after this as well. We've got the MX-5s and then the MR2s to round out the season. Last race of the year here at Donington Park, of course. Last 750 Motor Club action as well. But 750 Motor Club will be back here on Easter Monday next year for our first visit, having opened the 750 Motor Club season at Silverstone over the previous 2 days. Hopefully, by the time we get to that point, we'll be able to have spectators back at the circuit again. But I still don't think we're back to normal, but hopefully by then spectators will be permitted, but obviously watch this space.
It's only out 3.5 months away now, isn't it?
It is. It's a short off-season after a very long off-season last year, with the decision to suspend permits happening just shortly before the opening 750 Motor Club of the 2020 season.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy start to next season, isn't it? With 3 days for the 750 Motor Club over Easter.
Yeah, 2 different circuits as well. So that'll be a busy opening, but then there's a good spread of meetings after that during the course of the year. And hopefully we'll finish in October next year rather than December. So low costs, I think, are pretty much ready now. They're all there. 15 cars are there. Still, we've got the BMW to be recovered, though.
So they all did get a move on once they were told to.
They did.
So where do we think Murray Shepherd needs to finish?
Well, I think 3rd would probably do it. So, because if he gets 3rd point without fastest lap and Craig Lander wins with fastest lap, I'll put this back into my spreadsheet again, they would finish level on our 201 points. So what's the first deciding category if they do we have to add points back?
But even if it's that, Murray Shepherd has still got more, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So I think either that or wins, Murray Shepherd's in the better position.
Yeah. So
I wonder if he'd prefer a second blade going off with, just to be sure.
And to be fair, based on what happened in race 1, it really did look as if it was between those 2, didn't it, the race?
Yes, and it's similar kind of conditions now.
So
maybe a touch wetter. Well, we heard from Carl Swift there, it's actually better when it is wetter.
Not from the way.
Yeah.
I guess it's a bit more consistent, at least, around the lap as well, when you've got that.
It just gets really slippery, doesn't it? And we saw yesterday, when it did actually then, it went from being really slippery to like 10-second lap quicker really fast, didn't it? Once the change did happen. But it took a long time to get to that point. We're not going to get to that point this afternoon.
So Murray Shepherd won early on. That was the first time that he had won here at Donington in the low costs. Last year we raced on the Grand Prix circuit here. Martin Weston, Carl Royce and ours took the wins.
Yeah, there was that crazy race, wasn't it, on the first Alpha Line coverage we had?
Absolutely, yeah. Tom Gadd won here in 2018. So too did Mark Burton. That was the last time we raced on the national circuit. Not going quite to plan for Tom Gadd today. Back in 2017, Ben Powney won 1 and Jack Coveney won 2 races. But all the winners over the past few years, Ian Alley, Danny Andrew, Lee McNamara, Stuart Sellers, Matthew Brooks, Lee Bankhurst, Matt Sherrington, Mike Comber, all having won races here at Donington over the past few seasons. This season, though, as the cars are being released out onto the circuit now, Jeff Peake it was that opened up the season with a win in round 1 at Snetterton. But Murray Shepherd won the next 3 races, 2 at Snetterton and 1 at Brands Hatch. Craig Land got his only win of the season so far in the second of the races at Brands Hatch before Castle Coombe, sort of 2 completely different ones, Simon Walker-Hansel and Lou Wall. Craig Land had a couple of second places there, though. And then Alton Park last time out, Murray Shepherd, it was that took the win in both races. Jeff Peake second and Louis Wall third in both races, whereas Craig Land had a DNF in the second, or DNS effectively it was in the second race there. So that's been the story of the season. Shepherd doing more of the winning, 6 wins to Craig Land's 1. But Shepherd hasn't had any of the podium finishes. It's either win or nothing, 6th, 7th, 10th. No, he has finished all of them, hasn't he? Yeah.
He goes well in the wet, particularly, doesn't he? And so it's been good for him. A lot of the season has been wet. Brands Hatch, Alton Park, and here. Castle Coombe was really struggling getting to inside the top 10, and that's where Craig Land got a couple of seconds to really close the championship battle up there.
Paul Clark's car's got a problem. There's a marshal trying to assist. Not sure what the problem is.
Bonnet clips?
Could be.
Perhaps in the rush to get going, he wasn't
sorted now.
There wasn't confidence that that was done up.
Hopefully that will stay fastened. So we've got Tom Gadd and then Mark Rue right at the back. Last cars are into position. And we are therefore all set then for what is going to be a 15-minute race around the Donington Park National Circuit. Craig Land on pole position in the TSR number 87 car. Murray Shepherd in the black, white and green number 2 car next to him. 5-second board is shown and the race about to get underway. Then red lights go on. And out they go, and it's a good start from Andrew Tate from the second row of the grid. It's not a good start from Craig Land on pole position. It's Murray Shepherd that's got his nose in front then as they head down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. And who is going to turn in first? It's Land, and Murray Shepherd's gone wide, but spinning is Andrew Tate. Does he take anyone with him? There is a collection of a couple of cars there. There's one in the gravel too. It's the 71 car of Daniel Court that's been collected. There's some damage to both of those cars.
I think Simon Court was the other car that was in the gravel.
Oh, right, okay. So we'll try and pick all of that out. They've been caught out there, I'm afraid, up there at Redgate Corner.
Shepherd nearly went off, didn't he?
He did.
But he saved his side, and he's in second. So he is chasing after Craig Land.
And they're already pulling away, aren't they, these two, from the rest of the field?
Safety car's going to be coming out, I think, though.
It does look like it, doesn't it? Because there's 3 cars to deal with, 2 of them tangled together on the circuit, 1 in the gravel. So safety car heading out.
It's starting to rain again.
It is. Marshals are digging frantically to release one of those cars.
Quite badly damaged, the 71 car, doesn't it?
It does look like it is.
I think it's the exhaust that sort of fell off. It makes the car look like it's at a very weird angle.
Yeah, so yellow flags out all around the circuit.
The weather's going to be very different, I think, for the second part of this race.
It will be, and a question of how many races. That's our red lights on as well, race being stopped. Right. Which probably makes sense because I think we've realised it's going to take a little while to get that cleared up. And so
we can get the cars on the grid, can't we?
We can get the cars on the grid.
We've got a bit of time now that we started.
20 minutes early for that race in the end. So I don't think it will take too long to clear up, but it actually makes sense to do it, especially with cars on the circuit.
So who do we think was Andrew Tate that spun first?
I think so.
And then the two Court brothers that went off separately, but Daniel Court collected Andrew Tate.
That looks to be the way of it. So we've got Craig Lands coming back towards us. We've got Murray Shepherd coming back towards us. George Grice, Jeff Peake is there. Jack Chapman is there. Tim Patterson-Smith is there. So is Tom Gad. Bob Sisson, Paul Clark, Mark Root.
So Daniel Court's car, Simon Court's car, apologies, is out of the gravel when it's on its way back round. Will that be allowed to take the restart?
We'll have to see.
But it kind of was the reason for the red flag, but kind of wasn't.
Yeah. You've got Tate and the other Court car entangled there.
And I imagine everyone would actually be quite keen if you turned up to let you race, if possible, wouldn't this weekend? Perhaps more than usual.
Yes. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. So a delay here in the Demons Week's Yokohama Low Cost Championship. The car's going to be gridded up. It'll go back to the original grid, of course, because we'd had less than 2 laps of the race. So Craig Land and Murray Shepherd have to do it all again. And this time it'll be George Grice, I think, on his own on row 2. Both of those 2 cars have been disentangled now. It looks like they're both rolling back, so the marshals can just push those back through the gate at Red Gate. And very quickly, I think we'll get this race back underway.
Because we don't need a green flag lap, it doesn't take as long as perhaps it otherwise would do.
But it's just good that we're able to do that because the cars were on circuit and therefore personnel needed to be on circuit to get that cleared. That we could do it under red flags rather than safety car.
Is there a lot of fluid being put down? Looking at our screens here, the marshal look very concerned with what looks like a different coloured tarmac at the moment to the rest of it.
Yeah, having a look, checking the grip levels. From what Carl Swift was saying, there wasn't much grip anyway. So
no. I'm not sure there'd be much you can really do today. Well, not would take a long time anyway.
Well, I have on a couple of occasions this weekend already used the detergent type spray to try to clear things.
So here is Simon Court, so he may get another go. He's certainly not been stopped.
No, looks like he's going to go back to take up his position, which is on the outside of the 3rd row next to Jeff Peake. But the other 2 cars, Tate and Daniel Court, missing.
What's the Snaps tractor up to?
That's a good question. Snaps tractor's back out on circuit at Redgate Corner. And what's it doing? Can't work it out at the moment. But the marshals are on the scene as well. And they're again just checking the grip levels.
Whatever this is spreading, isn't it, across the circuit?
Yeah. I mean, it's just the gravity, I suppose, that's heading down the hill.
So I don't know if it's burst the radiator on the car. And now we've got the circuit maintenance crew on its way. It's going into the pit lane. Is that just to avoid the cars on the grid?
Might be heading up to Redgate.
So maybe a little bit of a delay, do we think?
Could be. Yeah, looks like the circuit vehicle's heading straight through the pit lane up to Redgate Corner just to see what it can do to.
I wonder if that's what the Snaps tractor's there for, to help with that.
Yeah, marshals have got brooms now, I can see. Just try and see what effect they can have on the circuit conditions there. So we've got a delay here at Donington Park in the Demons Week's Yokohama Low Cost Championship. The race got underway, but there was an incident at the first corner involving Andrew Tate, who had a moment. Daniel Court was caught up in it. Simon Court took avoiding action, was in the gravel, but has been released. So 3 cars involved, 2 of them, Daniel Court and Andrew Tate, not taking the restart. And we'll have 13 for restart in a minute once the track condition has been assessed and, if possible, any fluid has been treated. Marshall's busily working there with brooms. The snatch vehicle, whose role in this I'm still not quite clear on, is turning around and heading back. So too is the circuit vehicle, which rather suggests that everything that can be done has been done.
Indeed. Oh, that M3's quite badly damaged. It's got the front left corner's gone on it. So
that's the Schultz and Hansen car from the previous race.
That, shouldn't I? Yeah, so that was more than just the bonnet flicking up.
All right, so he's hit something.
We ended up in a weird position, didn't it? But yeah, the front left corner's pretty much been ripped out the car. Anyway, I suspect we're getting low-cost racing back underway. It looks like for 12 minutes.
Yeah, with the snatch vehicle just heading into its gap up there at Redgate Corner. So a 12-minute restart for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low-Cost Championship, the 11th and final round of the 2020 season. No need for another green flag lap because the red lights go on now, and out they go. And a better start this time from Craig Land, actually, than he got first time around. And it's level pegging between him and Murray Shepherd as they head up towards the first corner. Tom Gadd's made a decent getaway from towards the back of the grid as well. He's made up a couple of positions, though they turn into Redgate Corner for the first time. It is Craig Land that is ahead. Murray Shepherd is second. And that was Simon Court, I think, was up to third place briefly.
Yeah, good start from him. He was in the gravel originally. So we got through Redgate okay. So if it was slippery, everyone's dealt with it well. And down the Craner curves they turn, and is Land from Shepherd. And the pair of them are getting away again, aren't they, from the rest? Land over them curbs on the way into the old hairpin, which seemed to work in the earlier race. I thought it would have been a bit risky because curves tend to be slippy in these conditions, but they appear to have got through okay, and they're getting away just like the earlier race. And really, this is good news for Murray Shepherd, isn't it, Ian?
It is at the moment, because a second place finish here behind Craig Land would be enough for him to take the championship. They're heading up towards Coppice Corner for the first time in a 12-lap race, slightly reduced race distance with that red flag that we had on the opening lap of the original start. But Land it is that has the lead then as they make their way back down the exhibition straight towards Robert Chicane for the first time. Murray Shepherd in second. Now, does Murray Shepherd drive for the championship head on here, or a racing driver head on here, and go battling with Craig Land, or does he just let Craig have the race to himself?
Well, there is a gap appearing between them, isn't there?
There is. I was just about to say that. And there's a similar distance back to George Gright. It is in third place. In fourth place, it's Simon Court. In fifth place, Jonathan Higgins. In sixth place is Jack Chapman. In seventh is Paul Clark. Eighth is Jeff Peake. So he's had something go wrong on the opening lap of the race.
He really struggled to get off the line. I'm guessing he was wheel spinning for a long time. So he's one to watch to come through from eighth, who is a mathematical championship contender heading into the weekend. He should wrap up third, shouldn't he, in the standings, I think.
Yeah, no Martin West, Andrew Tate not taking part in this race, and Tom Gadd towards the back of the grid, the closest drivers to him, so it should be good for third in the championship, at least as the leaders down at the old hairpin for the second time, and already heading up towards McLean's, and it is Craig Land with a 15 car length lead over Murray Shepherd now, and then a similar gap back to George Grice in third position. And it was these three, wasn't it, that were on the podium in the earlier race as well. So pretty much single file at the moment. A bit of an low-cost-like race, but possibly in the circumstances, it might be what you'd expect.
Yes, it's hard to know if this is Murray Shepherd not able to go with Craig Land or choosing not to go with him. Difficult to know.
Yeah, Murray Shepherd has been done by far the most winning in the championship this year, but Craig Land has been consistent, has had as many podiums as Murray Shepherd, but just not been on the top step quite as often. As here comes Land through to complete the second lap of the race, and his lead now over Murray Shepherd is 2.2 seconds, so it's gone out by another 8 tenths that time around. Land, the 27-year-old data and product developer in the automotive sector. He's from Hina, and he's been low-cost racing since 2008, won the Top Newcomer Award that year, and had his first low-cost podium as Letterman this year. Former karter, did some senior Rotax karting a decade ago as well, and continuing to lead here from Murray Shepherd in second place, and George Grice in third position. Grice about 3.5 seconds behind Shepherd.
Now just wondering who might win that newcomer award this year. Not sure if Jonathan Higgins is eligible for that. Or it might be actually George Grice, who's going well today.
He's gone well.
He's inside the top 15 in the championship, but today he's been by far his best run. Got his first podium earlier. He has competed in the full season, but only once, twice, 3, 4 times before today he's been in the top 16.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen his name towards the top of the timing sheets on occasion. That's for certain. 7 minutes of the race left to go. Reduced distance, as we say, 12 minutes.
Yeah, Grice seems to go well in the wet. He got a 5th at Oulton Park last time, and a 7th at Brands Hatch in the wet as well.
Craig Land and Murray Shepherd have been back through, and the gap has gone out again to 2.5 seconds this time. Both of them lapping more slowly than they did on the previous lap, though. George Grice still third. Simon Court in fourth position. Fifth is number 96, Jonathan Higgins, being chased by number 88, Jack Chapman now. And closing on both of them, I reckon, is Jeff Peake, because he's done his personal best lap of 1:43.3. It was just over a second faster that time than Jack Chapman. So those two together now as they turn their way through Redgate Corner out towards Hollywood. So Peake here could pick up a couple of positions and get back to 5th before the end of the race, I reckon. He's got Jack Chapman to try and pass first as they make their way down the crater curves, right then left, and towards the right-hander at the old hairpin they go. The 3 cars pretty much equidistant as they turn their way through there now. So Chapman catching Higgins as well, I think, on this lap. Out of the old hairpin, then they do the left-hander past Starkey's Bridge and up towards Schwantz Curve. Then right they go at McLean's, those 3 cars right together, Josh, in a battle for 5th, 6th and 7th.
Yeah, they've closed up somewhat on this lap, and they may change into McLean, because that's Jack Chapman, isn't it, going down the inside there of Jonathan Higgins, I think, to take the position.
He has done, so Higgins down to 6th, Jack Chapman up into 5th position, and Jeff Peake is trying to go up into 6th as well. He's going to go and try and go around the outside at Coppice Corner. Lots of rain on the CCTV cameras now, so we can't see too much of what's going on up there, but Jeff Peake was certainly on the outside line. I think he may just about have nosed ahead now, so Jonathan Higgins there losing a couple of positions on that lap.
Yeah, so it's not going so well for him on this particular lap, on lap 4 of the race. So up to 5th for Jack Chapman. I think this would be his best result. Then 6th for Peake, and 7th for Higgins, but Higgins is still with Peake, so in the tow as they head off towards Redgate Corner. 6 seconds behind Simon Court, but I think lapping slower than him, who's also on for his best result of the season. So into Redgate they turn, and Jack Chapman getting away, I think, there in his newly acquired 5th position. Meanwhile, up front, Murray Shepherd's done the fastest lap, 1:39.45, to bring the lead gap down to 2.3 seconds.
Yeah. He was only a couple of tenths ahead, or a couple of tenths faster, I should say, of Craig Land, and the gap doesn't look to have noticeably come down any more than that as they make their way up from McLean's to Coppice Corner on lap 5 of this race. Might just get 2 more laps, maybe 3 more laps out of this,
depending how generous they're feeling.
Yeah, exactly. They're heading down out of Coppice now, down the Exhibition Straight towards Robert Chicane again, a couple of seconds or so between them. So not really much threat on for Craig Land. So from his point of view, it's a question of just not making any mistakes. Murray Shepherd, I think, from his point of view, likewise, and both just hoping for reliability. If anything, I think the gap's got out this time. So Shepherd's got a problem, hasn't he? Shepherd has got a problem. It was a slower lap that time, a 1:42.6 5.5, but the engine didn't sound as if it was completely on site, the 1300cc Ford Costa engine.
Not at all. So now that adds drama, doesn't it? We thought this race was calm and not too much going on. Now, into the Crane curves. There's Land. Where is Shepherd? There, much, much further behind.
He's dropping a long way back. So the question now is, can the car keep going, and can it keep hold of at least second or possibly third position? The fastest lap point at the minute is going to Murray Shepherd as well, so that will help him. He's doing 1:39.450, so that fastest lap point, who knows, that might be crucial.
Still needs that third place, I think, doesn't he?
Yeah, it does really.
Oh, no, he won't, because Land will only have 25, won't he? Because he'll be taking a point away.
Yeah.
So actually, fourth might be enough.
Yeah, Tom Gadd coming into the pit lane and retiring again for the second time today. Actually, race last year's champion.
So Murray Shepherd will be like wanting that checkered flag to come out early, I think.
But he's still a long way ahead of George Grice in third position. He's still on the last lap faster than George Grice.
We don't know how long that problem was, whether it come at the chicane.
Yeah. But the gap doesn't appear to be coming down particularly. He was 9 seconds ahead at the beginning of the lap. He's still, I'm guessing, I bet he's still 9 seconds ahead.
Okay, so it might be okay.
He might be all right.
So we're going to get 1 or 2 more laps.
No sign of the last lap board yet, is there? So we should get 2 now, because over the line goes Craig Land. Complete lap number 6, 1:53 to go, and a lap here is about 1:40. Here comes Murray Shepherd. So again, the car not sounding completely on song. He that time does 1:47, so 5 seconds slow. He's now 12 seconds behind Shepherd and 5 seconds ahead of Grice, and he is 10 seconds ahead of Simon Court.
We think not unless Land can do the fastest lap, fourth will still be enough. And then it's another 7 seconds back to Chapman, so it may be okay for Murray Shepherd.
Providing the car keeps going. Yeah. They are down towards he's down towards the old head. I think Craig Land is already on his way up towards McLean's probably by now on lap number 7. There he is. And I think he's just past Mark Rue's car, I think that will be. The back marker. Murray Shepherd is still there, but the gap coming down to George Grice in third position steadily. Grice was 5 seconds faster than Shepherd on the previous lap. Tim Panstone Smith just coming through to complete another lap. He's in 9th position, just ahead of 10th place number 15, Rob Sisson.
Shepherd's gap looks still to be 4 seconds to me.
Yeah,
so whether it's come back up, it's come back on again, or if it's particular parts of the track, there's the 2 long straights where he's losing all the time.
Maybe. Last lap board's being prepared. That'll be for Craig Land, who's just coming into the Robert chicane now for the penultimate time.
Because if he can get the fastest lap back away, that means Shepherd needs to finish a place higher than what he currently does.
Well, let's see what lap time Craig Land has done this time. Then over the line he goes. 1:39.450, the one to beat, and that lap was a 1:40.963, so no improvement that time. And there's not too much green on the timer screen indicating that conditions are getting better. So he might struggle. Murray Shepherd's lap time there was a 1:43, so a better lap time that time through. George Grice had basically a 1:43 as well. So I think he'll be good here to hang on to second place Murray Shepherd and just about hang on to the championship.
Yeah, in fact, he's worked out how to drive around whatever the issue is. Maybe another thing you could say that you could learn in historic racing.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That battle of the 5th is continuing, isn't it? Jack Chapman, Jeff Peake and Jonathan Higgins are all together as they go on to their last lap.
Yeah, Peake's not got through into 5th. I thought he might be good for the top 5 here in this race. He might still get there, but for the moment it's the driver that was in the gravel in race 1, Jack Chapman, he was actually in the mud, wasn't he? Jack Chapman that's there in 5th position at the moment. There is Murray Shepherd on our screens now, heading through Schwantz curve. Craig Land is already up towards Coppice, who was 14 seconds ahead at the start of the lap. And it looks like it's going to be Craig Land that's going to win the battle, but Murray Shepherd that's going to win the war, because second place I think is going to be enough for him to wrap up the championship. Heading out of Coppice then is Craig Land down the hill, all on his own. He's got the exhibition straight all to himself at the moment as Keith Malpas goes on to his final lap in 11th position. Through the right, and the left-hander goes Craig Land, and it's going to be a second win of the season, but subject to Murray Shepherd getting there, it's not going to be enough. So Craig Land wins the race. Murray Shepherd is still there In second position, he's got George Grice closing on him. George Grice just passing the back marker as they go into the Robert chicane. But Murray Shepherd turns right, he turns left, out of the final corner, up towards the line, up to the checkered flag. And Murray Shepherd with his team cheering him over the line. He gets second place, and with that, he wins the 2020 Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. George Grice, another podium for him. He takes third place in car number 5. Simon Court, number 55, comes across the line in 4th position. And Jeff Peake on the final lap did get 5th place away from Jack Chapman. So number 29, Jeff Peake gets 5th, 88, Jack Chapman 6th. Jonathan Higgins with a very 6-sounding low cost finishes 7th place with car number 96. And then I think 8th should be the number 82 car of Paul Clark. And then the final 3 finishes on the lead lap will be number 47, Tim Penstone-Smith, number 15, Rob Sisson, and number 41, Keith Malpas. So Murray Shepherd it is that has deservedly, with 6 wins this season, won the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. But a nice way for Craig Land to finish with his second win of the season there, to add to the one that he had at Brands Hatch back in August. And I'm sure we'll have a big bit of Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost back out again for the start of the 2021 season, which is just a few months away. Still 2 more races to go here at Donington Park this afternoon, and that is next for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. We've got the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship to round out the day, and we've got the MX5 Championship to be decided. The MR2s having been resolved earlier in the day in favour of Alan Cook, who produced yet another virtuoso wet weather performance to take the title with a round to spare. Craig making sure he's waving to all of the marshals on the slowing down lap. And I know that's always appreciated by the marshals, to have the thanks and support of the drivers. And once again, our thanks from the commentary box to all of the marshals here at Donington Park this weekend. Applause ringing around the pit lane as Craig Land comes in. And let's go down to Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, Craig. Well done. Not quite enough for the championship, but another race win.
Yeah, I mean, a win's a win, isn't it? If it's not quite the championship, we'll be back next season to make sure we give it a good go. Yeah, it's disappointing still not to get the win of the championship, but we came in for a top 5 aim, so the second place is great. That's a massive achievement for us.
I guess it was all on that move earlier in the first race. I think you just lock up a bit.
Yeah, definitely. I think I went in a little bit hot and just lost the front end, obviously, which hurt me for the exit and we passed around the outside. But yeah, I had to go for it. It's one of those championship opportunities to try and make the most of. But it's all good. I mean, having fun's the main thing. So I'm looking forward to next season.
Yeah, you've obviously shown lots of pace this year, so you're back again next year and I guess try and go one better.
Yeah, I'll definitely be back and give it a good go next time.
Well done. Let's have a word with Murray then. Well done, Murray. Not sure that race went totally to plan?
Say again, sir?
A few issues there in the race?
Yeah, I think the fan belts come off. The battery lights come on, and it's happened to me before. It's been a bit of a curse with us. So I was just keeping a close eye on the temperature, because it can really overheat because the water pump's not going around. So I just thought I'd just cruise around. We got a bit of a lead. Well, Craig and I had broken away, and I thought I only really need second in this, and Craig deserves a win today as well. So, just cruise around and bring the car back, and luckily it just carried on going. So, yeah, very happy to get the championship in the end.
So presumably quite pleased it wasn't sort of a typical low-cost race where there were loads of cars around you then?
Yeah, well, I think we almost got taken out at the start on the first corner, and I just thought, oh man, imagine if that happened and got DNF and Craig had won. It could have all gone the other way. So that's just what it's like with low-cost racing. You never know what's going to happen. You've got to have a load of luck, and I think we've had a bit of luck this season. So, yeah, I'll take it while we can.
And any plans yet for next season?
Yeah, there's a few things. Potentially going to do some FF2000. I've done a bit of that this season. I'll keep this car, so do a couple of races. But now it's won. You know, it's not the priority to win the low-cost championship again. But I'd love to come back and keep racing when I can.
But well done this season.
Thank you very much.
So well done to Murray Shepherd. We've got another champion to crown now, though, Ian.
Yeah, let's give you the grid for the final race of the season for 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Partially reverse grid from the result of race number 1. So on the front row is 230 and 154. 230 is Tom Holland and 154 Marcus Bailey. Second row 77 Steve Foden and 71 Ben Short. The third row, 41 Tom Smith and 1 Ben Hansey, the championship leader and the winner of race 1, his first win of the season. Row 4, 47 Stephen Craggs and 34 Callum Greatrex. Row 5, 9 and 144, that's Ian Tomlinson and George King. Row 6, 27 and 167, Dan Blake and Clive Chisnell. The 7th row, 35 and 23, Jason Greatrex and Stephen Rees. The 8th row, 12 and 26, 12 Edward Rappager and 26 Ryan Lovelock. The 9th row, 61 and 111, Jake Dormer and Tim Gray. The 10th row, 113 and 64, Alex Rivette and Philip Doothwaite. The 11th row, 96 and 50, Sam Moody and William Pickard. The 12th row, 98, Alex Lewington and 36, Dale Whiteman. Row 13, 46, Nico Favreau and treble 7, Courtney Milnes. Row 14, 72 and 22, Matthew Short and Adrian Johnson, and Chris Rees is at the back in car number 238. Looking down beneath me, I think we have a full grid apart from Chris Rees, so looks like everybody else is there. A reminder that earlier on today, it was Ben Hansey that won the first race by a second and a half from Tom Smith, with Ben Short third and Steve Foden fourth. As far as the championship is concerned, that means that after drop scores have been taken into account, Ben Hansey leads with 966 points, Steve Foden 960 and Tom Smith 958. The championship then between those 3 drivers as we head into the final round of the season. The red lights, they'll go on now and they go out, and it's Tom Holland and Marcus Bailey from the front row. Not a good start by Holland at all. Bailey getting the best of the starts from the front row, but Steve Foden from row 2 gets away very nicely. His position is car on the inside line now, on the inside of Marcus Bailey as well, so he's got the right line going into Redgate Corner. Can Steve Foden take the lead here? The answer to that question is yes, he can. But who's that following in behind him? Ben Hansey, I can certainly see making progress. Ben Hansey's up to second place from 6th on the grid already, so he's chasing after Steve Foden now as they go down the hill towards the old hairpin.
That was an important, good move there from Hansey, wasn't it? Because it was 4th or 5th turning through the corner, but he got a great traction on the exit to make him way up into second place, which he could just sit there if he wants to, I think, for the championship. So that's good news for him. And is that Ben Short that he's on his tail, possibly?
Yeah, I think it might be, as they head up towards McLean's for the first time at the far end of the circuit from us here in the commentary box.
Is that Tom Smith going around the outside for 4th?
Yeah, I think it might well be ahead of Callum Greatrex, that will be, in the red line car.
That was a good start from Greatrex then. He did that earlier.
Yeah, from 8th this time, up to about 5th briefly.
Foden is going away up front. He was quick earlier, wasn't it? He just had that off.
Yeah.
Presumably that's Ben Short behind Hansey. If he is, he's challenging.
He is. Let's have a look then as they come down towards the chicane. Foden it is that leads. That's where he made the mistake in the first race, of course, and back towards as they come. It is Hansey in second, and in third it is the 41 car, which is Tom Smith, isn't it, rather than Ben Short?
That's why he's been challenging so hard, isn't it? The third of the championship contenders. And so Ben Short, if it's like the earlier race, will just stay there. It was raining again, isn't it? It wasn't a moment ago. So the showers coming through Donington Park throughout the day. And it is the Foden then that leads by 2 seconds. Great first lap from him in this partial reverse grid race. But Ben Hansey under a lot of pressure for second from Tom Smith. Where do we think Hansey needs to finish here?
I've not worked that out, but I think probably anything in the top 3 would probably be good enough. Regardless of what happens to anybody else. On that first lap, Marcus Bailey went back from second on the grid to 6th, and Tom Holland from pole position back to 8th place at the end of lap 1, so he lost 7 places.
If Foden wins the fastest lap and Hansey gets third, will it be equal?
I'll have to work that out in a minute.
Which would very much make a complicated scoring, working out who would be the champion.
It would.
So let's.
I'm going to change the subject. Good first lap for Courtney Mills, up 10 places to 16th. Courtney off at least one occasion in the first race, if not two, wasn't it?
Yeah, she went off at Redgate and lost a lap. She went really well at Silverstone earlier in the season where she was on the podium. In a great big battle packs, as Patrick would expect on that circuit with these cars. Well, here comes Smith on Hansey for second, so he's really challenging hard down into the chicanes alongside Hansey. Are they going to touch the two teammates? Not quite. Hansey hops over the curves on the inside of the corner because he may well have to stay in this second position if he wants to win the championship, and that was a lot of pressure Tom Smith put on him. Smith appears to be a bit quicker in this race. Hansey has to align himself. He was driving that turbocharged car earlier, and he'll get him back into this car, perhaps proving a little bit problematic for him to remember the differences in driving style off the two machines.
If it finished like this, it would be Hansey that won the championship by 2 points.
But then if he drops behind Smith, that's what I'm
that's
wondering
it
might
might start
happen.
to get more complicated.
Indeed.
So we'll keep an eye on that.
And he's all over the back of him at the moment, isn't he, Smith?
Foden, though, he really does need to win this race
And get the fastest lap.
And get the fastest lap, and he's got to have an error-free win. He's 3.7 seconds ahead this time around, but he just needs to stay there. Smith having a look there at Hansey as they go through the left-hander, now through the next left-hand kink before McLean's. And the three of them together there, the three BS Motorsport cars, Hansey, Smith and Ben Short. Second, third and fourth. Gap back then to Callum Greatrex now on his own in fifth place. Marcus Bailey is in sixth place. In fact, I think that would be Tom Holland that's back through to sixth now ahead of Marcus Bailey. Although Bailey will fight back as they go up towards Coppice Corner. So good scrap going on outside the top 5 places.
Battle of seconds on again because Hansey sideways out of Coppice, and I think Tom Smith is going to be alongside him this time. Ben Short's watching his two customers in front of him race side by side. He's going to make it a 3-wide BS Motorsport MX5 battle down into the Robert chicane, and Tom Smith goes through. He gets second, and Ben Short goes way off the road. You don't see him make too many mistakes. Perhaps got rather overly excited about what was happening in front of him.
He did, but he's rejoined and continued. He's just about lost a place to Callum Greatrex. I suspect he'll get it back though. So it's Steve Foden leading, and he's still leading by 4.5 seconds from number 41 now. Tom Smith in second place, Ben Hansey number 1 in third, Callum Greatrex still in fourth place in number 34. Fifth is number 71 Ben Short. Sixth is actually the 144 George King car that made up the ground on that lap, up to sixth place, number 144 Tom Holland seventh and Marcus Bailey eighth.
George King was one of the drivers that went off in the first race, so over the course of the day he's been working his way back all the way up to sixth. So now we're in that position where the championship is very confusing, who might be the champion. What Ben Short can do now to help his customer
is get fastest lap.
Absolutely. Yeah. Which isn't beyond the realm of the possibilities. A moment at the hairpin, the old hairpin, I think a couple of cars got away with very sideways. So, conditions worsening again, aren't they?
Yeah, so it's all spread out a little bit. And Ben Short not yet able to get back ahead of Callum Greatrex, so he'll need to do that. If he's going to get fastest lap, he's going to do it, though. Up at McLean's, he's gone around the outside of Callum Greatrex at McLean's there and has gone up into fourth position. So Ben Short, I suspect, knows what he needs to do here.
I think we'll find out if Ben Short's been playing throughout the course of the day, which he hasn't shown his normal pace, has he? No. So I think the next lap will be a judge whether he has been able to go faster or perhaps not this weekend.
Right, Steve Foden coming through to complete lap number 4, 8.25 minutes of the race left to go. And the conditions ever more difficult, so Foden goes across the line. I think that gap might have gone out a bit further, if anything. It has not. It's come in by 0.7 of a second, actually. 3.8 seconds is now the gap to Smith. Hansey is third, and Ben Short up to fourth position. That wasn't a representative lap time, though.
Tom Smith wasn't far away from taking the fastest lap of the race. So, again, he could be somebody that takes that point away from Steve Foden. Can Tom Smith buy his way into the championship? Yes, if he was to win it.
He could do. It's mathematically open, I think, but it needs a few things to happen before we get there. So the race itself at the moment is not actually that close, but the championship battle is quite interesting. And by the looks of it, Ben Short has put a good amount of time between himself and Colin Greatrex. Having said that, Greatrex's best lap is only 1:43.4, which is just about 2.5 seconds off the best lap of the race. So really you've been needing to see Ben Short pull quite a long way clear of Colin Greatrex if this is going to be a fastest lap territory time. He is a long way clear of him now compared to where he was a lap ago, but probably not 2.5 seconds at this stage.
Courtney Milnes hasn't made any more position. She's still 14th. But Matthew Short, who also started at the back, has got to 15th now. So he's come through nicely. Those two drivers who got tangled up in race 1. Is Foden's lead gap bigger this time?
Well, I said that last time, and then it proved not to be the case. I think it might be, though. We'll have a look. So if Foden can get his clog down, although I'm not sure the conditions are really conducive to go any quicker. That lap was... it was the best lap of the race, 1:40.888. Now, does anyone behind him go faster? Smith doesn't, Hansie doesn't, does Ben Short?
Yes.
Yeah, he does a 1:40.427, so that changes things back around in the championship again. It means that Foden only gets 100 points, and at the moment it's Smith getting 97 and Hansie 95, and so that would be enough for Hansie to win the championship by a point.
There's an incident at the chicane. There's a car going off the road. It's going to get back on again. There was a bit of bumping, I think, into the chicane.
It might have been Matthew Short. Matthew Short's coming through.
Adrian Johnson?
It's going to be Alex. Yeah, Adrian Johnson, isn't it? 22 car that's had that brief spin. And he loses only one place, actually, over the lap.
Yes, I think he was trying to get ahead of Alex Rivette, and that went all a bit wrong. Hansie's catching Tom Smith again, isn't he?
But now he's in a position where he doesn't actually need to pass Tom Smith. But does he know that?
And Steve Foden isn't that far away where he could get the fastest lap back again.
No, he's not. So no one can really afford to take it easy at this point. They all need to keep pushing. I've got no idea if they've all worked out what can happen in the championship, or if they're just driving like Billy O to win it.
Looking at the angle the plane's coming in, I would suggest it's quite windy out there.
Yeah, I've seen one or two of those earlier. Nicky Favo coming across the line, and here comes Steve Foden again. So let's see if he can pip Ben Short's best lap of the race. So 1 minute 40.427 to beat, and he's not done it. 1:41.0 that time for him. Tom Smith still second, the Leicestershire driver. Ben Hansie third, the man from Northamptonshire, and Wiltshireman Ben Short comes through in fourth position. Doesn't improve on his lap time there, all yellow on the timing screen. So no improvements amongst the leading contenders there. But Ben Hansie only about 2 car lengths behind Tom Smith now. He did take 4/10 out of him on that lap. So as they drop down towards the old hairpin, 5.7 seconds behind Steve Foden, who's just lapping the Nico Favo car now. So the battle for second and third, such that it is still on. But as things stand, third place enough for Ben Hansie. Ben Short in fourth position is catching them. He took about 3/4 of a second out of Hansie on the previous lap. You would suspect, though, once he catches them, he'll just sit in behind them again.
Yes.
Having done his work.
Fair enough what happened in the earlier race.
Fifth is Colin Greatrex. Sixth, George King, who is 3 seconds behind Greatrex now and not lapping any faster. Tom Holland, seventh. Marcus Bailey, eighth. Jake Dormer up to ninth on that lap, getting ahead of Stephen Craggs, number 47, who's dropped down to 10th.
Of course, in these conditions, it's easy to make a mistake. So where you're pushing on, how much risk are you willing to take, I guess? Well,
we saw in the first race, it's relatively easy to outbrake yourself into the chicane, have a spin there, and if Ben Hansie was to do that, that could be a real problem for him. Certainly he's through there safely this time, and there'll be just 2 laps to go in this race. So Foden's gone through, Tom Smith second, Ben Hansie third, Ben Short fourth.
He got within 5,000ths of a second of the fastest lap on that lap.
Yeah, Ben Short 1:40.432, lapping 1.6 seconds faster than Ben Hansie on that occasion.
So yeah, Ben Short's really done his job for his customer this weekend, hasn't he? Because he took a point away from Foden in race 1 by beating him, and then he's going to take another point away from him in this race.
Now, I had a change further back because Jason Greatrex is up to 9th place all of a sudden. He's made up 2 places. The 2 drivers that have gone backwards on that lap are Jake Dormer, who just got up to 9th. He dropped back down to 12th place. Now, Stephen Craig has gone back from 10th to 11th. Ian Tomlinson also moving up into the top 10. So, drama's further down the order. But for the lead, they are at Coppice, I think.
Or Foden is, yeah. The others are at McLean's, such as the gap, 6.5 seconds at the end of the previous lap. Ben Short, who was 2 seconds behind Ben Hansey at the beginning of the lap, he's caught him now. We don't think he's going to go past him.
No, wouldn't have thought so. Be words if he does. Last lap board being prepared by Stuart on the finish line there. And it'll go out to Steve Foden this time, who's just making his way through the Roberts chicane. He's got more traffic to deal with on this lap.
Ben Hansey felt the need to defend into the chicane. He sort of moved to the middle of the road. So perhaps Ben Short causing a bit of a distraction for him.
Tom Smith certainly has got well away now, and they've just lapped the Dale Whiteman number 36 car.
Ben Short's now done 3 laps in the trot. That's a 1 minute 40.4.
Yeah. So Hansey still there in 3rd place, Shorts in 4th, and I expect it will stay that way. The leader is down at the old hairpin. That's Steve Foden. He's just had the 1 win so far this year. That came in the last meeting at Mallory Park. It seems an age ago. It was more than 2 months ago. But he's the man that's going to get his 2nd win, and as things stand, will finish a 2nd in the championship by a point to Ben Hansey. That's assuming we've all got our maths right.
Yes.
Let's hope we have. I'm sure we'll soon work it out as we go down there. Adrian Johnson's having an eventful race. He's been off through the mud on the exit of the Robert chicane that time. Where are the leaders now? They are heading into Coppice, I think. Waiting for Steve Foden.
Yeah, I think that's him just on the exit of Coppice, isn't it?
Just trying to work out. It seems to be a long lap to get there, but he's on his own, making his way out of Coppice Corner. Then the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars just exiting Coppice now to come onto the exhibition straight. It is still Hansey there in 3rd position, crucially. And Ben Short in 4th, but here comes Steve Foden now out of the Robert chicane, up towards the line, takes the checkered flag to win his 2nd race this season in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. A dominant win it was in the end as well. 2nd place is going to go the way of number 41, Tom Smith, but 3rd and returning his championship, number 1, Ben Hansey. Yes, I think judging by his hand gestures, he thinks he's done it. So Ben Hansey is the champion. Ben Short it is that takes 4th position. 5th place is going to go the way of Callum Greatrex. Yes, he just comes up and over the line now, number 34, Callum Greatrex. 6th place is going to go to 144. That's a good day's racing for George King, having had to fight his way through from the back in race 1. 7th in the end is going to go the way of Tom Holland in the best motorsport car. So he's got the pace on the final lap. Marcus Bailey goes down to 8th position in the 154 car. 9th is going to go to number 9, Ian Tomlinson. 10th to number 35, Jason Greatrex. 11th to 47, Stephen Craig. 12th to number 61, Jake Dormer. Dan Blake, number 27, takes 13th place. 14th position is going to go the way of the Trouble 7 car, Courtney Milnes, just ahead of Matthew Short, with both of those drivers having made their way through from the back of the grid. So Matthew Short rounds out the top 15. But by 1 point, we reckon, 1,061 for Hansey, 1,060 to Foden, and 1,055 to Tom Smith. We reckon it is Ben Hansey that wins the 2020 5 Club Racing by MX5 Cup Championship. So, dramatic end to the season there. Congratulations to Steve Foden on the win. Congratulations to Ben Hansey on the championship. And we look forward to some more big grids of Mark 1 MX5, Master MX5s in the 2021 season of 5 Club Racing by MX5 Cup. Steve Foden, I can see, making his way now into the pit lane at the end of that race. And we've just got one more race to go in the 2020 season for the 750 Most Club. Before that, though, let's hear from Steve Foden. He's with Josh Barrett.
Yep, thanks, Ian. Thanks, Steve's. team just letting him know what the result was. Steve, dominant win there. So, you lost the championship by 1 point, so close.
Yeah, it was very close. I mean, we knew after the first race that all I could do was go out there and win it and get fastest lap. And I think I had fastest lap for the majority of that race. And I think Ben Shorts picked me on one of the last laps there. I was properly pushing in the first part of the race, and then I kind of wanted to maintain a gap when I knew I had fastest lap. And then we started to catch traffic when I was being told I didn't have fastest lap, and managed to catch them in the right places. But you know, it's been a fantastic season, and this fan's fully deserving of it. Congratulations, Ben. Well played, well driven. Yes, it's been a fantastic season. You know, great thanks to everyone involved. You know, Alan puts together a fantastic calendar, and it's a really good paddock full of people in the Masters, and you know, we absolutely love it for that.
And it's been a really good end to the season because you got a win at Mallory as well. So lots of speed right at the end of the year. So good for next season, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you know, this season's been a bit topsy-turvy, obviously, with everything going on. So we're kind of hoping we're going to have some kind of normality next year. But either way, it's been a really good season. I think everyone's thoroughly enjoyed the chance. You know, even just having the chance to come out racing at one point, we didn't know if anything was going to happen. You know, this weekend for one, we didn't even know if it was going to happen. So I'm really, really happy to finish the season on a high with a win. And congratulations to Ben and Tom.
You'll be back with our club next season?
We're still pondering. I've got some personal commitments that should have happened this year, which are going to happen next year. So the social calendar and the race calendar, we need to work out some compromises. But yes, hopefully.
Hope to see you back. Well done. Thank you. And let's have a chat with Ben Hansey. I think he's quite happy. Well done, Ben. It was very close for the championship. At one point, you and Steve were equal, but then Ben helped you out with a fastest lap point.
He helped out much more than that. He's given me a fantastic car. It's given me loads of tuition. This one is definitely for the team. We missed out on celebrating it at the circuit last year, so it's a little bit sweeter. And this is for all of the mechanics at BS Motorsport. Will, Hannah, Simon, even Bummy has all put in great work.
And it's been a massively competitive season with Steve and Tom. I think the three of you, 3 or points, but at the end of the season, it can't be much closer than that, can it?
No, as you say, I think up until last lap, we were probably tired and working out on countbacks and all sorts. Brilliantly competitive season. I think we came into the weekend with 16 people still in the mass of winning the championship. So, yeah, amazing. Particularly with all the backdrop of everything with the COVID stuff, to get off 5 meetings. Can't thank 750 enough to get this done. And it's been a fantastic season.
I'm sure we'll be back next year with number 1 on the side again.
Certainly a discussion to be had.
And what about the other car they had out in Club Enduro? That back next season, do you think?
That's probably more of the focus next year. That's definitely a development project at the moment, but yeah, we've got some interesting plans for that.
It looked like it was actually going quite well today.
Certainly, definitely a bit quicker in Ben's hands, but just like this, I'm sure if we work together, we can make something special happen.
Look forward to seeing that, taking it against the big cars. Well done to Ben Hansey, last race of the season.
Yes, it is. It's the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. Let's give you the grid. The front row, 96 and 26, Alan Cook and Paul Cook. The second row, 27 and 25, Sean Traynor and Paul Hinson. Third row, 22 and 86, Nick Williamson and Lee Brown. Fourth row, 41 and 39, Ali Topley and Adam Lewis. Fifth row, 2 and 18, Ben Rowe and Sam Harper. Sixth row, 24 and 84, Daniel Sylvester and Neil Stratton. Seventh row, 99 and 16, 99 Oliver Aldworth, 16. Daniel Farmer. 8th row, 79 and 55, Jonathan Grivens and Dave Hemingway. 9th row, 65 and 28, Vera Aldridge and Phil Collins. 10th row, 15 and 33, Gavin Aldworth, Mick Nichols. 11th row, 52 and 13, Nick Emily and Rhys Dorman. 12th row, 17 and 42, Maxine Nichols, Michael Japp. 13th row, 20 and 3, Patrick Stone and Paul Gibson. 14th row, 49 and 7, David Rowe and Wayne Lewis. And 15th row, 8 and 12, Tim Herron and Gary Patterson. The championship decided earlier on today in favour of Aaron Cook, who has pole position for this one. Paul Cook alongside him. It's decided by the fastest lap times from the earlier races, this particular grid. And so at 6 minutes past 3, we are about to go racing for the final time of this season with the 750 Most Club. The wind's looking quite strong out there now, the way the flags are blowing. Josh, can you confirm that? It is quite windy out there. You can do that in a minute because the red lights are already on. And they go out now. And it's Paul Cook from the front row that makes the best of the starts. Nick Williamson again gets away pretty well. And again, he's going to try and go down on the grass to get through on the inside into Redgate corner. This time there's an Alan Cook shaped car in the way, and he's not able to do it as the rain just sweeps across the circuit. It's going to be Alan Cook and Paul Cook still side by side, but Paul Cook noses ahead on the exit of the corner, so it's Paul Cook that has the lead then, and Alan Cook down to third because Sean Trainor's got away quite quickly as well. Sean Trainor up into second position now, but Alan Cook getting alongside him as they go down through the Craner curves for the first time in this race, and it's Cook that's gone back through.
So the car's spinning across the road. I think everyone's trying to avoid. There's a number of cars off, but yeah, thought again that might have been quite a big accident. What's happening for the lead, though?
Yeah, that's all well down the order. It is Paul Cook that is leading still. Alan Cook right behind him now, and Sean Trainor. So the three of them together, and the three drivers that have probably done most of the. I was going to say most of the winning this year, but Paul Cook hasn't won a race this year in the MR2s, hasn't he? But he has won lots of MR2 races here in the past. He's got the lead at the moment then, and he and Alan Cook, with a different spelling to their surname, have dropped Sean Trainor a little bit now. Alan Cook to the outside of Paul Cook at Coppice Corner. He tries to go around the outside, but I'm not sure there's much road there to do it on, but he's got his nose in front, has he? Yes, he has. I think Alan Cook's done it. He's taken the lead away from Paul Cook, and now Sean Trainor, as they come out of Coppice Corner, is going to get alongside Paul Cook as well. So it's Alan Cook leading, and who's going to be second, Josh, by the time they get to the chicane?
Looks like it might be Sean Trainor, isn't it? So Paul Cook didn't get a good exit because of the battle he was involved in, and that's really not helped him out. I take it everybody's got away again from the Craner curves. I think they have, so that's good. We can continue to race with Alan Cook leading by 6/10 over Sean Trainor. So it's the champion, Alan Cook, being chased by the multiple former champion, outgoing champion Sean Trainor. Then Paul Cook is third, fourth is Paul Hinton, fifth is Nick Williamson, sixth is Lee Brown, and Adam Lewis, Ali Topley, Ben Rowe, and Daniel Tavesta complete the top 10.
They do indeed. So lap 2 in this 15-minute race, the top 3 pulling away from the rest.
Looked like it was the two Nichols involved in that Craner curves incident, wasn't it? Those two that got together at Alton as well.
They did, didn't they? Again, getting caught up in each other's incidents, as it were. Anyway,
with Nick Nichols, it hasn't come through.
Right, yeah, Maxine did come through in 27th place out of the 29 cars that started the race. So one of them didn't, which I think might have been Tim Heron then, that's not started the race this time.
Yeah, he didn't really make too much earlier either, unfortunately, so not a great day for him. What's happening out front? Is Alan Cook pulling away again?
Yes, he is, and it's really about the battle for second position.
Oh, there's cars off on the run up to McLean's. There's a car on the road, and there's a car across the grass.
Yeah, there's one off that on the grass. There's a couple that were sort of avoiding each other on the circuit as well.
Oh, and there's a car for Coppice.
There is, and that'll be one of the...
Oh, that's Mick Nichols.
That's Mick Nichols, so that's where he is and why he didn't come through at the end of lap 1. So at the end of lap 2 then, it's going to be Alan Cook, number 96, that leads the way then. From in second place, number 27, Sean Trainor. In third place is number 26, Paul Cook. And then in fourth place is Paul Hinton, the 2012 champion. He's in the number 25 car. Fifth is number 22, Nick Williamson. Sixth is 86, Lee Brown. Seventh is 41, Ali Topley, who was a retirement from the earlier race. And eighth, number 39, Adam Lewis.
Okay, so it's spread now between the top 3. There's about a 4 for Nick Williamson's going for it up the inside of Paul Hinton. But I think he just had to get out of that, so Paul Hinton's going to accelerate away again on the exit of the corner. I think the cars that went off at McLean's have continued. It was just Mick Nichols that is stopped. Ben Rowe was one of the cars that went off. He's dropped down, so that's promoted Dan Harper and Phil Collins up into the top 10, I think. So,
yeah,
plenty full of changes as people have moments around the circuit.
Yeah.
But Aaron Cook is the reign master of Toyota MR2 racing.
He is. We've got one for the pits, and that is the number 3 car that is coming in out of the race, and that is Paul Gibson in his road to the drive from Somerset. He's out of the race. So leaders then already heading up towards the right-hander at Coppice, and it's... the rain master, as Josh saying, Alan Cook leading the way, does say how much he enjoys these conditions. I think he'd race every weekend if he could in the rain. but not always an option, but it has been an option more often than not this year, it seems. So down the exhibition straight he comes, and it's quite a gap now between second and third, Sean Traynor and Paul Cook. Fourth is looking a bit more sorted.
The leader, Aaron Cook, was 45 degrees to the circuit out the corner, massively sideways.
Good battle for 7th and 8th just coming through. No, for 6th and 7th, I think that is. And that is between Ali Topley and Lee Brown. And it's Lee Brown ahead, as he was on the previous lap, but the two of them got quite close together there. Adam Lewis in 8th, Sam Harper should say 9th. And Phil Collins completed the top 10 in number 28.
Was it not those two that got together in the earlier race when Brown dropped down and
may have been,
Topley didn't finish?
May have been, yeah. So that's a good point. Down at the old hairpin is Alan Cook. He's on lap 4, 9.25 minutes of the race left to go. Championship already wrapped up, so I guess just needs to keep his nose clean here. Doesn't want to get to any form of penalty that he might have to carry forward, which could compromise the championship. Pink car coming through and across the line is the number 13 car of Rhys Dorman. He is over the line, having made up a couple of places on that lap in 22nd position.
Leaders already up at the top end of the circuit. That battle continues between Lee Brown and Alistair Topley for 6th and 7th positions.
It's Brown ahead at the moment, isn't it, as they make their way up the hill towards Coppice.
So he's stayed ahead so far on this, the 4th lap of the final circuit motor race of the season in the country.
It certainly is. Later finished the main season than normal, but no plum pudding at Mallory Park, which normally closes the UK racing calendar.
Aaron Cook's really pushing on. He said he wanted to have fun, and he's pushing hard. He's not... I was going to say, he hasn't been going as quick as he did in the early race, but he has now. He's going to hold second faster than previously, 1 minute 36.6, which is the best part of 3 seconds faster than what anybody else has done in this race.
Yeah, Sean Traynor still in second place, and Sean saw this as a new challenge this season, didn't he, with the Roadster, to see if he could add a 5th championship to the 4th that he had won in the Mark II. So he's not done it yet, so wouldn't be surprised if he was back again to try and do it next year.
If it wasn't for Aaron Cook, he'd been all right.
He would have been, but Cook's been... different gravy on occasions this season. Halfway through this race now, Cook clearly the fastest, nearly 6.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Traynor, Cook, Hinson, Williamson, Brown, Topley. Neil Stratton is leading Class A, and he's put an extra car between himself and Dave Hemingway on that lap. He's up to 11th, Hemingway in 13th, the two leading Mark I cars from the 1980s.
And he's going quicker in Stratton than the car ahead, so he could get into the top 10 overall, which would be a really strong effort if he can manage it. Ben Rose continuing to proceed back up the order after he's off. He's to 16th. So he's gained 2 or 3 since he went off a few laps ago.
Driving standards flag for Ali Topley, number 41, the driver in 7th position, having that battle with Lee Brown. So there have been some form of indiscretion during the race so far.
You'd think exceeding track limits isn't particularly helpful today.
No, not particularly. Alan Cook coming through again to complete lap number 5.
It's Paul Cook getting closer to Sean Traynor on this lap, 2nd and 3rd into the chicane.
2.1 seconds there was between them. Up to the line. It's going to be maybe just over a second, I would guess. Let's have a look. Just over 1.017 seconds as Cook, that time to the personal best of 142.380.
Going quicker than both of them is Paul Hinson in 4th position, but he is a couple of seconds further behind.
He is.
And Ali Topley's moved ahead of Lee Brown on that lap, and he's getting away at the completion of 5 laps around this Donington Park National Circuit.
Yeah, I imagine it's going to be 4 more laps to go, including the one that they've now started. So 9 lap race is probably what we'll have. There's Dave Hemingway going through, 2nd within the Mark I class, Class A.
And the leader of that class, Stratton, is getting ever closer to Daniel Sylvester in the 10th position overall. He's half a second away and was half a second faster on the previous lap.
Hemingway's already wrapped up the Class A championship this season, although he's not had the opposition that he had last year. And Sean Traynor winning Class C. Aaron Cook, Class B. So Cook still getting close to Sean Traynor then. They're about to arrive at Coppice Corner.
Is that Stratton getting that 10th place down at the old hairpin, I think?
Yeah, I think he is. He's gone past the 24 car then of Daniel Sylvester, the Roadster. So the Mark 1s do work well in these conditions, it would seem.
Now, is Paul Cook close enough to challenge Sean Traynor down to the Robert chicane? Not quite, but he's even closer than he was on the previous lap. And Paul Hinson's getting closer to the pair, I think.
Yeah. So Sean Traynor and Paul Hinson were separated, and Paul Cook was separated by 1.07 seconds. It's now 0.69, and Hinson closer as well because he lapped 0.6 faster than Paul Cook on that occasion. Alan Cook did a new fastest lap of the race as well at 1:39.609 to extend his lead to more than 12 seconds, 12.601 seconds now at the end of lap 6.
Yeah, you said he needs to make sure he doesn't get any penalty points or anything like that. Well, he's probably doing it by driving so far up the road from everybody else. He hasn't got to worry about it.
He's a long way clear.
And Neil Stratton's really pulled away now. He's got into 10th with a new personal best, 1:45.2, which means he's going quicker than the next car. But the next car that is Daniel Harper is quite a long way ahead, 7 seconds, so I don't think he'll catch that, despite the speed difference.
I think you're pretty right. 3 3/4 minutes left to go.
Now, Paul Hinson's dropped away from the second place battle again, so Traynor and Cook are getting away from him. Perhaps that was an error. That's the problem when you push on. It's more mistaking. A mistake is more likely, I guess.
Yeah, can be, can't it? And Paul Hinson...
Though it doesn't stop Aaron Cook, does it?
No. Paul Hinson was 1.9 seconds behind Paul Cook at the start of the lap. So he got quite a bit of ground to make up anyway. Good little scrap going across the line. That's Gary Patterson, who started from the back. He was disqualified from race 1, but he's just having a battle with Maxine Nichols, and I think we'll get past Maxine as they turn into a gate. Yes, he does. So Gary Patterson ahead of Maxine Nichols now in that new car. He spins immediately, I'll say that. And so he's in the gravel. I think he'll get out, and Maxine will continue on.
Sean Traynor's gone much quicker than he's gone before. That's why the gap's extended for second. He's at a 1:41.2, so he's now within 2 seconds of Cook, where he was only 3 seconds off his best lap before. So that's quite a big improvement from Traynor to find that pace. And he's actually brought the lead gap down because it was a slow lap for the leader going through the traffic. 11 seconds a gap with a couple of laps to go of the season. Third, Paul Cook. Fourth is Paul Hinson. But Nick Williamson's been caught by Alistair Topley, who's now the second quickest car on the road, isn't he? So Alistair Topley's caught Nick Williamson for 5th. He started 7th, did Topley.
Yeah.
So perhaps didn't make the best of starts. Then Lee Brown is 7th, Adam Lewis 8th, Daniel Harper 9th and 10th. Going quicker still is Neil Stratton. He's into the 44s.
2 minutes to go in the race, so we are nearly at the end of the season.
Just spotted Tim Heron, so he's out there.
Okay.
He's 19th.
That's good. That's good. So, 19th, just having made a bit of progress from towards the back of the grid.
Yeah, he's just behind Wayne Lewis, and they both start at the back, so they've both come through. Now, what's happening for second? Because they've caught the traffic now that Aaron Cook moved past on the previous lap. As it's a battle on for second, they can't really hang about, and Sean Traynor's got a car ahead of him, which he goes down the inside of. Paul Cook follows him, but perhaps on a quicker line, so he's caught him again. So second and third with 1 lap to go. Sean Traynor and Paul Cook, the battle is back on.
That marker kept well out of the way. And I think it was Gary Patterson again, wasn't it? I think the back marker in question. So it's still Sean Traynor second, Paul Cook third, Paul Hinson in 4th. No improvements amongst those drivers. Nick Williamson improved his lap time there. 1:41.906 he's now done in 5th position. And he's 9 tenths clear of Ali Topley at the moment. 7th is Lee Brown, and 8th just over the line now is Adam Lewis. So last lap board's actually gone out already to Alan Cook, and where is he on his final lap? Up to McLean's? Out of McLean's possibly. I think that's him up at McLean's now, isn't it? Turning his way through. So he's not far away from the end of the race.
Trainer still second, but only just ahead of Paul Cook, and they may have a couple more cars to lap before the end. So that could be an opportunity for Paul Cook, is now only a car length or so away from the second place car, Sean Trainer. So that could change.
It could do. They're heading up towards Coppice Corner then, to back marks head, which they'll probably get after they've exited Coppice and maybe coming down towards the chicane. And they are still more or less nose to tail as they head into and out of Coppice Corner. Meanwhile, the race leader, Alan Cook, is heading into the chicane for the final time. Checkered flag is made ready, and Alan Cook goes out of his championship winning season with yet another victory then. And he has done it quite convincingly in the end. Who is going to be second, though? Sean Trainer is going to hang on to second place, number 27, ahead of number 26, Paul Cook, in third position. Fourth is going to be Paul Hinson, number 25, fifth to number 22, Nick Williamson, and he held off Ali Topley by 0.4 of a second at the end. Interesting, both Trainer and Cook did their personal best lap times on the final lap of the race as well. Seventh to number 86, Lee Brown. Eighth, I think, should be the number 39 car of Adam Lewis. Yes, here he is out of the Robert chicane now. So Adam Lewis it is that takes 8th place. 9th, I think, should be the number 18 car, another of the Road Motorsport cars. That's Sam Harper. Already got his hands out the window, I think. And 10th is going to go the way of the Class A winner, and that is Neil Stratton, number 84. 11th goes to number 24, Daniel Sylvester. 12th place is going to go the way of number 28, which is Phil Collins in his Mark II. And 13th and 14th, side by side over the line, is just Dave Hemingway that holds on by 0.15 of a second from Ben Rowe. So Hemingway 13th in the Class A car, 14th number 2, Ben Rowe in the Class B car, and 15th number 65, Fiat Aldridge in the Class B car. So Alan Cook, the champion, ending his season with a 6th win of the year out of the... What have we had? 10 races during the course of this season. Sean Trainer ends the year with 2 wins. Nick Williamson and Paul Hinson also getting victories. No victory this year for Paul Cook, who I think may have stuck into 4th place in the championship, to 3rd place in the championship ahead of Nick Williamson, but we need to do the maths on that one. But he's gone this season without a win. Alan Cook, though, heading into the pit lane for the final time this year. The cherry on top of the icing, on top of the cake, a victory in the final round of the championship for Alan Cook. So let's go down for the final time this weekend to Josh Barrett.
Thank you, Ian. Yep, Aaron's made his way down. He's going to get out of the car, I think. Well done, Aaron. Last winner in the UK of the year and a dominant performance again.
Yeah, thanks. Alan feels good. The pressure was off in race 1. Brilliant race. It was on the edge a lot of the time. But I really enjoyed these conditions, so yeah, that was good fun.
Yeah, I think everybody else will be wondering what you're doing, because they're 2 and 3 seconds a lap off your pace.
Yeah, I mean, I could see him for a little while, and I just got my head down, tried to get away a little bit, and it seemed to work. So whatever we can do in the wet, it seems to be working. But I've always loved the rain, and yeah, we'll try and carry on as we go.
I saw you sideways a few times, and obviously that doesn't affect you either.
Yeah, I tend to drive sideways even when it's dry. We try and save the tyres a little bit, but even more fun in the rain. I mean, the championship's been wrapped up, so we could have some fun in that one. And yeah, brought the car home in one piece. I think we had a bit of a rub with Paul Cook on lap 1, but it was all part of it. It was really slippery out there, so it was good.
Yes, that was the only thing, because it seems all day on poles been difficult to get off the line, and therefore you have to get back past people you qualified ahead of.
Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't just me that was struggling to get off of pole. It was some of the other formulas as well, but we just basically kept the revs really low, just got off the line. I knew I had the pace. If I did get past, I'd just get the time back, make sure I don't make no mistakes, no contact, and bring the car home in one piece.
Well done on your season, and well done particularly this weekend in the wet.
Thanks, mate.
So that's Aaron Cook, the final winner of the season, Ian.
Yeah, thanks very much, Josh, and thanks for all your hard work on the co-commentary this weekend and throughout the season as well. Once again, many thanks to all of the marshals who've stood out in some terrible weather today, and all of the other officials of the 750 Most Club scrutineers, race admin, those working in race control, timekeepers, etc. Many thanks to all of them for their hard work during the course of this weekend and this season as well. 750 Most Club season for 2021 resumes just over well, just under 4 months from now. It's on Easter weekend. 2 race days at Silverstone on the Easter Saturday and Easter Sunday. And we're here at Donington Park on Easter Monday. But for now, from me, Ian Sowman, on behalf of the whole 750 Most Club team, have a very safe and Merry Christmas. Goodbye.